Alright guys, I'm here with xKacpersky from FlyQuest, going 3-0 in the first stage, and I've prepared for you a little demo review where I'm going to pick your brain on a couple of situations that you did, particularly in a game against Fluxo on Inferno, because I've made this comment in the green room to the talent guys. I think xKacpersky was the best Inferno banana player this stage we've seen. Alright, so we have a banana fight, another one. You're sneaking through the smoke all the way to the half wall here. Here you heard Art just jump, right? You saw him, you have 5 HP, and you still decide to do this kind of like a play that is it in your opinion worth it? Because it's 5v5, if you die here with 5 HP, you're losing whole banana control, but you still take that risk to just do a basically pot shot into the smoke. Do you think, is this something that is worth doing, or would you consider this a mistake if you died here?
Yeah, I'd say you can consider it a mistake if you died, but at the same time, what I did wasn't too risky. Did they use the HEs at the start of the round already?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they used the HEs or not.
Art just broke the smoke.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I guess I was sort of already like decided I was going to go through, and I didn't want to make a sound cue.
Yeah.
Like as I was walking through the midway smoke, I didn't want to make a sound cue of where I was, because then you would have just...
Sure.
And then I heard him jump, and I was like, oh, he made a sound cue, so I'll try spam back. I kind of knew where he was, and I just shot him back.
You didn't want to commit to that fight. You wanted to just shoot like 3-4 bullets and see if the kill connects, right?
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of luck, obviously, but I kind of heard him. And I definitely didn't want to take like a proper duel.
All right. I'm scratching the WTF moments now. It makes a complete sense. That's what I want to ask here. Is this just a lucky shot that just happens on banana because it's a narrow corridor and a lot of smoke spam? Sometimes you just those lucky kills, which will happen that you get one on Art. You force him out with a molly, and then you basically pre-aim the front wall, right?
Yeah.
You feel like this was a little bit lucky, right?
I don't really know what to say. Like, obviously, I shot like a pretty common position, I feel, and I saw he had a small gun, like when he jumped. So I don't know. Maybe he went for like a little bit of a risk. And I also know he's sort of just one of those players that likes to take risks. Like, there's not much to that. Like, some players are just like that, and it was a pretty safe thing to spam once again. So
there's a pretty good micro. You are trying to get an information, but at the same time dodging that op of Zevi that is on the corner posted up.
We actually did something pretty good here. I called for a boost, expecting someone to be playing on the corner.
Beautiful.
I was expecting someone on the corner, not necessarily the op.
Yeah.
I thought someone was going to be there.
And that's pretty much round over. Hoping to see some more Inferno out of FlyQuest just to basically spectate you and learn something new. And you're really good at articulating your thoughts, so props to that, because a lot of players are kind of unsure how to explain things, what they're doing. They do it by instinct and they don't really think about it. But you're really good at this, so good luck, and FlyQuest, see you probably in the stage 3 as well.
Appreciate it, hopefully.
So when it comes to looking at G2 Shocks, I want to ask if, like, within that team, because obviously now it's a huge organization, but did you still have the ability to get the players you wanted, to get who you wanted to make this lineup?
Yeah, basically back then there was like so much like contracts or big players, and so in the French team we were just like picking like the lower players, because we didn't want like to pick an envious or stuff like this. So it was not a big deal back then. I don't think I played under Gamers 2. I think it was G2.
Okay, always G2.
Yeah.
So what was your favorite for you G2 lineup out of all the ones you had?
Oh, 2016.
2016,
for sure. Because I mean, I took the leadership role. We were all friends in the team, so you know, when winning trophies is like insane, but winning trophies with friends is actually like really insane. It's something else. Even our manager back then, Yak, was also like a friend. It was also like my first win as a leader. No one really like believed in me back then, so you know, I was really proud of myself.
Yeah.
Winning a trophy as a player and as a leader is something totally different. You don't feel like the same emotions, I would say. And also it's the year where I met my wife in 2016. So like for all of the plans, like honestly,
perfect.
Yeah, 2016 was for sure like my best year as individual. You know, it was like really a happy year, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. And that's even without winning a major, right? So like all of that on top of it is just beautiful.
No, we didn't have win a major.
That's what I said, without winning a major.
Without,
yeah. You had other, you know, like success, but life success as well without having the major.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In 2016, I have a lot of confidence because I can see in my teammates, in my friends, like whatever I say, whatever I tell them, you know, like they understand, they believe in it.
Yeah.
And so when you have the trust of your players, then you can lift mountains, honestly, and it feels really like comfortable. While in 2017, I could feel like every idea I wanted to come up with, I had to have like the best arguments. I have to show them why. And even though, like, if they didn't agree with it, like, they will also like say it, which can be fine in a way, you know, but having to always fight for your ideas as a leader is hard. And 1, 2, 3 times can happen, you know, but when it's like this, like almost every time, then you kind of like just lose your own confidence, you know. And
Yeah, you lose motivation. To keep
and
coming
at the end
up
of the
with
day,
ideas.
you're not sure about what you need to do, you know. Like, I just want like to be in peace and with people like I like and with I know I'm gonna enjoy.
Yeah.
So I want to get back like old people that I know in the past,
To
like
give you this nice mentality as well, right? It's more,
exactly.
It wasn't so much about the game performance; it was more about the environment.
Yeah,
and find yourself again. I guess.
exactly. And somehow, like, I thought like if it had clicked, you know, like a few years ago, like it can click again. Like I was
Yeah.
really like believing it, you know. That was a big mistake. That was a big mistake. I actually joined Vitality because G2 wants to go international,
Yeah.
and I didn't want to go international. I wanted to stay in France. So they told me like Hunter and Nexa is coming, but I tell them like it's good players, but I want to stay in France. And someone is telling me that NBK is about to be benched. So there might be a spot in Vitality. So I'm like I'm taking that opportunity.
Yeah, yeah.
You went on HLTV. I'm just waiting.
No.
He knew the trick again.
That time I just took my phone and called like Xtaz, you know, the coach from Vitality. And we talked together and they were okay. But the thing is, I think I shouldn't have had to do it at the end of the day. From a perspective, personal part maybe. Because, again, for the career-wise, the thing is, because of the problem we had in the past, before saying me yes or no, Apex and APK wanted to have me on the phone. So they did a phone call with me and the coach, and they told me like almost like everything like what they didn't like in the past from me, and that they don't want it to happen again, which is fine in a way, but it actually like put me like a lot of pressure because even if basically if I didn't agree with them, I would not have my spot, you know.
Yeah.
And I wanted to have my spot, so
You had to change yourself to fit them.
Yeah, kinda. I had to say yes to everything if I wanted to be in Vitality.
What were your thoughts back then, just on that chaos that was the 6-man roster that many teams?
Welcome back to day 2 of stage 2 here at the StarLadder Major live from Budapest. Looking forward to getting into the secondary stream action today, Jason. How have you been enjoying the major so far?
Well, you know, yesterday was a little weird.
Yeah, as all days the majors are.
Yeah, I know, but you know, it could have been better for me personally. I was so sad by Liquid's performance. I was so sad. I was laying in bed last night and I was just so depressed about how that all played out, how it looked, how it felt, how it happened. Everything was sad.
It was rough. It was very rough. At least everybody got to go to bed earlier, you know?
True, that's a good point. They did get us out a little bit early.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll pull up the bracket as well so you guys can see where exactly we're at in this Stage 2 Swiss system. This is going to be the 3rd stage of the Swiss system, as both our 2 best of ones were played yesterday. And this is what we've got for you. In those 2-0 games, surprisingly, FaZe and NIP, FaZe especially looking just awful in Stage 1. They seem to have picked it up. karrigan had a great interview talking over the change from between Stage 1 and Stage 2. Navi Bait as well looking to go 3-0, excuse me. 0-2 games for elimination, FlyQuest and Astralis, MIBR and Liquid. FlyQuest and Liquid themselves just had 2 of the worst days I've ever seen in a major.
Yeah, I mean, look, the FlyQuest team obviously going from 3-0 in Stage 1 to now being 0-2 in the most devastating, brutal way. But let's look at the schedule and see some of the games that we have coming your way. Again, we're operating 2 streams throughout the group stages here at the Major. Over on Stream A, we got Passion UA, 3D Max, Fnatic versus Imperial, FaZe versus NIP. That'll be a good game. And we've got Navi Bait to close things out over there on the A stream. But here on the B stream you're currently watching, we've got M80 Tyloo up first in a best of 1. Paravision Aurora following that. FlyQuest and Astralis for elimination. MIBR versus Liquid for elimination.
And obviously the 3rd and 4th games on both streams are going to be best of 3 series plays. Those are the series we're playing today for qualification onto Stage 3 or elimination from Stage 2. So those get into the series. Yeah, I'm pumped for this. I think Paravision Aurora is going to be a really cool series. I think Paravision obviously surprising a lot of people, making it through Stage 1 with 4 major rookies and then continuing that success here in Stage 2. And their dismantling of Liquid last night just, again, had me spinning. I was crazy.
I think it's with just the fact that James is back, you know, it's exciting to see. He's got a bunch of rookie players with him as well. And I think it's just proof that Dastan-James combo absolutely are one to look at for the future again and again every single time. Let's do the scope.gg fraggers. We've got some entry fraggers to take a look at, Jason, and I always love doing this. The entry fraggers is one of my favorite roles to watch on the server.
It's a role that's kind of gotten muddled over the years, right? I mean, there's a lot of players right now that you wouldn't call an entry fragger in the typical sense, but are going for a lot of opening kills, and everyone's got to do it. Frozen, Jacob, and Try. Obviously, the big 3 entry fraggers are opening kill fraggers from the opening day of Stage 2. And yeah, Try had an incredible game. Frozen's been doing really well for FaZe, even throughout their struggles in Stage 1. And Jacob having that big day yesterday. That's a fantastic thing for a young player like Jacob to get, especially considering the position he's in, taking over the position of Rain.
I know you like a good flasher as well, Jason, so let's take a look at them. Let's take a look at the flasher, shall we? Let's enjoy this. Well, we have got some self-flashers.
Oh, self-flashing.
You like a little bit of self-flashing, Jason?
I'm a huge fan of the self-flash. It's tough to pull off, but when you do, very satisfying.
And you know that mustache, Sad's in. He's loving a self-flash.
Yeah,
well,
that's the kind of mustache. I mean, Dumao's got a little bit of the chin strap to join up with it, so it's not quite the flasher stash, but yeah.
I mean, these are the kind of the only stats we're looking at the moment for broky. Sadly, hasn't been having a great month of Counter-Strike.
No, it's been rough, hasn't it? And the game yesterday was just so, there was just so, eye test-wise too, it was like, oh boy, come on now, we can't do this, bro. It's one of those things where you're like, I feel bad having to do this to you because such an incredible player and has been an incredible player for years, but it's clear there's a lack of confidence. He's going through a real thing right now.
Yeah, he definitely is. broky struggling. FaZe not so much though here in Stage 2. We'll see if they can get that win and move through 3-0. But let's hone in a little bit on M80 Tyloo as 2 teams that I'm excited to watch coming into today. M80 a great Stage 1. Tyloo I thought were going to be a team that could potentially have disaster in this tournament. I had them as a potential 0-3 team just from what we've seen recently. I mean, the start of this season, they win their first big event, right? The Fisher Playground 1 in Serbia. They go on to have a terrible rest of the season and not really showing us anything, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those teams that's hard because the results have been so kind of up and down and fluctuating. But yeah, I mean, after the Austin Major, especially where they looked like they had a pretty dangerous run, got stopped short by Lin Vision, but you thought they'd be on the rise. And then obviously recent form is rough. I mean, you've just seen them come in and just play solid Counter-Strike. It's a complete reversal, and the Major will do that. It makes some some teams kind of collapse, as we see with Liquid and FlyQuest, and then we'd make some teams kind of rise to the occasion, as we're seeing with Tyloo right now, where they found a way to kind of reignite some of those good performances early in the year that opened our eyes to what this Tyloo team could become throughout the rise of Asian Counter-Strike.
Well, I think this is going to really tell us where Tyloo are at going up against M80 today, because yesterday in Stage 2, they started with a win versus Paravision, which was the team coming out of Stage 1 that we were just talking about. Some of the teams are coming out of Stage 1, they're warmed up, they have that advantage. Well, Tyloo beat them 13-5. They went on to play against NIP, another team from Stage 1 who have picked up some form and are having some great individual standout performances. They lost 13-8 to NIP, whereas M80, they lost to Aurora. Fair enough, Aurora played well in that game. They lost 13-6, and then they got the 13-11 win over Astralis. So that's where M80 are at. I don't know who I'm going to side with in this game. I feel like both teams are pretty closely matched at the moment, Jason.
Well, I'm siding with M80.
Of course you are.
Just a little bit of... Well, also, like, I think that they've been playing well. Tyloo's been playing well isolated at this event. I think M80, they've obviously played better than we've seen them recently, but I feel like I have a little bit more comfort in kind of the players that we've seen, you know, out of them, and some of the things they've done in the past. I think Swisher's playing really well individually. Lake has some impact. So, I mean, they have some good things on that side of things, and yeah, obviously, you know, kind of the American side just edges me over.
Yeah, that's true. No ice cream today, Jason.
I like that. It's a good reference. Way to bring it full circle. I don't even think we have ice cream here.
I haven't seen any ice cream.
I haven't seen any ice cream here.
I got some donuts, though.
You did get some donuts. Those were decent. They also have the volcano cake here, so something like that, right? Like a big giant volcano cake.
Yeah, a big, giant volcano cake. Well, this game going to be erupting as we have M80's coach, Def, on the screen. Technically from the United Kingdom, but more so in America.
We've kind of adopted him, it feels, you know? He's one of those guys who's slipped under the radar. He's just here with us. Yeah, and you know what? I think actually probably Def at some point is, he hasn't really broken in the upper echelons of coaching, but the length of time he's been around and coaching kind of like teams in North America trying to take that next step, and he's gotten them so close. I think he's an effective coach. It's just clear whether it's the player that he's been able to work with in the past or the teams as they're constituted, hasn't been able to get them over that hump to break into the top echelons of Counter-Strike.
Well, look at this rating, or these ratings rather, from Swisher and Lake in particular. Those are the two players really jumping off the page to me. Swisher's always been a player everybody's been excited about in North America for a long time, thinking he's going to be someone that should have went to one of the complexity rosters in the past. Maybe he's going to be the next breakout American player. Then Lake came on the scene as well. And I think they're two very incredible players that are just so earlier in their careers, Jason. I'm glad we're getting glimpses of what they're capable of.
Yeah, and Lake's a guy who kind of stepped into this team. We had him on the podcast a couple days ago, Chad and I, on Talking Counter, and I mean, he just kind of mentioned it. There was also, remember, with Swisher, there was that head-scratching moment when they dropped Rec off of this team, and like Swisher had kind of been struggling, and everyone was kind of like, ooh, maybe they could have gone a different direction with this. But Lake told us the team the whole time had kept up confidence in Swisher because smart player, and he'd been playing really well in practice, and it had him been translating to matches, and I think now you're starting to see some of that faith return as Swisher is having some very, very good games for the squad.
I also think he can just be a good personality in the team as well, and keep them level-headed as they get into tough games at the likes of the Major. Important game here for both teams. It's got to feel extremely winnable for the mentality of both Tyloo and M80 today. You look across the other side, you see your opponent, you've got to feel like that's a team you can beat in this one-on-one game. I think for a lot of people who are anticipating M80 just with the way they played throughout Stage 1 that they are going to be a team that can make it through here.
Oh yeah, I have them going through. I think there's enough teams in this group that they're in this stage that they can beat to actually qualify through. And obviously this one, I think you're exactly right. I think M80 is going to look at Tyloo and say this is kind of teed up for us to make the playoffs. And likewise, Tyloo is going to look at the other side of things and say this is a very beatable opponent for us to get one step closer to Stage 3. And obviously some skill here, as we know. G with the AWP is going to be solid. Mizea, Jamyoung performing really, really well. Obviously having a major where someone like Jamyoung continues to elevate his game and elevate our expectations of him, because that's a very exciting rifler to keep your eyes on.
Jamyoung is absolutely the best player on the team. It's just whether or not we get to see him consistently be that player. We know when he's having a great game, he can win them tournaments. We got to see that earlier this season. Mizea also just a bit hit and miss, but when he's hitting, he's very scary to look at.
But when he's hitting, he's hitting.
Yeah, he really is. So those are the two rifler players in this team, and as you said, G can have a couple of good maps. Definitely the case in their opening game versus Paravision.
Yeah, and, I mean, a nice win over the rookies as well, and obviously a tough style to handle too if you're Tyloo that Paravision and Jame like to bring out. So yeah, it's been a nice start for them to be able to get to this position, and obviously when you come into this stage and you know, going 1-1, not exactly putting your back against the wall immediately. This is Tyloo getting to skip to the second stage, so they didn't fall prey to like a slow start too much and put yourself in that hole that other teams are having to dig themselves out of. Let's head over to the VODs, see exactly where this is going to play out on. Obviously, you're going to see the Dust 2 removed, you're going to see Nuke removed. And we got Train.
So the last time they played was at the Blast Austin Major. It was in Stage 2. It was the opening game of Stage 2. It was M80 versus Tyloo, and it was on Train. Tyloo got the win 13-9. So if you're M80, that's the only time you've ever played them. So you come back into this, you want some revenge.
And you're like, our Train's got a lot better.
Yeah.
Well, Swisher actually told us that in the podcast as well. It mentioned like during the boot camp and the time leading up to like Austin, he felt like it was kind of like a dead team in a way. Like there was a section this year where they kind of felt like that team was like on the verge of blowing up. Nothing was working. It wasn't like bad attitudes. It wasn't like big fights. It was just like the 5 players kind of lost belief that they could actually work together to be an effective team. And obviously since then, it's completely turned around.
Hey, not a bad, has a pretty bad event to have that issue though. You're going into an American
that was the one that gave them the belief.
American team, Jason.
And then they did decent enough at that major to be like, okay, there actually is something here now that we've got underway. And,
right.
and like even gave that interview leading into this major of saying, it feels like we as M80 have hit the next level. We've taken that next step up. And now they just have to prove it inside the server, because that next step for them is surely qualifying to Stage 3.
Okay, yeah, that absolutely would be impressive. So M80 looking for revenge against Tyloo. Let's get this battle started together with our betting partner, and let's get into the action. Tyloo going to be starting on that CT side. M80 showing us what they've got on the T side of Train. It's day 2 of Stage 2 here in Budapest.
Okay, you're going to rush down towards Pop Dog. Okay, looking for that Pop Hall's peak. A lot of footsteps made towards the inner bomb site. You're seeing Tyloo's defense start to shift a little bit nervously. Second player, third player added into this B bomb site defense. I don't know if they'll commit. The bomb is here, but it looks like they're planning on dropping back in towards Pop after making a little bit of noise. They want Tyloo to feel the presence and feel the pressure and have that be in the Tyloo comms. Is careful for this B execute. Jamyoung's got a flashbang prime, but he should get no attention. Just now, T-Mid is being taken over by M80, and you'd imagine it's going to start picking up. So utility towards the inner bomb site to really sell the fake that they've primed.
Mercury going to be mullied off his position. That's going to keep all those 3 players active towards B. Now they realize it is an A play. They faked out at that B bomb site. The rotations coming through connector. Lake eventually getting one of those kills, but G boosted on top of his teammate's head, peers over the top of that smoke and gets a double kill. Mazay on the hunt down as well, and it falls to just Slacks and Hex to try and win up this 2v3 with 38 seconds left. Great shot from Mazaya. Can he get the follow-up to close out this pistol? No. That'll be G. And look how fired up G is.
Yeah, man, you got to love that. That's a great attitude to bring out right out of the gate. And there's no time to slow down and kind of ease into things when you consider the fact the best of one. So G's getting the boys hyped up. They handle the attack very, very well. This boost up is beautiful. Absolutely magnificent from G with the double kill. Man, I know he gets fired up. I don't know if I've ever seen him quite that
I've never seen G that mean, man. Is it because there's no ice cream? Did they say that? They said there was no ice cream. So
yeah, that's possible. He's pissed. There's no vanilla, no cookie dough. Can't have any kind of fun.
And now he's cold. G, a cold killer with a 4K. He holds onto that B ramp push into the site. Yeah, he's loving this start to the game.
Yeah, he's high energy right now is G. So 2-0 for Tyloo. M80 with a complete save in that second round. So the gun's going to be brought out. AK-47s for M80's attack.
Well, straight into the buys, no wasting time. Those 2 rounds very quick, Jason, as we get into the first buy round of Train here. A little bit of a bonus. Mercury keeping an MP9, but everybody else on Tyloo has a better weapon available. M80, very quick. Taking Ivy control. Look at this from Swisher applying the pressure, keeping it up. He's got Sin beside him. Flash gets caught, and Swisher down. Sin, important trade, stays committed to the fight and keeps moving forward. Now there's going to be a B push as well. M80 taking fights all across the map, and it's absolutely chaotic, but it's exciting at the moment. HexT, he's got his teammates coming around the backside, and G realizes that he can hear them, and he turns, he stays composed, and he comes away with a kill on Sin.
That's a bomb and CT spawn kind of locked out. Slacks almost has to commit to this fight. Got a swing. G's looking the other direction. Couldn't find the timing, but they have no clue where anyone else is from the Tyloo side of things, and the flankers have now become the flanked.
There's the bomb spotted. Slacks to go down now as well, so HexT has to clutch this up 1v2. It's an interesting call here from M80. Attempting the B split straight down ramp and out through Ivy, but they've lost so many players and put HexT in a really tough spot here. The bomb is not in his possession. It's dropped all the way over towards connector. And Tyloo just taking their time to reset as well and really limit the chances of HexT getting 1v1 fights.
It's really tough to pull off that tactic. Tyloo makes him pay every step of map control. So can HexT piece this together? Bomb is now in his hands. Not ready for the fight. Mercury holding the angle. And Tyloo once again, behind the words of G, getting fired up and playing really well to start this map.
I absolutely love that he yells in English as well.
I know, it is kind of funny.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, G. Thanks for that.
You know, Mosaic can speak damn good English nowadays as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's lovely.
It is nice.
Got a
She
chance
gets
to-
better insight into. I love the G interviews, man, as well. I love that. Always love getting.
I
one of
know,
those.
he's like free content, isn't he?
He really is.
All right, well, M80 in a little bit of trouble. It's not insurmountable just yet. 0-3 start. Haven't found a whole lot of success. Haven't really been able to get that bomb planted. Tyloo's defense denying them a lot in these opening rounds. This time with Tech 9s, P250s, a little bit of utility for this low buy round for M80. Tyloo holding on to utility as late in the round as humanly possible, as M80's not applying any pressure. They'd love to bait a little bit out early, but once again, a bit of misdirection. Actually, a lot of this early half so far from M80 has been misdirection. Fakes towards the inner bomb site to hit pop, the mid to B, or I mean the kind of CT wrap towards the B bomb site as well. All of it's been a little bit fakey, and it's not been all that effective.
No, Lake doing some work, at least with the Tech 9, but that quicker play gets shut down all the same. And celebrating every round victory here for Tyloo. I mean, you'd imagine over the recent weeks and months, Tyloo have lost a lot of their energy and their excitement because, you know, you start the season with a win in Serbia. You don't really build on that. And if, in fact, everything just kind of gets worse, especially at your home events as well in China. They didn't perform very well. It's got to be pretty deflating for Tyloo.
It's kind of sad because I feel like the Austin Major was like the peak of Asian Counter-Strike that we've had across like all of Counter-Strike. Remember how excited we all were to get, you know, the Mongols in the finals. You had Lin Vision playing well, get to stage 3. You had Tyloo as well get to that elimination game for qualification to stage 3 and lose to Lin Vision. So you had a bunch of Asian teams performing really well, and we were all pumped to see that region finally happening. Now you have Mongols benching Senzu. Who knows what they're going to look like here. Lin Vision going out 0-3 in stage 1. Now you have Tyloo. So they're really kind of one of the teams that's probably going to have to be flying the banner for the region as they continue this campaign. 9-1 start for G. Alper getting a hot hand early. This seems a bit more aggressive at the start, at least applying pressure more of it at the start as M80. But G's op is in position. Missed shot and now going to try and back away.
M80 a little bit slower this time. Taking the brown holes. Singo to be setting up Lake and Hex for the peak down towards the bottom of the ramp. And no one from Tyloo challenging. No one giving any looks on over. Pretty passive CT setup right now from Tyloo.
Yeah, well, they've handled everything. No reason to be super concerned. And again, you kind of get to sit here and you have G's op that gets deep angles. You have 2 Molotovs and a smoke remaining to drop into these choke points. So as soon as utility flies over the wall, this counter smoke's going to come out from attacker, and it's going to completely negate the utility that M80 has just set up. You imagine M80 is going to want to break this smoke, but what do they find on the other side?
Clearance of the smoke, attacker getting spotted. Lake's still going to go down though. Attacker able to react faster, then couldn't get away as Slacks hunts him down. Attacker got a 4v4 with 25 seconds. That's the problem here for M80. Limited time as they come towards G, and he's being fired up, but he's fired away by Slacks. And that utility has missed the mark, but Mosaic still here on the bomb train. Can play spoiler to this round here for M80. Sin may be getting kills, but it's the time that's limited, and Mosaic is so clean with it. 3 kills, and it still will be M80's round. They take him off the top of the bomb train in the dying seconds. Mosaic tries to do everything, but it's still not enough.
Oh man, that is a very close round. Mosaic, if he's able to get back after that 3rd kill, what a sequence. At least in a losing effort, he does damage and forces M80 to rebuy a lot of the weapons. Easier to manage on the T side, but everything looked great that round for M80 finally. The break of the smoke, trading off this initial kill. Great flashbang to take G off the angle and make every fight he has uncomfortable. A missed molly from the CT side makes things uncomfortable on the bomb train as well. But M80 scraped together their first win.
Yeah, just about getting that one straight into the action. Aggression again here for Tyloo. They're going for it. Oh, attacker's aggressive play has been stopped by Lake. M80 starting to play themselves into this half.
Swing round for M80. You win this one, you take away the economy of Tyloo. All of a sudden, that T side can scrape a few more rounds together. That economic break is going to be valuable to them. No money left for Tyloo after this.
And I'm going to imagine that Tyloo's mental is not going to be that strong at the moment. Over the last 13 weeks, 3 months of action, they have had only 4 wins out of 15 games. 2 of which were best of ones, Jason, one of them at this event.
I can do you one. I think I can do you one better on that. Like a very similar stat that I looked into as well was like out of the last 10 matches that they've played, they've won 2 out of like 21 maps or something like that. Like Tyloo has just been on an epic run of terrible form.
Epic. At least something's epic.
At least they've got that going for them.
Well, they can try and turn it around at the most important event of the year. Currently down to 4v5 here. 38 seconds again. M80 running this clock down in the previous round, barely winning it. Need to be careful, even with the player advantage. It doesn't confirm them the victory here with 30 seconds. They've got to get out of the site. Another miss nade. Here goes Sin, sent forward towards Sandwich. Looking to clear at the back of the bomb site. Great kill from Sin. Mercury gone, wait to follow up. And G, oh my goodness, G, this is incredible. Again, getting his team back into with a multi-kill in the site, and it's put it all on Jam Young. And he just walks into the connector and ends up getting dropped. So Hex, despite the low time, despite G just ripping the heart of his team out, Hex just stays composed and looks towards connector and takes an easy headshot.
Yeah, that's, I mean, actually, I think the critical kill right there is the first one that Sin gets from the sandwich onto the back of the bomb trend, because that's where that missed Molotov was designed to go. So if Sin doesn't get this kill, man, Mercury can be a really pesky player. But G just continues this form. The hot start that he had continues playing well, almost able to mop up all the low HP players. That's a lovely sequence that almost pulls Tyloo back into the round, but many have gained control of this map now. Economy broken for the Tyloo side of things. Unarmored USPs to defend against whatever M80 bring out in this round.
There's a good kill from Lake. Attacker and G. USP is doing a little bit too much at the moment. Oh no, there's another kill offered up. It's Hex gone. And Swisher, okay, nice and clean with the final 3. And none of these rounds are easy and clean from M80, but at least they're going their way.
You know what, but it's not stopping them from smiling at each other and giving fist bumps or just being happy for the win either. Like, you know, you're not seeing them stress being like, oh God, I can't believe it got that close. It's just like happy for every round win they're getting at the moment. Fighting back on this T-side train. Tyloo dropping 3 in a row after that defense looks solid. Still yet to call a timeout. That 1 round advantage. G's got the AWP back in hand. They've got 1 kit on Mercury.
Great timing going through that window. We got Lake dropping Jam Young, losing a very important player early on. Again, Jam Young hasn't had the greatest start to the map here individually.
No, and these past 2 rounds, past 3 rounds really have been all opening kills for M80. They've started doing a much better job of finding that initial frag, and it's a lot of it has been some aggression from Tyloo. This, the push up lower ramp. Previously, it was a push up pop dog as well to find M80 or to give M80 an opening kill.
Look at G's score, bro. It's 14-4. It's so insane. You need someone else around him to step up here for Tyloo. Right now, M80 feeling comfortable, starting with the advantage and slowing things down again. They could be quite quick at the start of these rounds, getting involved in the early fights, and then just hitting the pause button.
Well, the bummer about losing that initial kill in these past few rounds, if you're Tyloo, is that look how much like space it's giving M80 to kind of work the map. It's giving them the ability. It's giving them their opening stage to set up in the box halls and the brown halls and pull off that execute. Now they get countered. A nice timing on Tyloo to cheat a 3rd defender over to the bomb site. They dump utility on the exec, so M80, they need to spread back out, look for their flank, and they might choose to re-aggress, but that's a lovely push to throw a little bit of chaos into the mix.
Yeah, Lake going to be frustrated. Was reloading, looking into the wall there, so ends up getting caught on that ramp push, so the numbers are now even, and M80's plan is obviously being thrown out of the window, and Mercury's going to clear the brown halls and realize it's clear. Alerts his teammates on the A bomb side. The fight is coming your way, and Mazaya, an important double kill. As he's dropped that bomb as well. Sin hunting him down, finally getting rid of him, but they have to get back to the bomb, and there's just not enough time. And he would have to play for elimination, and they're not going to give him that chance. So Sin goes to, they actually pick up the bomb just in time, but they can run him down. They can stop him now, and Mercury will do it out of Pop Dog.
Yep, that's entirely just a disjointed attack. Give all the credit over to Tyloo's read of the situation. And that's not the first time they've kind of leaned towards that inner bomb site and cheated that player over a little bit early. It seems to be something that they're looking to do against M80, just having that third guy there just in case. But with the third player, it's what gives, you know, the chance for this follow-up piece of aggression for Mercury. The initial push from Jam Young doesn't go anyway, and they think that's going to be it. And then Mercury gets some courage and makes the move happen, and he's the one that throws this round to hell. So Tyloo back to the winning ways, losing quite a bit in that round.
Well, they come out into the side legs, Tech 9 going for it. Mercury going to clear up from just in behind that E-box. Here comes Slacks. And they've actually gone away, so he doesn't get an easy fight just to try and equalize some of those kills out. He moves forward now and cutting down Jam Young. Molotov should clear out that corner as well, and
I don't think he got it off.
he didn't get it off. No, he died just before he threw it, so Mercury was able to stand and still be an issue inside of Khan. And you've got G protecting him on the cross, but G just gets wrecked. Sin's peak with an AK beating out the AWP on the angle, and now Mercury on low HP. They know where he is. They know that he's pinned in that corner, and Mercury to be cleared out with utility and bullets from the Tech 9.
I think Sin just gave a little sigh there. That's a lovely shot on the G. Very tough angle to just swing into and be ready for. That's a nasty shot. I think even he realizes he might have gotten away with one a little bit there. But a hard-fought round win for M80 outside, just playing the trade game. Good utility to flash the initial defense off the angle. Player top red, attacker has to drop off and just gets wrecked. Mercury somehow manages the double kill, but that's the swing kill. That's the one that puts it in complete control of M80. And tough circumstances for Tyloo. A round win into a round loss, and you're back to unarmored USPs.
There's the push out from Slacks, Lake, and HexT. Clearing out the Tyloo defense, making it look easy. And we have now got a tied game. And considering the start being 4-1 up here for Tyloo so quickly into the game, it's impressive to see M80 close the gap in gun rounds like this.
Yeah, very pleased if you're very pleased if you're M80 right now. You feel like you've got enough rounds to make the second half very doable. Everything after here is kind of a bonus in terms of just making your life easier. Final kill goes the way of Sin. It's tied up at 5.
Well, some Ivy pressure coming our way, Jason.
Yeah, well, they're going to contend with G's op. Mosea just picked that up and dropped it over to him. G's going to pass him an M4 in return, so it's going to hurt some of the utility that can be brought out across the board. And let's see what this Ivy play looks like, because we saw M80 go for the CT wrap to the B bomb site earlier that didn't really pan out. We'll see if they go for slow pressure or some kind of an execute like that.
Just had a nice sip of my cold Monster, Jason.
Ice cold Monster.
Yeah. Huge shout out to Monster for supporting the Budapest Major as well, 2025.
Which one are you working with
is
there?
Full of energy. I'm using the new, or rather I'm drinking the new Lando Norris flavor.
Okay.
Zero sugar, Jason. You'd love that.
Sure. That's a hockey player?
No, it's a Formula 1 driver.
No, I'm just kidding.
You know, oh, yeah, it's okay. Hey, Formula 1's popular these days in your part of the world.
It is.
He didn't get to race, though.
It feels like it's popular everywhere, really.
I don't really want to do Formula 1 commentary while I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's already been done.
It's enough on Formula 1.
All right, let's get into it then, shall we? Round 11, timeout's been had. Let's see if Tyloo can get back to some success, or if M80 could round out this first half 7-5 up. And we've got Sin getting aggressive, but aggression from the CTs, and it's G to come out on top with his AWP. But look at this, like running through the sandwich smoke. They catch it and they slow it down, and M80 crumble.
Yeah, I think he's just surprised there to be that many people. I think he's probably expecting, say, okay, if you're going to push up that close to the op, he might be the only one. Maybe I can take this gap, but there was actually 3 players ready to defend against middle. However, Mosea was left unguarded. Nobody had that little alley behind the 6 train, so 1 kill is there, but it's a 2 versus 4, and Slacks is already brought low, so all the work falls onto Swish's shoulders, and he can get nothing done. So despite the great fight back from M80 in this half, they've never been able to gain the lead. They're evening things up, keeping it close, but Tyloo always takes that 1 extra step.
And they won't in this half. You know, best case scenario is a tied scoreline now for M80. 6 rounds T-side train, though. You're going to be feeling good about that if you can get it.
That means a lot to them, too. It's the 2nd timeout taken from M80 in this half. So they want to talk things over again. I would have thought maybe they would have saved the 2nd one for the next half, considering they've been able to get a decent amount of production. But Def is saying, bring me the 6th. Wants as many as possible.
I guess their idea is they know this is the more difficult half. Just try and maximize your success in it. And I think when you've got an opportunity to get 6 rounds T-side after having a slow start as well, it's not like you won the pistol and were able to convert it. You know, you had to do it the hard way.
Well, I wonder if he actually called a timeout to like call a pocket strat, like call a tactic he actually just has in mind. We'll see if they go for some kind of an executor for it's more default to see what they can spread out and see what kind of defense they're looking at. Sin and T mid. Lake and Hex to take box controls.
G's all over the place with this AWP. This time unable to get the opening kill for Tyloo, so it's Jam Young nipping through the brown holes, coming away with Lake.
And again, here's that third player. That flash to set that up. They have to have known, okay, 2 players at the B bomb site right now means there's only 2 outside, but unfortunately, Swisher, Sin, and Slacks, none of them are in any kind of position to make a play off of that intel passed over. So Slacks gonna make them nervous about Ivy. Molotov and Smoke to give the indication they want to progress. Attacker and Mosaic both dedicated there. Now with the silence, Mosaic just decides to get a little bit of courage and start stepping forward for information. He's going to see it entirely clear. Oh, Tyloo has the wrong read, though. They think this means it's going to be an inside hit. Meanwhile, M80 just contact walked out main. There's no indication this is coming. No utility has been thrown. So M80 is about 3 steps ahead. But the real X factor is Mosaic's flank. But he, too, is going to flank the inner bomb site. Tyloo, they just have the complete wrong read of the situation, and they have abdicated the outer yard entirely.
Now, Mosaic's flank is currently being watched by Slacks as well, and he just wins the fight regardless. That's a great clear from Mosaic. That opens up a great opportunity for Tyloo to get back into this now in the retake.
And he's going for a reposition back to Ivy as well.
Swisher having to fight on 2 fronts. You can see it looks a little bit uncomfortable, but that'll certainly help matters. Make it 3 fronts as the Ivy player comes back in. Like you just mentioned, Mosaic finding further impact here. Falls to HexT and Sin. 7 HP on Sin. 40 health left on Hex. Can they pull this back? It's all on HexT. Out from Pop Dog. Straight to a kill. That defuse tap, but not stuck yet. Now they're going to hold it. Now they're going to pull it through. And it will be an extra round secured at the end of the half here for Tyloo. They have a 7-5 lead over M80 on Train.
Two molos. Backside. Yeah. I got blocked. 3, 2, 1, go. Camera 1. Flashing side. I don't see. I have hell. Bomb train 1. Dead. E-box dead. 1 HP. Dead. B player. 1 alive. So for a second. Wait, Fritz will clear pop. Nice! Fucking go, bro. Take gun. Yeah. Insane.
7-5 lead for Tyloo. They now switch to the T side. We'll get the second half going with our betting partner, and let's get into the pistol round. Straight into the fight. We got Slacks all the way out towards the E-box. There's going to be Mazea taking the first couple of kills here for Tyloo. That's important space taken, but then shots back from Sin. Hex gets involved as well, and it looks so good for Tyloo initially into this pistol, but M80 right back to it, and they win the defensive pistol round.
Man, that's a quick recovery. That's an opening 2 kills, 3 versus 5, and then Sin and Hex pop off. Lovely job in the recovery of the pistol. That might be exactly what M80 needed to actually gain the lead in this match. No matter how close they've kept it, haven't been able to overcome Tyloo. This might be the little bit of a bonus and boost that they need. No bomb plant means likely going to be a save for Tyloo, and indeed it will be. So should be an easy thing to get things 7-7, and that first gun round is going to dictate who grabs the lead for this second half.
Yeah, you can hear Lake getting excited though as well, because that was a 3v5 conversion from M80 down to just 3 players and still able to win the pistol round so quickly, flipping it back in their favor. For Tyloo, not close to a bomb plant, so no good force buy here in the second round, which will allow M80 to tie the game up.
And obviously, in the best of 1, you don't want to lose both pistols. So for M80, just grabbing one of them is a very, very nice thing to have. Because of the lack of bomb plant and the knowledge that this is going to be against likely pistols, or if anything, armor and, you know, upgraded into Tech 9s and Deagles, defense is playing pretty passive. You have some players close to choke points, just peeking for deep information. Swisher is jiggling towards Pop. Lake is jiggling towards T-mid. They just want to hold on to the timing of when Tyloo's actually moving into these parts of the map. And Tyloo's using this as a free timeout, allowing M80 to spend as much utility as possible, burn all the smokes and Molotovs. They'll come in and get wiped out when they feel good and ready, you know?
Yeah, once they've had an ample amount of time and trained enough resources, bum rush to your death. Take a quick look on over on the A stream. I got Passion UA taking on 3D Max over there.
How the Passion boys doing?
It's also Train. They're playing Train. It's 8-2 for 3D Max in the lead.
Okay, so not good.
That's 8-2. 9-2 on the T side of Train as well. 3D Max winning on the T side. Jason, not looking too pretty right now.
No, that's
a Passion UA.
That's a bummer for the Passion boys, but on the other hand, I'm happy to see 3D Max coming in today and handling business. They're one of the teams I want to see have a cool, strong performance at the major. I don't want to be talking about 3D Max over like, oh, they choked or they came in flat or didn't perform. I want to just kind of be able to see what they do and just kind of say this is the level they're at. So that's at least nice for 3D Max. Lake gonna get close up towards Team Main. Hex chucking out utility inside. Mercury and Jam Young on the Tyloo are going to take control of box halls. G Mazea gonna join up with them. It almost looks like Tyloo's just already kind of descended into a hit towards this B bomb site right out of the gate. Swing to make sure that nobody's kind of inching up Pop Dog or close for any kind of a fast flank. Problem for M80 right now is that third defender of supportive element that would rotate over to help Hex and Slacks. Very far off, it's Swisher, and he's over at E-box. Oh, that's early. Early on that Molotov. Little bit of a panic.
We got HexT now peeking out into the side. It's going to be Mazea to drop HexT. Jam Young to follow up. Great kill coming in from Jam Young. A 4v3 for Tyloo, make it 4v2, and sharp shooting. Here comes the flank. It's the last-ditch effort from Lake. He hasn't arrived in time to deny the bomb plant, and now he's been spotted so they can turn and deal with him. And Sin's just nowhere near the action here. So Tyloo reclaim the lead of the game. A simplistic hit on that B bomb site. They only lose 1 player, and Tyloo are going to feel good about that.
Yeah, I mean, the M80 had the right read in pretty decent positions in a pretty decent setup. I just think the timing of when the players chose to peek, Hex kind of gets caught with a jiggle. I think he was frustrated maybe because he didn't get the timing on the first player coming out, so tries to make up for it by a peek, but his position had been given away. Means his teammate inside of the bomb site couldn't get much done. MP9 protecting the upper run out isn't going to be super effective. So yeah, just the pieces in the right place, but not very effective whatsoever. And Tyloo with simplicity. Yet again, as soon as M80 tie it up, they just keep taking that next step to maintain a 1-round lead. 1-1 game here in stage 2. Nobody is eliminated or qualifies to the next stage. These will be the last best of ones of stage 2 of the Budapest Major as well.
A good thing for XKacpersky that they played Aurora in the opening best of one. Obviously, it's a tough opponent, but it means you can't get them in the 2-1 game, you know?
Yeah, that was something that players have started being pretty vocal about over the last few majors is, yeah, like it always sucks like when you get put in a position where you're facing off a team that you're likely to go 0-1 against, but the benefit is you get to the end of it and you can't play the best teams in the series play to qualify or being eliminated. So yeah, there's that kind of silver lining that you have to latch onto in a loss. Then obviously that only helps if you eventually get to those, 2-1, 2-2 series play.
Yet to be seen who is going to be going 2-1 out of this game. Tyloo in the lead again of the game. XKacpersky still with a decent buy, but nothing special. They've got an MP9 for Sin. HexT having to go do it for Mars. They're going to go for a flash play out of Ivy, sending Sin on the peak forward with this MP9.
Yeah, and at least they get some information off of it. Nobody's even home, even deep back towards T-spawn to spot that utility from Sin. So already XKacpersky have a leg up in the intel department. Now they have to get a leg up in terms of the rotation to defend this B bomb site because it's HexT on his own at the moment. Nobody has shifted, and in fact, they're even further entrenching themselves. Just now, Slacks Sin, considering the fact that the B bomb site is likely under pressure, but again, a lot of MP9s and FAMAS to defend against this.
It's going over the top. Here goes Attacker. Jamyoung. Only one kill here for the T side as they try and sprint into the bomb site. Some space being taken here by Mosea, but remember how low he is.
No one's watching for this.
Yeah, no one is checking towards him. In fact, he's got all the way in behind, but he can't go into that fire. He can't tank any damage, and he's just waiting for his opponents to walk into his crosshair, and unfortunately just never gets that opportunity. All of his teammates go down inside of the site, and they realize, okay, well, let's have a quick look to see if Mosea is around.
I think he's just spoiled for choice. Like, he heard HexT fire from behind the first train, and then he heard the M4 from, right above him at Conan on that train, and then obviously late coming around through CT spawn just catches him by surprise, but he didn't know which one to attack, especially, as you mentioned, with a low HP. Great timing on the rotation. This time the defense much more poised, much more prepared and comfortable in the fight selection that they take. A lovely round altogether from XKacpersky, and once again, they've tied things up, but can they finally convert it into a lead? Would be a great round to deliver it. Tyloo's out of money after this. You'd take a 9-8 lead and you'd knock the economy off kilter for Tyloo's attacking side.
And Tyloo staying slow for the time being. 1 minute left on the clock. They haven't made a move. Waiting with utility pins pulled. And to send them into the sky. There's the smoke going out for G. He's got flashes ready to go as well to try and pop his teammates out into the A bomb site if that's where they want to go. That sandwich smoke deployed. 45 seconds, not a whole lot of time here for Tyloo, but they're getting in position ready for the A play. You got Jamyoung waiting at Pop Dog. Attacker now getting set up to go out of T-main. That smoke and sandwich broken at the right time here for XKacpersky. Great work from Swisher. Swipes away Attacker, and Jamyoung gets stuck on the ladder with nades in his hand. And Mosea Mercury, the M&M combo, making their way in towards the A bomb site. There's 20 seconds on the clock, and the bomb has just gone down. G in a tough spot now with his AWP.
He's going to save. He's going to save. There's no way you can do this. You have to back off. There's no other money that available. This is going to be the best weapon you have, and anything that can deal damage into the next round. What a great hold from XKacpersky. Stop them cold. Decent trading from Tyloo coming out, but the double kill from Swisher is a big, big difference. And XKacpersky dropping F-bombs as they're putting rounds on the board. It's 9-8, and that win lets them grab control of this map. Finally, after this entire battle, coming back into things and keeping things close, trading blows, they have control in terms of the scoreboard, they have control in terms of the economy, in terms of the weaponry in this next round, and they can start building upon that lead.
All right, well, that is a huge round to win at this stage of the game for M80 because it's gotten rid of the money as well for Tyloo. They're down to Tech 9s and a Deagle. At least they've still got that saved AWP from G, but it's got to be the key to unlock these rounds. And he's going straight up against Slacks early on.
Yeah, you imagine a double peek, right? The Deagle's going to go first. Is Slacks going to take the shot, or is he going to wait for the follow-up? Okay, now he's got to give it up. The Deagle actually grabbed the angle anyways. So the op won't re-peek back into that. G has the line if they want to progress down Ivy.
Well, it feels like they don't really have any other options available to them for the time being, but that smoke has come down. I'll slow things down for Tyloo, whether they like it or not.
Mercury's got smoke flash. I wonder what his plan is of what to smoke off. Camera, perhaps?
Flash into Ivy. Oh my! Well, that's
Holy
one way
shit.
to get a couple of kills for Tyloo, isn't it? G and
Oh my
Mosaic.
God.
AWP, Deagle shot, M80 cut open, and here they come. Tyloo flooding through.
Oh, Hex, yeah, he knows he needs at least a double.
Good shot from Hex. Attacker gone. G is the next. Can Hex get him as well? They won't line up. Mosai's up, finding success this time around. There's the Tech 9 of Jam Young, keeping it heavy here for Sin, and he just can't fight on multiple fronts. Tyloo have arrived on the B bomb site, and this was the moment. This was it for M80.
And
they should have been up 10-8.
And it doesn't even feel like they did anything super wrong, right? Like the flash peek in towards Ivy after the smoke clears, just Tyloo patiently waiting behind it. The whole idea was Ivy, so everyone was still there. And what a great shot with the Deagle to take down the AWP. G's AWP takes down the rifle peeking. That is the worst possible sequence of events for M80 as soon as they grab the lead. It's tied right back up on a round where all that they bring into it is an AWP and pistols. And 2 kills in sequence is way too devastating to recover. And your heart sinks after this round. Look at the money for M80 now. It's them who are in financial issues. Free upgrades across the board for Tyloo.
Yeah, this could be the moment. This spells the end for M80. Those kind of rounds can really knock you off the horse. We'll see if M80 can get back on. I mean, this is a reminder that they used up so many timeouts. You brought this up in the first half, Jason. M80 were burning timeouts, just trying to get T rounds on the board.
Yeah.
If it gets tough here in the second half, that's one of those rounds that really frustrates you. Leaving the AWP back in spawn here. They had 2 AWPs, one of them carried over.
Yeah, what a luxury. Look at the buy on the other side. They'd love to have just a spare AWP they could chuck away. Oh, double nade. Lake down to 18 HP on this piece of aggression he's trying to bring out. They want to crunch in towards box halls, but with Lake being this low in health, he's got to be the second portion of the attack. And what a great job. He baits it perfectly. M80 executes it perfectly. And they now have a 2-man advantage.
All right, we're getting a little crazy here on the server. Train is delivering in the dying moments. We have got M80 bouncing back with weaker weapons, putting Tyloo into a 3 versus 5. Now, this round is still doable for Tyloo. They've got the bomb in their possession. They've got plenty of time left, and they've got better weapons on the 3 remaining players. So let's see what Tyloo can do in this scenario. Smoke down for camera. Attacker, G, Mercury, together heading towards the brown holes.
Well, that's their final play. And they're going to want to keep it quiet as long as possible. So I imagine just a drop down. Yeah, now footsteps, but no utility. They're in the bomb site. Hex has no idea. Caught off guard, but recovers in time. Mercury the next swing, and Hex has that as well. Finally taken out by G in a 1 versus 3.
Oh, he's got the AK out now instead of the AWP. 30 seconds on the clock. Sees the legs. Oh, doesn't seize the chance of the headshot, though. Grenade landing towards him. G dodging. He's got the health to sustain the damage, but just couldn't get the fight he was looking for. And that is a massive round to bounce back with for M80.
So much credit to Lake. The small details. Double naded down to 18 HP. Tucks into the cubby down in pop. Avoids detection. Avoids getting shot down and killed easily. Lets his teammates pushing low ramp be the contact play. And man, does he help them clean up. A lovely round with an aggressive piece of attack towards box halls. And that's M80 making a very bold decision when their backs are against the wall, because losing that one with the force buy would have put them in such a difficult place to actually win this map. Now they've got a great chance at it.
Well, coach choking, having his say now. Not happy with what he's watching Here's a player standing for them earlier this year in that event we were talking about that they won out in Serbia. He had to play the majority of the tournament. As this man on your screen, G, couldn't attend until the playoffs.
Former pro player himself, though. He slid right in, didn't he?
He was fragging out as well. Had a couple of great performances.
All right, well, 10-9, round 20. Tyloo shoves their chips all in. AWP on G, AK-47 on Jam Young, pistols, and a MAC-10 outside of that. So all the money shoved into this round, and Tyloo's still keeping it. I can't tell if they just want to keep it simple or if they just have a pretty limited playbook on this map, but it's been a lot of just grouped up hits towards this B bomb site, and I think M80's starting to get a sense of that.
Yeah, and you see Hex just dropping the nade. Oh, it's beefy as well. 3 players taking damage from it. And he just blocks out ramp with the smoke. They're not seeing any presence towards A, which makes Lake feel like he can come back to this B bomb site. He's not coming alone, though. He's bringing his teammate Sin over to have a little look. And here they come, diving out. Tyloo flooding the B bomb site. Quick clearance. That's Hex going down to a MAC-10 of all weapons at that range. Sin trying to make up for it, but M80, they conceded the B bomb site, and it comes down to a retake here.
This is going to be sketchy. That's a massive kill. That's the AWP hitting the deck. Swisher's still got to play it patient, though he knows that AWP can be recovered. Lake is going to come in very, very late after this smoke clears. So M80 is going to allow as much time as possible for utility to fade and get the rest of the team involved in the retake.
Lake waiting. Smoke fades. There's a kill. Swisher also picking up one. And now it is Attacker and Jam Young. Left with just Attacker. His Deagle hides behind the oil train. Look at the light things up ablaze. He's got himself a second, but not much more as Lake floods in, and it's going to be a defuse being stuck. The time was ticking. It was getting real close, but M80 able to close it out and head to 11-9.
Thankfully, Lake had one of the kits because recovering the other kit at the bottom of the ramp, and then, I mean, that could have been a real disaster if he wasn't the one with it. Nice retake, but a very tough scenario. M80 don't want to deal with those kinds of situations very much towards the end of this game. 11-9, just 2 rounds away, and it's M80 who now call their final timeout. So both teams burn all the timeouts necessary in regulation to get to this point. And it all starts with that kill. I mean, imagine if G is alive at the upper ramp with that AWP, or at the upper position. Like, how do you actually retake that bomb site in that kind of a scenario with an AWP just taking pop shots at you? The plant helps. 3 kills helps. It makes Tyloo feel like this is possible to once again force buy. 3 Galils and AK-47.
This is it for Tyloo. They lose this round, and M80 are very likely to get their revenge from the Austin Major, where they lost 13-9 against Tyloo on train. We've got Mercury heading outside just behind that sandwich smoke. Look at this Jam Young play, though. Straight down into B. All that pressure outside was a ruse to keep M80 occupied, and so successful in dropping Hex, this Jam Young.
You have to save this round. You can't go for this. You can't lose everything. And Mercury's just disappeared. What a cheeky way to get 1 round. Tyloo just taking advantage of the fact that M80 playing solo Hex quite frequently at this B bomb site. They noticed it in the previous round with the Tech 9s that Hex was playing passively as the solo defender. Now they just attack right into him. And while everyone from M80 is occupied trying to stop an outer rush, they're fighting ghosts. Easy waltz into the B bomb site for a 10th round. Well, that was quick.
That was a very quick round.
Yeah, that was a very fast round.
Well, really important round to win there for Tyloo as well. And great that they won it so convincingly, because it allows that money to get some legs underneath it, getting into the final few rounds of regulation here on train. This game is still all to play for.
Good shot from Jam Young. Nice opening. Yeah, frustration. It's happened a couple times to Hex in that same position throughout this half.
Round 22 begins. We got Galils, an AK-47, and M4 for Tyloo. Still a couple of weaknesses here. Let's see if Tyloo can tie this game up. That B bomb site has been pretty frustrating for Hex. They've now got Sin over there. Hex could be playing more of a rotated role over towards Connector instead in this round. Slacks is playing over towards B.
Yeah,
He's got himself a pick on Jam Young.
Change up in the defense, right? If you think you're going to keep coming in and attacking Hex and having him be solo and attacking into an M4, we're going to catch you off guard with an AWP. Nice tricky way to find an opening pick from the op. And Slacks is going to stick around at the B bomb site as well, not willing to give Tyloo that similar weakness once again. Lake and Swish outside, both focused towards Pop Dog. Lake kind of juggling in between and Sandwich.
Under a minute on the clock.
That's a sound cue given up though. Swisher just dropped off the boost.
Well, he's backed up all the way to the red train, which is where he found some impact earlier in this half. Lake, look at this wall maneuver. He just goes down. Attacker taking Lake out, so the aggressive move does not pay off into the smoke. 44 seconds left. M80 have lost the advantage, and Tyler are coming at them on this A bomb site for the finish.
Man, too much out of Lake. That gives such an opening over. You need to clean up this low HP kill, but Swisher doesn't want that fight. He is red. There's going to be a flank coming in, but if Slacks and Swisher can't create something, there it is. Now all of a sudden you can go for the flank, and you will.
Oh my God, brilliant time to get a wallbang going your way here from Slacks. That opens things up entirely. Tyloo fall to just 2 players, and Hex flank is successful. We've got Attacker and Mosaic trying to stay pinned in this post plant. You still got a lot of ground you need to make up if you're M80, and they're both coming up through camera now. There's the info on the position of Mosaic, but he's still going for the second. He's got his teammate around, still at T-Con. Attacker may be low, but he's still a threat in that time. It is ticking as Tyloo have to get to the defuse. They've got to stop it, and Attacker isn't peeking. M80 hold on, and they pull off the retake to go to map point.
Oh man, Attacker had to commit to that swing. He didn't have the HP to kind of jiggle back and forth. This is an incredibly tough map so far for M80. 12-10, but 2 of the last 3 rounds have been these really close retake attempts that felt so unlikely. Getting this kill, how fortunate.
Kill to get.
Lovely game knowledge to spam into the position of Mercury and opens up everything in a heroic stand for Swish, defending the diffuser.
That's the practice and the serve, the off time, the theory crafting, figuring out the wall bangs has come to play here in a big moment at the Major. M80 12-10 up over Tyloo. They have them on the ropes. Can they take this map and go 2-1 here in Budapest? Tyloo gonna slow down, take control of the brown holes. It Slacks once again, starting at B, just as he did in the previous round.
Yeah, and he had a very similar shot. This time he missed it. This time Swisher's gonna get Attacker coming through the smoke in towards teammate. It was Lake who gave up that kill previously. And I think now if you're a mate, you gotta know what's coming.
Another great shot from Slacks coming into his own over the last couple of rounds. And it looks like it's going to be enough here for M80. Hex and Slacks taking kills and closing. It is M80 who lost to Tyloo and Austin, but they won't let that happen in Budapest. They get revenge on Train, and they go 2-1 in stage 2.
Yeah, the difference 6 months makes. The step up in confidence, the words from Lake that, hey, we've hit the next level. This team has risen to the next level, and we can bring the fight to them. That is a nice rebuttal after losing at the previous major. So M80, hard-fought win. They got tested quite a bit, and you could see some of that composure in those retake scenarios. Unfortunately, on the other side for Tyloo, felt like they had plenty of opportunities to grab control. They played with the lead most of this game. They're going to be leaving this server and taking their setup apart and saying, we let this one go.
Because they know that this major's just got a lot more difficult. Now they're facing elimination with best of 3s. They've got to play through. They got to win a couple of them just to progress into the next stage. And with the way Tyloo have been playing, we've talked about the fact that they've only won 4 games in the last 3 months, 2 of which are best of 1s. It has not been a good time for Tyloo this season outside of that win in Belgrade. And it might just be an early exit for the Major here as well.
Yeah, it very well could be all of a sudden, and they have to know that as well. And I think that's why we saw, you know, G hyping the team up so much early on, trying to take his good performance in the first 5 rounds. I think he was like 13-4, 15-4, 14-4 at one point. Like, he's trying to take that performance and push that energy onto his teammates to make them believe this is possible. And so many cool rounds out of Tyloo. Some good fakes thrown in, some effective attacks toward the inner bomb site, but those post plants at the end, just their undoing.
Yeah, with wall bangs like that, this replay package certainly earns the title of Monster Moments, brought to you by Monster Energy. Now, you know, getting into the rest of the competition for M80, coming out of stage 1, the way they performed, it's got to feel good to now be 2-1. The only team you've lost to, Aurora.
Yeah, this is true. And I mean, especially for an M80 team that firmly believes they can actually make it through and are looking for it. And you're starting to get some good performances out of like kind of their trio, their core trio. Hex, Swisher, Slacks, Lake did well as well. I mean, everyone actually combined. This is a team that when they win games, it feels like a very much a team performance. Yeah. It's replicable results, which is cool to see. So again, a team that's going to be building up some confidence through some of these wins. And now comes the series play.
Yeah, the series play is going to be very difficult for Tyloo, but M80 I'm sure will revel in it as they get into it. There's going to be some tough opponents in that 2-on-1 field though, Jason, looking at who we've got so far in the competition.
Well, and then we got those 2-0 games coming up later today, so we got to keep our eyes on that one, and obviously some more best of ones to play. But yeah, I mean, whoever you're going to get at this point, I think you're going to be a little bit of afraid, especially when you consider all the teams in stage 1 that made it through, whether we questioned their form or questioned how high their peak could be, or whether they look terrible. Those teams have, a lot of them have just recovered. You know, like Paravision, like is looking like they can back some things up. FaZe has recovered. Like, you know.
Let's see if it's FlyQuest they were recovered a little
That's
bit later
true.
on today. You know,
Yeah.
they came through 3-0 through stage
factor.
1, and now they're getting absolutely bodied. But it's a bit unfortunate to see that happen. But for M80, a team that were in that similar conversation as FlyQuest coming through, and at least they've actually continued some of the strong performances.
Yeah, and I think this is a team that you can start having some faith in too. Looking from the outside, I think it's probably taken a while, it feels, for the guys in M80 to get some confidence for the public to latch onto. But I think we're starting to get to that point where you can start having some faith that this team can do some real significant damage. And I think next step for them is going to be establishing and showing the world that they've fleshed out their map pool and they have a deep enough map pool to contend, and that can be answered in the upcoming series play.
I mean, definitely a few mistakes here and there from M80. Anything that worried you, Jason, from a map like that?
I wasn't a huge fan of kind of the way they left Hex kind of alone at that inner bomb site. I think that sort of scared me with how they did it, considering the fact that Tyloo was hitting that inner bomb site with such frequency. I thought that would have been an easy thing to shift away from. But no like red flags that are like, ooh, this is scary. This part of this team's game sucks. Just maybe some different reads and different calls. Regardless, we've got the interview ready with M80. Donna's down there ready to go.
Slex, GG? Nice, that was a good dab, first try. Okay, guys, I mean, holy shit, 5-1 overall, so you are in insane form right now, no?
Yeah, I think we're in insane form. The 3-0 helped us give confidence, you know, we're starting hot, and yeah, we went through with it.
I mean, I'm super happy about it. The last German representation here, you and Sin. And you guys now have just one more match to qualify for the next stage. And you've showed like really impressive results. Can you maybe tell us why are most of the matches going your way? What are you guys doing?
I think the biggest thing we are doing is, of course, shooting hard. I think we played in our bootcamp, we played pugs every day. We had scrims, like we put in a lot of hours. And I also think that, you know, maybe we didn't expect it, but we play really good Counter-Strike in terms of, you know, we have always good comms. We don't have those classic M80 rounds where you lose a 5v3, 3v5 or some shit, and you like, you know, you get caught off guard and stuff. So, yeah, I think we just improved a lot.
Okay, so the last time you actually also focused on not doing the classic M80 stuff.
Yeah, we had so many tournaments where we are like, oh yeah, we are playing good, and then there's suddenly a key round where we lose a 5v3 or we lose unlosable rounds. And I think we worked hard on this not happening anymore, and so far this tournament, we're doing a really good job.
What's your goal for this major?
I mean, the sky's the limit. We're just trying as hard as we can, and we made stage 2. Maybe we make stage 3, maybe we make playoffs, you know, we're trying everything what we can.
I'm rooting for you guys. Thank you so much, Slex.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
That is embedded at top of the throne of the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year. Final epic stage. The pinnacle of Counter-Strike. It's what every player dreams of.
To overcome fear,
Doubt,
rivals,
titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends. Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. Buy your ticket now.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of the matches? Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the StarLadder Major, live from Budapest. It is time to get into our second game of the day here on the B stream. Jason, Aurora walking through the doors, getting ready for their action. I'm looking forward to catching a little bit of Aurora action. Didn't get to see them yesterday personally in our cast department, but I mean, it's always fun watching Aurora play, especially at this stage 2 of a major.
Well, I mean, they're just one of those teams that you had the big question mark, like, probably wanted to get excited about them, but what are they going to look like? We casted them in their tournament win out in Bucharest at PGL just a few weeks before this,
right.
And even in that victory, didn't look clean. In fact, we were worried about them through a lot of stages of the event, so they went and had some time off, and it seems to have done them well. They entered in and actually went off to a blistering pace, Aurora, so that's good for them. Paravision as well continues to surprise with 4 major rookies.
Yeah, now they're going to be playing as Paravision. 2 teams that are very exciting to look at for different reasons. One is a rookie team, and one is one of the most experienced, oldest teams we'll have at the event in terms of Aurora. So excited to see how this is going to go. James is always a fun in-game leader to watch. And I think everyone's been talking about how his team have been playing a little bit faster than usual as well. He's gone back, he's had to reinvent his style a little bit more in CS2, taking a step down from VP.
Yeah, a lot of people are giving him a lot of credit for that. In my mind, I would attribute that more towards having 4 younger players who haven't played top-level Counter-Strike quite yet. They're always naturally going to be wanting to play a little bit faster, a little bit more action-packed. So that's going to be a juggling game with James and on how he wants to call. Does he want to bring it slower? But he also has to keep and appease the younger players to be able to let them kind of unleash themselves. Then they seemingly have found a very cool balance, him and Dustin working together as the coach, his longtime coach back at VP as well, to come into this and kind of surprise everyone and have the run that they've had. Qualifying through stage 1 is one thing, but going 2-0 on the, or 1-1, excuse me, and being in stage 2 is a very nice position to be in, especially considering they dismantled Liquid. Like, I know they lost initially to Tai Lu, but dismantling Liquid 13-3 is a crazy result.
No, it really is. They literally destroyed them. So it's great to see James back. It's great to see a bunch of new players around them as well, and just proof that James' system with Dastan works. I haven't got to cast them yet, and I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be great fun. I'm just interested to see how they're going to fare against a team like Aurora.
Right, it's kind of funny talking about Aurora, and you sort of mentioned it, like the most inexperienced team in Paravision, obviously facing off against one of the more experienced teams. And it's like, what, like a year and a half ago, we were kind of talking about Aurora as one of the lesser experienced teams because they weren't making stages, they weren't making playoffs. But they've had this run of form where, you know, this year where they have been making playoffs. Unfortunately, it took them so long to lift that first trophy that they did back in Bucharest. But yeah, this is a team with a ton of experience. But it's interesting to see how they're going to play when that is their advantage instead of their disadvantage.
Yeah,
you know, like, can they make the experience actually shine and show inside the server?
Well, we're hoping that they can. Aurora's average age is 27. Paravision's average age is 21, just to give you a bit of context there.
Sure.
Wakadia had a great first day. Opening map was incredible, so everyone's enjoying that from Wakadia. Usually it's always the Xantares show, not necessarily the story yesterday, but you know it's always coming eventually.
Well, he's the engine. If they want to beat the top teams and they want to have a little dark horse run.
His teammate used to be called
Engine.
I like that,
yeah.
I see what you're doing.
But, you know, that is the thing. Like, you need Xantares to beat the other, you know, top 5, top 6 teams in the world. You know, but prior to that, beyond that, yeah, you're going to get a lot of impact out of Wakadia, out of Woxic, who also had a good first day as well. That's something you love seeing. And obviously now today in this kind of a match, I mean, that would be a question that we would ask is, can Paravision handle a Xantares game? Like, if he comes in today and he's the one to pop off, like, I know you're young, I know you're talented, I know you're probably playing fearless and full of confidence with the way that you've played this this major so far, but if Xantares is just blasting your brains out, like, are you actually going to be able to put a stop to him? Are you going to be able to throw up enough roadblocks in front of him that he doesn't just snowball into a map victory for Aurora?
Well, Dust 2 is a pretty likely map to have today, and you know, you look at FaZe, they played against FaZe Aurora on Dust 2, they lost 13-10. They beat M80 13-6, we just watched the highlights from that game. There is a world in which the first 3 games of play for Aurora at the Major are Dust 2. So we're going to find out right now if that's going to be the case, Jason.
Yeah, they might be happy about that, right? You don't have to show too much of the maps, so you have to not show too much of what you've worked on.
Overpass.
Overpass is going to be where we decide to end up, and obviously, well, this is actually this is kind of interesting, not only for Aurora, but the other side of things, James, his teams in the past have been very, very strong overpass teams. He's always been able to play this map. He's always really enjoyed this map. It's lent itself to that slower, kind of more economic-based style that he had in previous teams and previous lineups. And now I'm curious to see how this team is going to fare on overpass against Aurora. Now, the big one thing to big note of, there's a 100% win rate in the last 3 months for Paravision on this map. The best team that they played was Gamer Legion. Wins over Gamer Legion in overtime. That was here in stage 1.
Gamer Legion are an overpass team.
Yeah, and Sinners they beat as well, Inner Circle and Bet Boom. So it's not like the top competition. It's not any names that are going to blow you away. But
that's just because they haven't had the chance to play any of them.
Exactly, and you're still entering this map with a four-map win streak, and you're probably feeling very comfortable and very confident on it, and you're probably very happy to play it.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to this game. I actually feel like there's a good shot that Paravision can upset
Oh, are you going to call
today.
it? Don't give me the good shot. Give me the yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, going for the upset.
I'll go for Paravision in this one. It's the Major. It's the best of ones.
Okay.
Aurora, from what we got to see in Bucharest, they always make it to the playoffs. They always get exciting. But let's start this match together with our betting partner as Paravision and Aurora get into action here on Overpass. Paravision going to show us what they can do on the T side. I'm believing in James. I'm seeing what he's capable of in Overpass over the years. And let's see this P250 get to work.
Gets to start on the T side and really set the tone. Slow opening as well. T side very far back, looking for aggressive stances, aggressive pushes and peaks. Xantares on a timing over in bathrooms. He was looking towards Fountain to get any information, but he realizes if they'd cross towards long, he can be wrapped upon. So backs off to the next angle and grabs a clean kill. One headshot for Xantares. And a 5-on-4 for Aurora, but that does not dissuade Paravision from continuing to progress up towards the A-bomb site. I think he spotted one more as well, so now we're going to see Joda and Major join up with Woxic on the hustle over to the bomb site. Xantares kind of lucky to be alive after that peak.
Under a minute on the clock as well here is Paravision going to be resetting, going back through connector to try and get out towards this B-bomb site. And they're going to walk into Acadia.
My brother, that long smoke that he throws is doing a lot of work to try and make this feel like they're kind of sneaking up behind the smoke. Good spot from Major. They know what's coming now.
Well, let's see if they can handle the pressure. As Paravision going to be sending these youngsters at the Aurora defense to see if they can rip them apart. Noda up first. Clearing out towards the site. Oh, it's going to be perfect. Wakadia set up for distraction of his teammates. He only gets the one kill. Madra walks to cap the rest, though. And that's going to be Aurora winning the pistol, only losing a single player.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he only gets the one kill. He's such a distraction for them, and it takes so long for them to trade him off that everyone else from Aurora is able to get a couple easy kills during the engagement. So pissed around starts out nice and simple. Xantares gives them an advantage, and then eventually Paravision readdressing across the map. And the reason why that's a pretty cool round to think of as well is Paravision likes to play with you in the dark. They don't like you to know where they're moving around the map, which is why some of their rounds take so long. They're going to be walking everywhere. We know James has always enjoyed doing that. So the fact that Major's able to get that jump spot is actually a huge benefit.
Yeah, it's just all about gathering the info as early as possible for Aurora. And so far, it's an opening kill for Paravision in this round. Unexpected, considering what weapons they've got.
Yeah, you don't really see that firing squad work out in that fashion a whole often.
Look at Woxic, though. Based on all the information they get from that peak, he knows he's got all the space in the world to get a flank going. He's a little bit more tentative of the fact they could fall back in towards him, so eventually when he gets the information they coming up through short, it might not even be required as Jorda just mows them down into 4K, looking for the ace. Not going to put himself in harm's way. Doesn't want another rebuy. You know, losing 2 players in a round like that causes 2 rifles to be purchased, messes up the economy for 4 players, so you don't want that at all. And so Aurora keeping their money clean and looking at a pretty good start here on Overpass.
I'm not going to say the round would have gone away, but Joda looked like he was pushing to like actually aggress short when this happened. So, I mean, he gets very fortunate in the timing that they swing when he still has a chance to fall back in towards cover. I'm going to keep my eye on that and see if there's, you know, just a general theme of Aurora making some information plays and wanting to keep track of this Paravision offense. Monster smoke lands, 4 players out towards fountains for Paravision. It's just Belchanok who's playing outside the B bomb site.
Chris shot from Woxic, getting the AWP out this early in the game. Woxic could absolutely take over the surfer on the CT side with his AWP if he's having a good one. And in Paravision, once they spot that AWP, once they don't get the bathrooms control or connector control, they almost feel funneled into what is going to be a heavy B attack. So James, AW, and his teammates of Belchanok going to be waiting just outside the monster tunnel.
Doesn't seem like any big issue at the moment, but it could turn into one. That's the second time Paravision has tried to just kind of step down the stairs to front bathrooms and just lost a player for it.
Sure.
First in the pistol, now against the AWP. If that's a theme, it's a problem.
Under a minute on the clock, Wakadia playing towards barrels, forcing him to the open. Great shot from AW. Jorda blinded as well, has to run back down into the pit. He's got his teammate Madra peeking out from heaven. Now it's the turn of Jorda, but he can't do anything about it as AW continues to frag. He's going to have to fall back on away. He goes in for the plant again once that nade has been blasted. As Xantares now arriving on the rotation down to B. It's a great kill on James. Can he get a follow-up here? Yes, he can. Xantares to drop AW, and that's the difference here for Aurora.
His aim is looking a little snappy today. He was darting back and forth between 2 different angles for that peak. It's all on Noda. 1 versus 3. He's going to come in through Monster. Doesn't feel like there's a snowball's chance in hell he can do this.
He's going to give it a good go and melted by Major. So that's 3 in a row here for Aurora. Sharp start here on Overpass.
Yeah, just got to be concerned. I think next, I mean, Paravision throughout this half, they're going to need to establish success towards bathrooms. They need to be getting past that first angle. Easy shot for Woxic. He sees the shoulder first, lines up for that follow-up jiggle, and then just harassed the entire time as they try and secure this bomb site for the plant and post-plant positioning. Boost got set up a little bit late. Major didn't want to mess with it whatsoever, calls it off. Him and James, just basically a stalemate. And back to the B-bomb site we go. Woxic is at long with his AWP. Xantares in the bathrooms playing towards Divider. They expect there to be more presence towards the A-bomb site in this round, but it's not the case. Joda, Wakadia, and Major gonna have this execute on their shoulders.
Flash on the pillar ready. Jordan going to be cleared out from behind the barrels. Belchinok doing some great work. Wakadia, backing away, getting out of danger for the time being.
Everyone played counter flash. Everyone played counter utility on this defense. It gave so much room. It was such an easy route to run. And I don't know if you want to go for this one. If you don't get a kill soon and turn this into a 3-on-3, they might just call it off entirely.
We got a boost coming up here. Xantares climbs the top his teammate's head. Can he be the turret that's needed here for Aurora? But ends up getting spotted. And they realize now, Aurora, they've got to give this one up. They just don't find the way into the round. And Paravision finally finding some success that results in a round victory on that B-bomb site.
Yeah, that Barrels player needs somebody to slow down the run. If everyone's playing counter nades and counter utility, nobody's there to actually give him any kind of support to give him time to find a clean fight. Wakadia goes down at the end, an expensive death to take as he's only got 600 in the bank. So Aurora's going to have to drop a weapon over to manage their economy. And Paravision's on the board for the first time. It's the bomb site B simulator in the first 4 rounds of play.
And it sure is. Seeing a lot of action towards that side of the map. Jota this time, the Barrels player, was Wakadia over the first couple of rounds.
See, I mean, they're even in front of his flash by the time he throws it. There's just there needs to be a little bit more understanding of how fast that scale is coming from Paravision.
I think Aurora going to sort of calibrate to that from this point onwards. We got James trying to get up on top of his teammate's head here.
I expect they start playing close monster in the mid to late round.
Voxic going for a peek down into connector, unable to connect it, and he will run away. So we see Paravision start to send forces, surprise, surprise, back over towards B.
This time you've got Wakadia playing along the wall. Jota at Shadow. Oh, blinded, and they both go down. James holds the peak. B bomb site defense knocked down yet again, this time emphatically with no resistance whatsoever.
The plant coming in here for Paravision, and the round secured. It's starting to get into this T site now. It's pretty much just brute forcing their way, forcing this B bomb site to work in their favor.
And seeing some errors out of the B defenders as well. I mean, that's a pocket of time Paravision finds where Monster isn't smoked off. Aurora's just trying to hang on to one so they can throw it later and have the late round timings. So Paravision they nabbed 2 kills with just an easy, simple pop flash. Voxic going to try and save this off. Missed shot at range. Paravision gets closer, 3-2 scoreline now, and money extremely low for the Aurora side. Voxic will be able to drop one after this round ends, but that only happens if they guarantee both these players survive into the next round, which they will. Stressful situation, stressful moment in the game heading into round 6. Aurora talking over their money at the moment and how they want to manage this. Do they want to save up one? They're going to call a timeout to get some extra 30 seconds to talk things over. Voxic can drop an M4 over to Wakadia. Major and Jota can drop down to SMGs or pistols for utility. And Aurora can have a pretty decent buy if they want to continue fighting at this moment.
Cello, some impact from him. Yeah, a little bit frustrating for Wakadia. I mean, that B-bomb site's starting to get to be a bit of a problem for Aurora.
It's starting to get exposed. I think Aurora's also surprised at how many rounds Paravision has attacked that in this game. Starting to kind of train and condition Aurora to lean towards that B-bomb site. We'll look and see if James calls the switch up at any point.
Well, he's attempting this boost again. On the other side of the map, it's Voxic getting boosted from his teammate to peer down into connector from heaven. And he decides to break that up once the smoke severs off his vision.
Well, and they've got Wakadia set up over towards sandbags as well.
Santara is getting a little bit more aggressive in this kind of round, pushing up towards the top of the connector. Stazzy now plants himself in the corner, and you couldn't have asked for a better round for Zantares. They all line up, and he takes 3 kills. Makes it look so simple as well. He falls away.
And an incredible round from your star player. You put faith in the AK saved and the AWP saved and don't invest around it whatsoever. And both those weapons have netted you the results you wanted. 4 kills, 3 of them from Zontarz's AK-47.
That was so quick as well. The time to kill was rapid from Zontarez.
Man, that peak couldn't have been worse timed though as well.
You look at any other player, well, not any other player, but most other players backing into that corner, you're thinking, oh, they're not a good spot. You can't fall away. They're going to get 1, maybe 2 here. Zontarez takes 3 without really even being shot at. Like, he loses half his health, but it's just the way that he handles business. He never looks scared.
Why does James just get like 20 times better when he's saving?
This is where he was born to be. This is his domain. This is his jam.
Well, I mean, they're nice kills. I mean, don't think these are garbage kills either, because with the way this round is played out, remember, Wakati, Major, and Joda didn't invest anything. So if all 3 of those guys actually had held on to their free upgrades, would have been a huge benefit to the economy. Actually, some I mean, not painful losses for Aurora, but would have been really nice to have them with those free AK-47s. They don't have to spend any cash. You got a ton of money in the bank. James at least forced them to be honest in terms of their economy and go for the rebuys. 4-2 as Aurora nursed this lead. But, I mean, that's another round where Paravision going into round 7 in this map still haven't shown they can take over bathrooms. Every time they've gone there. Pisteron, they lost the first player to Zontarez and backed away and went B. First gun round, they lost a player to Walk6Op and then went B. Now you have a round where you come back and try and take over bathrooms, and Zontarez kills 3 of you in a row. So you haven't established any success whatsoever on that side of the map.
Zontarez moment. Just obviously capitalizes on the chance. Fortunate that they all line up for him as well. All the same angle. Maybe just a slight adjustment to that connector swing out. But those first 2 definitely a beautiful lineup, eclipsing one another, giving Zontarez the clip.
6-0 for Zontarez, 4-0 for Walksic. Neither of them have died yet in this game.
Usually a very positive sign for Aurora. Noda grabbing that bomb back. Left spawn without it. We've all been that. And another boost, but look who's waiting for him. Walksic reads that one like a book. How does that taste, James?
Yeah, that sucks.
Nasty.
That's so sad when you're up there and he's just ready for it. That's obviously good research and good looking into your opposition to know they prefer that kind of a boost. I think also, if I'm not reading too much into it, probably goes down to the fact that Aurora's been able to shut them down in bathrooms, so this time Paravision tries something different. Coming through Monster, eradicated. Coming through Short, eradicated, and Paravision have lost all steam.
Yep, no weakness now in this Aurora defense. After that timeout, they've really tightened up this ship. You've got Zontarez in the previous round, obviously winning them the round with a 3K, but as soon as they get the money back, this round is very convincing indeed. Well, 5-2 now for Aurora on the CT side of Overpass. Paravision not really getting going, and we're not seeing anything special, anything pretty looking from the calling department.
Well, yeah, I think Overpass is kind of limiting in that sense. I mean, you kind of mentioned coming into this, and I've seen a lot of the chatter, this being the first one I've seen Paravision play at the Major, of, you know, James not doing that old school slow style. Everything's a little bit more aggressive, a little bit faster with these young guns, but I think Overpass is a map that just naturally forces you to be a little bit slower to begin with. And we have seen some of those more aggressive situations, right? The pop flash in towards Monster at like the minute and 20-second mark. They get the 2 kills, and it's just hustle into the bomb site. So when the opportunity presents itself, it's there. But Overpass as a map is going to force you to open up rounds slower than usual.
Counter-terrorists win.
For Aurora, they just win their first title coming into the Major. It's got to feel pretty good because this is an Aurora that have been knocking on the door all year long, getting into playoffs over and over again, getting to the final of EWC against the Mongols. So many of these competitions must have felt like Aurora should win it, right? And finally getting the job done in Bucharest looked very touch and go for them at that event as well, maybe looking like they wouldn't even make it into the playoffs at some points.
Yeah.
But Aurora got the job done, and that's got to feel like a huge amount of pressure alleviated off your shoulders coming into the biggest event of the year.
Oh, absolutely. That had to have been a goal of theirs for a number of years, especially how long they spent as one of the top teams in the world, performing well, making the playoffs of every single event, and still not able to go deep. Finally getting that first trophy. So slowly clearing things out in the default. Zantar is playing Divider. Woxic now with the AWP backing him up. Paravision is committed to this A bomb site. This is the most progress they've had on the map, especially considering they haven't lost anyone yet. This feels like it's very fakey, and Jame is going to get punished for just chucking out about 6 pieces of utility, and all you have left now is this hit towards the A bomb site. But there's no presence to make Aurora feel like A is the end goal.
Doesn't feel like it at all, does it? Wakadia now primed and ready, even while blinded, getting one through the smoke. Gets traded out by Belchenok, but there's no getting past Jorda. Your A lurker's gone, Noda's dead, and Aurora are performing exactly the way you would have wanted to see them perform today.
Yeah, now Paravision's just getting picked apart and looking lackluster, aren't they?
Yeah, they're looking very average.
And I mean, it's again, it comes back to that point of like, you know, even in a round like this where you have presence towards the A bomb site and at bathrooms, but you don't actually attack into the bomb site. You even got that third defender shifting over. Major actually came over. I think Aurora is very cognizant of the fact that the change up in the targeted bomb site can be painful. So Majors, as an IGL, is trying to get ahead of Jame calling for that kind of a switch up. But still, it's just a fake back to B, and even with only 2 defenders, Aurora still handle you. So it's getting worse now for Paravision. And the longer they go without being able to do anything on the other side of the map, the easier it's going to be for Aurora to defend the B bomb site.
Minute 5, and Paravision already set up with the majority of forces ready to go to B again. It's there's one bomb site in this game.
It's the more passive defense, though. They've been able to exploit this one a number of times.
Good timing on the flash, just as Belchenok wanted to move forward. Further utility coming in here for Aurora. They know what's coming at them. Can Aurora hold on? Belchenok over the top, getting rid of the barrels. Player, they all line up for Belchenok. Couldn't get the 3rd kill, but AW certainly will. And Paravision into the site.
Okay, well, whenever Aurora's playing super passive back in the bomb site, where Toxic Barrel's his first point of contact, this defense has been weak. Otherwise, they've been able to hold strong. I don't know if Woxic and Zantares should actually go for this, but they want to see if they can get themselves a cheeky kill. Nope.
Oh, the wallbang's coming in, the nade over the top. Zantares just about got away from that one as well. And they're just going to save. So Woxic and Zantares backing away, keeping their flawless record, not wanting to go down here. 8-0 and 5-0 on the safe call on the A bomb site.
I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. Those are the 2 A defenders. Yeah. Zantares the one close up in bathrooms with the rifle. Woxic playing at a distance.
And every time they've tried to progress towards A, those 2 players have shut them down as well. So they probably feel like they have to go towards that B bomb site. And yeah, that passive setup from Aurora not working again.
At what point, if you're Aurora, do you just say, you know what? Throw the mind games out the window. Throw away the idea that they're going to switch back to the A bomb site. Let's let Woxic and Zantares handle that if it ever happens as our star players. The 3 of us just need to hold on to this B bomb site. Just need to figure it out consistently. And it's a hard gamble because you're seeing Aurora want to show different looks of the defense so that Paravision can't plan for the defense that they're always running. But just every time you're passive, Paravision has had success. You almost have to be aggressive now, despite the fact that you want to switch things up. Front bathroom smoke, so Woxic and Zantares back off. Belchenok, the only member of Paravision here outside the B bomb site at the moment. He's going to be joined up. by Noda. Resmoke in Monster is going to bring this down to the another few seconds. And this still just looks like superficial presence in bathrooms to eventually set up a late round play towards the B bomb site. Jame rotating back with the bomb now.
"30 seconds. Such a limited time. Once again, the B bomb site will be attacked. It's a flash ready for Major to set up his two teammates. Jonah up first, and he goes out to the peak. There's a little bit of an awkward confusion there for the T's for a second, but then Jame and Noda both come out on top. Xantar is down, takes his death. Valchinock hands it out. Noda follows up, and it's an absolute calamity here for Aurora, getting caught by flashes. A little bit awkward, and it ends up being a 4th round for Paravision on that B bomb site.
I can't believe this is just enough to do this to Aurora. And now I imagine you're going to hunt down this AWP. I mean, Aurora is just trying to find the timing to get aggressive. They cannot find out a winning defense at this bomb site. Good kill from Woxic as he maintains his deathless scoreline, 6-0. But Paravision slowly closing in from the A bomb site. And Woxic is going to have to battle to survive. Plenty of money for Aurora, so he'll have the op in the next round. I mean, Aurora's just sat there thinking, okay, there's like 25 seconds on the clock. We're going to flash peek Monster because they have to be coming in now, and it's maybe a second early.
All right, it's not the prettiest, but it's very effective from Paravision. The fact that they have opportunities now to grab an extra round or two just from one strategy, really, like one finish at least. There's been a couple of like different versions on the lead up to it, but it's been the finish towards the B bomb site.
They haven't even
been the only key.
They haven't even thrown like execute utility at the A bomb site. They haven't ever thrown a dice mauler. They haven't thrown a smoke for bank. They haven't thrown a smoke for CT stairs. They haven't even cared about that bomb site whatsoever. Nope. They're just making sure that nobody from Aurora is being aggressive to get a fast flank or wrap around them or catch them on a timing coming down the stairs.
Yeah,
that's all they care about when it comes to the A bomb site.
Well, I guess it's effective enough so far.
It's got to be frustrating if you're Woxic and Xantares as well.
It's like, guys, come on, just hold the B bomb site.
Well, Xantares was there this round, so he can't say anything anymore. Yeah, Woxic, though, he can still talk some smack.
All right, just Woxic. He's the only one with the ability to talk some smack. Look at this show from Xantares. Look at the smack
it's a faster execute, though.
Yeah, and acceleration is actually negated the issue of Xantares' aggression, and xelo, well, straight away to a kill on Wakadia and Jota. We got Xantares now arriving in that flank, but his teammates are gone, but that's the bomb, and look, AW's here, he's still here, and that fence protected Xantares for just a second longer, then Xantares still goes down. So Woxic, once again, running down from the A bomb site, frustrated that all of his teammates are gone on B. And Woxic's got a 1v3 ahead of him.
It's just different timings, and these B defenders having a really rough time being coordinated and handling it. And I think they're so frustrated now, and they've had so many different looks that have not worked that this time they just kind of get bottled up in shadow along the boards.
Dude, this is going to be a very frustrating game for Aurora. You just have to sit there so annoyed that you can't figure it out.
And this was 6-2 at one point.
Somehow, some way, James doing it again. It's got to be the most irritating in-game leader to play against.
Honestly, there's nothing really. I don't think there's anything stylistically that's going to be frustrating Aurora at the moment, right? It's not
just
like,
the way they're losing B.
Right. It's not like they're like misreading the scenarios. It's not like they're being outplayed tactically. They just can't. They can't hold on to the B bomb site.
Yeah, that's frustrating. But it's the idea that they just keep hitting B over and over again.
They haven't even really changed it up all that much. Like, majority of it has just been these hits through Monster. Jame picking off a player, swinging and jiggling at boards, and then everyone else kind of coming in, either taking down the Toxic Barrels player if they're passive, mopping them up if they're aggressive. One thing maybe you could try and do just out of desperation, since nothing else has worked, is if you get aggressive and take over short early in the round, use that as a position to fight from. One player watching the tunnel, one player kind of looking back into the bomb site and watching the door. You could maybe combine that with some aggression from Xantares to watch their back at blue door.
It's just funny, the one time Xantares decides to go really aggressive. They were just rush B.
Yeah, they just hit a timing like 10 seconds faster than he would have liked.
Well,
I mean, that's the thing, though. That's where you'd also say that indication should have been there to the B defenders. Like, if Xantares is pushing that aggressively and sees nothing at playground and always wrapping around above ladder, if all 5 players are outside B right out of the gate, then it's got to be a faster timing than usual.
well, finally, it's an Aurora opening. They brought Woxic over to address the issue at the B bomb site, and Belchanok is the first victim. Can Aurora take a lead out of the first half of Overpass, or have Paravision done enough to pull this back to a tied game? We've got Noda, Jame, and AW now coming at the B bomb site. Once again, a B finish being set up. It's Jota winning through Monster, MP9 to melt 2, and this time they're not getting through. Paravision held at the door of the B site.
Nice job from Jota. Great round. Close up behind the smoke. He makes it look easy. Makes you wonder, should have just done that earlier, maybe. Would have been nice.
Well, it would have been. There's the bomb, and there's the kill. xKacpersky going down to Jota's hand. It is Aurora who will leave this first half 7-5 up. A very frustrating half. They couldn't figure out the B bomb site up until the final round. Welcome back to Budapest here for stage 2 of the StarLadder Major. We've got Aurora. They are leading the way, barely, 7-5. It was a frustrating half of Counter-Strike, I'm sure, for the Turkish team, who just had to deal with a constant barrage of executions into that B bomb site.
It was 12 rounds to the B bomb site. It was every round of the half went to the B bomb site. There was a few like small presences, but never taking over never even taking over bathrooms. Never passing divider.
Yeah, well, we got to come back to this battle together with our betting partner as we get into the second half. It is Paravision who are behind, but now switch to the defense. Let's see if Aurora go A.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Like, I think Aurora, we're all going to say they're the better team, stronger players individually, more experience. But I mean, we've seen some T-sides from them fall flat. So a chance that Paravision can kind of take these 5 rounds that they get, despite losing the pistol on T-side overpass, and might be able to ride that into a victory. You have Jame playing as the CT op presence back at the A bomb site, shifting between the sites. Look at this stack over towards stairs. Xantares, there's contact. 2 players turn attention to the front stairs. Spotted as well, so Aurora's going to back off. So Jame will be that opper playing supportive. xelo, the rifler at the A bomb site. Belchanok is going to be defending the B monster in the gun rounds. AW is a rotating player from the B bomb site. Noda playing B short. But on the pistol round, they're going to have a pack mentality. Retake at the B bomb site playing from heaven. Majority of the forces stacked towards the A bomb site, and they seem so convinced this is where Aurora will end up. And this is an incredibly deadly stack. And with only 28 seconds, Aurora don't have any other options.
Zantares all the way up as Wakadia going forward through that smoke, and it's Noda to come out on top. Jame with a follow-up headshot, and Joda Woxic with only 2 kills going the way of Aurora here. It is not enough to even think about a bomb plan. It is a shutdown in favor of Paravision on the A site. It's our first round on the map, getting to watch that A bomb site, and it is a failure. So Paravision happily collecting this pistol, starting to shrink the gap already.
Now that's a great team call. That's a great strategic victory out of Paravision. Good one, but from Jame, just kind of working the map and seeing them peek up and just saying, you know what, I think they're going to go back to the A-bomb site. Let's head over. We'll just stack it up. We'll take the risk. And you know what? In a best of 1 with 4 major rookies, Jame is going to call every cheesy play he possibly can to make this easier for his team, and he's doing an excellent job. On advancing from stage 1, James said, it's some sort of miracle happening in front of your eyes. It's continuing in stage 2, and a victory here puts them in a position for 1 best of 3 to advance to the next stage again.
Jame doing it again. Last StarLadder Major back in 2019, he took a Vanguard to the final. Played against Astralis. Very one-sided final that at the Major, but that's when Astralis were the world-dominating squad.
Yeah, led right at the tail end of their dominating era. And then Jame would, of course, go on to win the IEM Rio Major as well.
We've got Jame waiting in behind the dice box. Not gambling with his life. He's allowing his teammates to go out and take the fights instead. And we've now got Joda all the way back in the bathrooms. Eventually going to be taken down. Paravision haven't lost a single player yet, and they won't. So a clean sheet as that money begins to build here on the CT side, and they are setting themselves up beautifully to kick off this second half and teeing themselves up for what could be a big upset.
What makes this so dangerous is I think Paravision have actually just started to believe that they're going to win this game. That they've just got the confidence from that first half. Like, yeah, you're getting beat up for a little bit. 6-2, you had a couple nice rounds towards the B bomb site, but then it felt like Aurora figured out how to defend against it. But you grab control right back and you rattle off such a huge string on your T side of Overpass. So Paravision feeling very comfortable in their spot on the map in the game so far. Four players at the B bomb site out of the gate. I think supplementing the weaker weapon of the MP9 on Belchanuk that's close up towards Monster. And it feels like Aurora just want to split the B bomb site. 2 players coming from door in towards short. 3 going to come through Monster. They'll beat that smoke.
Nice good shot from Jorda. That's going to be an easy one onto Belchanuk. We've got Noda trading out at least, but he can't get away. It's his teammate xelo stepping up and excelling inside of the site. It's Jorda and Zantares, the victims, x'd out as Major and Woxic now 2v2 start to back away with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I don't think they've seen either of these last 2 players. Not exactly sure where they are, but they know the rotation was going to be coming in. But that happens early enough in the round for them to readdress. And Overpass being such a huge map, they need all the time in the world to walk silently. Major's got a decent enough jump. 6 or 7 seconds ahead of Woxic, now over towards Divider. No utility. Major and Woxic got to do this contact, and that's a scary prospect up against James AWP.
Here's Jame up for the peak. Woxic moves into the bomb site, going to be committing to the plank grenade, landing a little bit too far. And Major, he's already waiting for this push around the corner. AW walks right into him, and it's down to Jame to try and clutch this up. It's going to be so difficult to pull this off for Jame. 2 rifles on the other side, and they double swing, and they take him out. Jame just couldn't get a shot off. Great recovery to the round there from Aurora. Good pause and relocation to find that A bomb site.
Yeah, really lovely recovery, but Jame missed that shot on the entrance into the bomb site. That was the one he absolutely needed to hit. He'll be frustrated with himself. You can see the referee leaning in as Distan has called a timeout to have a conversation with the Paravision boys. A little bit of a chit-chat as their first CT gun round is somewhat of a hiccup. A great B hold, putting a stop to the attack there, but losing in the ensuing 2-on-2 across the map.
Well, I think it's also just sit here and figure out what kind of buy they can throw together here at Paravision. Well, they might be able to get away with.
Yeah, no AWP in the field of play in this round will be very nice for Aurora, although Woxic has his AWP for the other side of things. How do they want to open it up? Do they feel like they can exploit? Now that there's not an AWP in play, you assume no AWP will be reinvested this early in the half. Do you feel like you have a little bit more freedom to challenge over towards bathrooms, or once again, are we going to get a B-site simulator? That's the first bomb plant at the A-bomb site. I didn't think about that.
Well, there you go.
That's a weird one, round
Took
15.
A while.
Yeah.
Took a while to get there, but we've seen it now. And it's Aurora to find success from it. Sending their forces out through middle, past the fountain. Look at the buy here for Paravision. So they've got 3 rifles and 2 5.7s. Great opportunity for Aurora to crack control of the game.
Keep note of James' money. Everyone has fully invested into this round except for him. 36.50 in the bank for James. He wants to make sure the next buy round that Paravision have, he'll have an AWP. Might even be able to buy a hero op in the next round if he wants to get really frisky with it. Not the most uncommon buy in James-led teams.
No, absolutely not. I mean, a lot of other in-game leaders, if they have enough like this, they would throw a rifle over to one of their riflers and give it a good go, have 4 rifles in play, but not James.
Well, because the philosophy of this round for Paravision is going to be, I mean, they're stacked at the B-bomb, so you're obviously hoping it's here. If this is just the finishing move off this utility for
He's
Aurora,
missed all the timings.
yeah, nobody budges from the B-bomb site, and then James can afford the op in the next round, and then you've got a full buy. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. So, I mean, you understand the philosophy. It's actually quite a nice philosophy. James is the information player on the weak side of the map. Doesn't invest anything in case he's to go down. But the next round is going to be a completely full investment from Paravision's defense.
I mean, that's got to feel just so, like the timings, every single time James would jump, they would just move out of his crosshair. That was crazy. Almost more difficult not to spot anybody there. But yeah, absolutely saving everything over to the next round. James will have an AWP, so not the worst case scenario here for Paravision. Aurora will increase their lead to a 9-7 scoreline. At least finding some success here. I'm sure it feels good for James to be reunited with Dastan again, someone who understands his philosophy of Counter-Strike, agrees with him.
Yeah, and Dastan as well for a while was, felt like he was doing enough good work with Virtus Pro and Outsiders when they played under that tag to be, in the discussion for one of the stronger coaches we have in the scene. But his exit, during the whole VP roster shuffle of figuring out who's going to go out and who's going to go in and how they want to retool and kind of work their organization for the future. I felt like Dastan's departure was one of the bigger surprises.
Yeah,
throughout that multi-month stretch.
It's just kind of terrible from Virtus Pro from that point onwards. So it kind of worked out for Dastan's stock, I guess. But right now, Aurora starting to head over towards the fountain. The difference in this round is, look at Paravision. They've got everything they want, maybe apart from Belchenok and a rifle. But James got the AWP out. See if he can use it up towards the bathrooms. We anticipate this is going to be an area of dominance for James, but can't really get involved. The fire keeps him back for now. Wasn't finding too much success in that first half with the AWP. James, he was looking towards bathrooms. Walks the cat his number.
Well, I'd say, yeah, not in terms of like volume, but in terms of impact, I think he found all the kills he was looking for, right? He got like 2 or 3 of those supportive kills as the jiggle peek came from the boards towards the B-bomb site from the T side. As a T side AWPer, that's kind of what you want. Woxa can do him one better though, finding a deep pick into the A-bomb site, and now it's all xelo.
Yeah, xelo going for it. Xantares is going to go down. At least the trade is quick here from Aurora, staying focused on the A play. It was B simulator in the first half. Now it's A simulator over and over and over again. Here's Aurora. Bash down the doors of the A defenders. It's Noda having to save, and no chance as he runs away. It's 10 rounds here for Aurora.
Yeah, nice job getting to double digits, and that also knocks the money away from the side of Paravision. Major gives his sound cue as he's here to hunt the last rifle that wasn't able to get involved in the defense. Aurora can risk a few weapons hunting this down if they'd like to. It would be a lovely thing to have this final rifle out of the hands of Paravision for the next round, make things easier. Low HP Majors should have this without any kind of issue. Ten to 7.
That's loud.
That is that.
They got loud for that one. James.
Yeah, that one hyped him up. It was maybe like the least intensity of the round, but it's a significant round victory. Economy is broken and shattered. And this defense wasn't able to put a stop to anything. Aurora maybe coming into this half, and Major's like, look, I'm going to teach these guys how to hit the A-bomb site. I don't know what he said in the second half, but the first part was, see how easy it is? Man ain't wrong.
Yeah.
That was easy to just march up and take the bomb site.
Let's just do that over and over again. Then Aurora. I mean, there's no money now for Paravision. So if anything, it gets easier. So we're now looking at 11-7 for Aurora.
Yeah, Wakadia knows it as well. The designated Mac 10er.
Yeah. Getting real comfy. Not as comfy as you might be, though. If you decide to buy a black light chair, Jason. It's the official gaming chair, a desk partner of the StarLadder Major. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Yeah.
I heard pray tell.
All right, let's get into the action then. Aurora, 10-7 up. Utility ready to go. We're gonna get some more B bomb site. If you missed it, well, it's back.
Yeah, if you were feeling like the B bomb site wasn't getting enough love in the first half, we have got a treat in store for you in this round. Wakadia's Mac 10 going to lead the way through Monster. Joda's going to be on his hips. Zantaras is going to take some fights from short. They've got to hit the timing of this before Zello gets too close on the flank, and they should be fine.
There's a good kill from Wakadia. Belchinok with the USP. But shouldn't really be anything other than that one kill.
Yeah, but they're held on a Monster, so the Flake can have an impact now. And remember, that's an M4.
Don't let it happen, Aurora. Do not let
That
xKacpersky
smoke's about to fade.
Execute you from behind. Here
what are we doing,
comes.
boys?
Not looking, not ready. xKacpersky, can he step up here? There's one and a second. xKacpersky has low HP in front of him, and xKacpersky taking everybody down. Exceptional on the flank from xKacpersky.
Okay, so it's not that easy, Major.
No.
Look, that's Aurora playing so scared. I don't know why, with the talent and the fraggers that they've got, why they were so afraid. You encounter, what, a pistol on the swing from Monster that you kill, a USP over a Toxic Barrels. Why are we so scared, boys? Why does nobody want to turn this corner? Lying in wait, the smoke fades. It took like 10 seconds. Nobody worked up the courage, and Zello punishes you. An impressive performance from one of the major rookies. And that's so deflating if you're Aurora.
Oh, now you just go away. Just go away. Screw that B-bomb side, Aurora. Hasn't been working out for you. And they're taking control of the connector now.
Well, James is out towards long with the AWP. Zello playing Divider, the hero of the last round. You've got AW, Noda, and Belchinok playing over towards Monster in this B-bomb site. Being challenged with the smoke break, blinded. He gets two. Noda saves his life, and Belchinok recovers in time, and the B-bomb site holds.
Yeah, once again, Aurora coming to B, but it's all about Paravision on that B-bomb site, both on the T side and the CT side now. Under a minute left. Woxic and Major with no real hope at getting anything done here.
And I'll tell you what, we can reopen the conversation. Aurora been one of the most brittle teams we've seen in terms of mentality through 2025. They've had a tough time when the pressure is on. And Paravision is now applying that pressure. And it's exponentially increasing with every round they win. Zantar's looking frustrated. Another round shoved to the side.
Woxic steps up to the top of the stairs. Bomb in his back, gets spotted early. You start rotating as well. He's going to hunt down xKacpersky, still can't get the kill. And we are now looking at 10-9. And you're right, mental collapse has certainly been something we've talked about surrounding Aurora all year long. And this could be the moment. That previous round with the xKacpersky flank against pistols.
Oh, it's not looking good.
Oh, it's starting to collapse for Aurora.
It's not looking good, boys. That's not ideal. Money's gone as well in this round, so just absolutely brutal. Not much going for him out of those back-to-back round losses. Paravision come right back into this when it felt like they're the ones who had been broken. When Major's shouting out, look how easy it is as they just waltz into the A bomb site, it feels like Aurora have all the confidence in the world, but that's just been shattered in the past two. So Major trying to come up with a solution. Third and final timeout burned. A one-round lead for Aurora, but they have to fight this round with pistols, so Paravision looking to tie things up, and then it's anyone's game. Money growing on the side of Paravision as well. James has 6,700 in the bank. So Aurora have to invest at least a little bit. Armor and Tech 9s with a little utility to try and get some economic damage. But it's back to the B bomb site where they were just stuffed in back-to-back rounds.
flashes ready to go to send this pack of MAC-10s racing in through short. Good clearance from Wakati. Can he get a follow-up? 3 kills are right back from Paravision. You blink your eyes, and all of a sudden, Paravision have won the round. It's a tight game again here on Overpass as Paravision reopened the conversation about taking a win versus Aurora and putting themselves 1 BO3 away from qualification into stage 3.
James just has all the understandings of their timings. I mean, he shifted over at the perfect moment to be up in heaven for that set piece, for that execute. And with a low buy round, just not enough utility to go everywhere. Aurora's got to be sitting here scratching their heads being like, how could they take over the B bomb site so effortlessly and we're struggling to get more than a kill? Unlike Paravision, Aurora might have to win this map towards the A bomb site if they can work up the courage to head back in that direction. Zello's playing here. James still at long with the AWP. And slowly Major is taking control of Connector. Moving up the stairs behind the Molotov.
Yeah, Aurora obviously can still get themselves back into this. A round win here is essential. That is it for Aurora. Jota holding for some pressure, some peaks that Paravision might throw at them, but what he receives instead is a smoke. Haven't seen Zantares really take over for a moment. He's had that one round on the CT side where he gets a 3K. Other than that, hasn't been anything all that exciting from Zantares. Be a great time for him to show up for Aurora. Always their shining light. The talisman player for the Turkish squad. 40 seconds. Aurora gather at B. They haven't found a huge amount of success finishing on this B bomb site. Paravision have always been one step ahead. Here they come again in a crucial round. Round 21. Noda with the first kill. Woxic to trade it. Limited time as Aurora start to send their waves attacking in. And it is Aurora who wash over the Paravision defenses, finally breaking through into this B site. But that bomb plan is denied by James. Once again, he is the thorn in their side as Aurora could possibly lose this round. They get rid of James with a smoke clearance and put it all on xKacpersky, the X factor today, but not this time, not in this round, and Aurora win an important round victory.
Well, that's one of the few times Jay makes the aggressive decision rather than the passive one to sit back in graffiti, try and step around the edge of the smoke, and it's just broken open. He brought that round right back. Yeah, you crack into the bomb site, but then the final bosses show up from the other side, James and Zello. And you think they're going to close it out after the bomb plant gets denied. But a lovely job from Wakadia playing behind the site. Nade into the smoke, takes down James. Zello, no options but to swing. 1 round lead again for Aurora, 11-10.
Money is still good here for Paravision. You've got the AWP out for James. Everybody has their rifles. James even has money left over for the next round. Same can't be said about all of his teammates. There's the best chance for Paravision to stay competitive.
Yeah, and I mean, with the James-led team, you just know if it gets down to a point in the round where 3-on-3, 3-on-2, 4-on-2, that Paravision might make the economic decision to keep a couple guns alive. And Aurora go back to the A bomb site yet again. No presence outside B. Defensive smoke just placed up in Monster. And yet again, Paravision have the right read. Deep Molotov, I think, is an early signal that Aurora at least want to apply some pressure here. So with 3rd player shifted, a 4th player playing passive at the B bomb site, he'll have a fast rotation.
3 players ready to go just in front of that dice box. Like 2. It's AW. His teammates are gone, but he doesn't need them. AW with the 3K. Here's Zantares now trying to make the difference for Aurora, but it's Jota instead who has found the important kills. Comes down to a 2v2. Either Aurora move forward to map point or Paravision tie things up.
You got time to get in new positions if you're Aurora as well, but you got to do it now.
It's these 2 major rookies up against Zantares and Jota coming back in through bank. Here comes the retake. Here comes the utility. Smokes down. Defuse started. Paravision holding it. Holding on that defuse all the way. And they will win the round. It's all tied again between Paravision and Aurora. And Overpass will go down to the final wire.
Gotta give AW his flowers in this round. A brilliant triple kill. One of them an easy cleanup on low HP. But he knows that he's not getting out of that situation. It's about standing and fighting and taking as many as you possibly can before you fall. Just lovely work. The point man on that defense. And an early smoke that Xantares and Joda didn't expect that retake to be so quick.
Yes.
And no timeouts to pause the action. It's right back into things for Aurora, 11-11.
This is absolutely the most difficult opponent ParaVision have played so far in their run here in Budapest. The teams they've taken down, the Huns, Gaming Legion, Legacy, Liquid, but Aurora definitely stand at the top of that pile. They could get the win here on Overpass. James starts things off with a kill on Major. It is the first step towards map point and is picked up by their leader.
Yeah, and just the lack of money has got to be heartbreaking for Aurora. Sitting back with a Mac 10 on Xantares, couple Tech 9. Some players can't even afford armor into the next round. And yet again, ParaVision know exactly what's coming after that pick from James. 4 players at the B bomb site and 1 up in heaven. As soon as Noda gets this signal, they're lined up. Good trade from Woxic, but you're not getting past the rest of the rifles.
Yeah, you can see how intensely he was calling out the numbers there at short as well once he went down after that initial kill. ParaVision locked in, ready to take this upset win versus Aurora. Aurora used to complicated group stages as of late, right? They're used to taking losses they shouldn't and getting pushed to the brink.
But there is a mental factor of having to struggle so much against this team of 4 major rookies.
Absolutely.
Brand new to this level, this kind of competition outside of James.
You can forgive yourself for losing to FaZe, but to lose to ParaVision,
it just seems silly, doesn't it, to say it out loud? No matter how impressive they've been in the way they've played.
Well, Aurora have one chance to bring it into overtime. Otherwise, ParaVision, led by James, have taken another upset victory in the competition.
And they're missing some utility in this round, so there's not really the potential for like a multi-layered round. They've got to be really economic and place these flashbangs perfectly, especially if you want to head to the A bomb site against James Op. Thankfully for Aurora, James backed off all the way to the bomb site because they probably want to save a few flashes on these angles and bathrooms so that they don't have to be worried, so they can have them for the execute for the set piece. There's 1, there's 2. They're not going to slow down.
And it's James again with another opening kill. Back-to-back rounds, James delivering. Consistently throughout his career, he has overperformed at majors. He gets dropped out of his team. He has to go back and rebuild with a bunch of new rookies. He's brought them here. And now we have to pull off a retake to try and close out in regulation versus Aurora. Easier said than done because Xantares is still around, but not for long. xelo proves he's the better X in the server, and Wakadia fragging forward. Still 3 players stand for Aurora in this post plant, but once again it's a flank. This time Belchinok at race, they line up, and Belchinok knocks over all 3. It will be ParaVision to collect yet another upset victory here in Budapest. The StarLadder Major is delivering for James yet again, and it's a win over Aurora added to their tally.
Yeah, his self-professed miracle run continues. An incredible game. 12 rounds straight on the T side, attacking into the B bomb site, winning 5 of those rounds. And then on the CT side, just pulling enough together. That defense held so strong. Great performances, incredible rounds from xelo, from Belchinok to give them the hope, the belief that actually ParaVision could do it. And outlasting Aurora down the stretch in a full 24-round map.
Oh, it's going to be so frustrating for Aurora sitting back, unplugging the mics, unplugging the keyboards, looking at the round at your teammates, wondering, how have we done this? How have we just lost to ParaVision in this competition?
I'll tell you what, though, it's one of the coolest feelings as a young player coming to events like this and having these kind of upset wins and having the success continue. You feel so awesome as a player who came into this not knowing what to expect, not knowing how you would perform, not knowing if your teammates would be too nervous to deliver. Now that you are, God, you're flying high, and the confidence they get to bring into every match from here on out is going to be so incredible.
Oh, they should just be leveling up as this tournament goes on. I mean, this is, you have to remember how this started as well, this map in particular. It was Aurora getting out to a hot start. Xantares and Woxic weren't dying every fight they took, they were winning. They just weren't allowed to go towards the A bomb site, so they didn't. Every round they went towards B.
It's a couple things. It's not being able to find enough adaptations at the B bomb site to stop all the hits that came in from ParaVision, right? T side was okay, but you couldn't establish enough success at the A bomb site. You still got harassed, you still got stopped, you still weren't as effective as you would have liked. The round that really sticks out to me is that xelo flank at the B bomb site.
Yeah,
Aurora played scared in that round. They played scared, and I think that fear really solidified solidified itself when that flank, when he gets that quad kill to close out the round. That's where Aurora, I think, just kind of breaks.
I think that is the round that breaks them. They looked like they were on the comeback, Jason, in that second half. They were starting to figure it out. That round was free. They had one rifle up against them. The rest were on pistols. They go into a B bomb site. The rifle's not even near them. There's not on that site. They just pause. They let him come around the back.
When they look at that round back, they're going to be like, what are we doing? They're like, why is no one fighting? Why is everyone afraid in this kind of a situation? I don't know what they were waiting for, but there's going to be a few head scratchers in there, and obviously, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. It's like the constant B hits on the CT side. It's like you feel like they should be able to control them, but man, I mean, I don't know. That's gonna. I would love to talk to Aurora actually about that. Is like, how do you actually assess this if they come at you 12 times? Is 5 an acceptable number to lose?
Well, we might catch him a little bit later on, but a man who called it is James. We've got him down on the sidelines with Donna to talk about this win.
James, congratulations for your win. That was a really close match, and it could have gone both ways, honestly, but let's maybe start with the first half of the game. I feel like watching the match, whenever you guys went A, it didn't go your way, but then you figured out that their B hold wasn't so good, and that went really in your favor. So was this just like your game plan at this point to abuse B?
My game plan is simple. We can't do so much tactics. We have no experience. We just need to do what works. Maybe we can do only B executes. I think it's real true. Yeah. We can go A. It's hard for us. It's simple.
Okay, that's very good. Thanks for breaking it down. Then second half, it started to get a bit closer, and then there was an incredible 4K from Xelo. Do you feel like this is what fired up the team so you could finally like close it out?
I don't know. I'm just happy for Xelo, and he showed his best, and I enjoy his game.
Yeah. Do you think we will see more of him like this, some performance like that in the future games?
I think yes. They have zero experience. They need to read game. They need to prepare to the opponent. But it's second land for them. Second.
I mean, they're doing great. I feel like they're learning by every game. Do you feel like that your composed attitude and your calmness is helping them to like have less pressure on themselves?
Of course, I think. It's easy when we got Adren in our team. It's less pressure. He show us like how he playing, and this is all simple. Nothing special. Like face it.
Okay, James, thank you so much and congrats.
Thank you, guys.
Simple stuff. It's like face it. It's what he said.
Referencing some past lineups when they were the young players, and he was the young inexperienced player, and Adren joins the team, and he felt that experience really helped him kind of get over the fear and like maybe the little bit of a jitters, and now he's trying to be that guy to these new players, and he's doing an excellent job.
He's doing a great job.
It's their second LAN.
Second LAN. It kind of reminds me of the story at the Shanghai Major where we had Passion UA show up, and their first LAN was the RMRs. The second LAN was the Major, and they overperformed. So, yeah, very similar story transpiring here with Paravision. They get their win versus Aurora. Another upset for Paravision. Looking forward to seeing what more damage they can do and if they can qualify into stage 3 of the competition. Well, up next we have FlyQuest versus Strauss, a battle for elimination here in Budapest. We'll see who's heading home and who is staying alive in the competition after this.
Hello and welcome to Secret Handshakes. The challenge I'm about to set is you've got to come up with a handshake. The more steps, the better. The winners currently, or the leaders currently, is 11 steps. You don't have to do 11, but you would be a loser. So it's up to you.
All right. The classic, boom.
No, that's not classic.
This.
Yes.
No, but this is the cringe one, you know?
Yeah, but I don't know. Run. That's many steps.
All right, I'm thinking like
this, yeah.
This. Twice. Okay. We lock up on the third, and then we,
okay.
That's not checking out. No, that's awkward. Wait, what are we doing?
We do this.
That's only 3, bro. 4, 5. not doing the finger, bro. What is this? I don't know, man. Yeah, lock. and then we lock, and then
okay.
You know how to snap?
No, 3.
5.
Okay. Down low. Wait, but this though? Yeah, just this the same side, so sure. Up high. Okay, high. Down low. Low. To the city. To the titty.
Okay. Gel. Üçüncü değil ama.
That's it?
Yes.
Wow.
Maybe you make a little thing guns.
No, we're not doing that. That's bad. Just like this. This is even worse, but yeah. 10.
That's it. Amazing.
Allez, c'est parti. Et là. We won.
Oh, you definitely won. Style points, stats. We have a new winner.
Welcome back to Budapest. We're getting into some sad times. One of these teams are heading home. We've got FlyQuest getting out of the car, getting ready for their game. And their opponents today will be Astralis. It's Australia versus Astralis. Sometimes people get them confused, Jason, but no confusion today. One of them's heading home. FlyQuest went 3-0 through Stage 1. One of the Stage 1 teams coming into Stage 2. Astralis started here in Stage 2. I used the word started lightly, Jason, because this team haven't got started yet.
No, they've lost both their games. Obviously, both their best of ones to NIP, to M80 in a very disappointing fashion as well. I know Hooksy was extremely frustrated. I saw after that NIP game very, very angry, and certainly so after M80 when they realized they put themselves in a hole. But for FlyQuest, I think it's been a little bit of a bummer too when you consider eye test-wise, they look better. They look like they've been on the rise since Azar joined the team about a month ago as the coach behind them. They look good at PGL Bucharest, look good in Stage 1 against the Brazilian teams that they mopped up and went through 3-0. But now here just hit a snag. And the question becomes, platforms is it like have I misplaced my expectations of FlyQuest, or was that one really bad day of Counter-Strike that came out at the worst possible time?
Well, we're going to find out, and I think it doesn't help when, like you mentioned, they only beat Brazilian teams through stage 1, and as soon as they go up against some European competition, they played against Na'Vi. We casted that game. That was horrible. They got absolutely destroyed, 13-2. They went on to play 3D Max, one of the better performing teams of this year as well.
Look, let's start here with FlyQuest, because really at the end of the day, yesterday in that Na'Vi game, the first half was 0-12 in the favor of Na'Vi. When they went into the next game against 3D Max, the first half was 1-11.
Yeah.
So let's just say, forget about playing a great map of Counter-Strike at the moment. Let's just say, play a good half of Counter-Strike. Like,
Give
start
you something to work with.
Yeah, you need to have something to work with. You need to have some kind of breathing room for that second half, and it's something they haven't been able to give themselves in this stage 2 against these teams.
Now, FlyQuest going through 3-0 through the first stage gave them quite a bit of confidence. I think in those sort of pre-interview segments where we heard Inns talking about the performance against Na'Vi, what they would expect to do against Na'Vi, he was very much in the mindset of it's going to be more difficult than they think, and it wasn't. It definitely wasn't. I think all of that confidence you build up from stage 1 can very quickly disappear when you get beat 13-2, 13-7. It's back on the floor again for FlyQuest, and once again they have to rebuild that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on kind of which way they decided to kind of assimilate those rough losses they took yesterday as individuals. Are you going to rise to the occasion, or is that just going to kind of knock you off kilter? So now it's all about focusing on this next one. The team's warming up at the moment. Astralis on the other side of things, I don't know. They've looked a little bit flat as well. I think they feel like they're missing some firepower. So this is a team that FlyQuest comes into this series and should be saying, after the 3-0 that they had, after the last month that they've had, probably feeling good coming into this major. This is an Astralis team that is there for the taking, that is there to knock out.
Absolutely. Astralis looking very rough right now, but FlyQuest, we've got JKS with his thoughts ahead of this game.
I know you guys had a complete different start last week, and I'm sure that was frustrating. I could see it in the cam reactions yesterday. You guys obviously didn't look happy. Were you able to shake it off?
Yeah, I think we did a pretty good job at shaking it off. I think everyone knows that we just played really shit. It's simple as that, honestly. We just played like shit. So, I mean, we just had a really bad off day, and yeah, I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen again, but I just feel like one of those days, it's kind of just like a one-off in a sense, yeah.
You know, when you have such a good start, a bad day can always happen. So, yeah, 100% believe that you guys going to lock in now. Do you think we will see the FlyQuest from the first week where you went 3-0?
I mean, I hope so. We're going to lose. So, I mean, we have to just play our own game today. I feel like we lost to ourselves yesterday. So, yeah, as long as we focus on ourselves and play our own game, I feel like it'll be a much better showing compared to yesterday. So, yeah.
Okay, and you're also going to play against Astralis. I'm not 100% sure, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first time you're playing against Huxi since both of you guys left G2. Yeah, I think it is. And, huh?
I'm not sure, actually.
Yeah, I think you played against G2 after Huxi left, so...
I might have played them, sorry, I think I might have played them in Liquid, or maybe Snacks was on the team at the time. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was after. But anyways, yeah, how do you feel about playing against Huxi? Is there any? I mean, don't you care, or is there still like some maybe extra motivation or something?
No, not at all. I'm pretty good friends with Rasmus.
Yeah.
And it's a completely different team, right? So it's not like there's grudges or anything like that. No. I still talk to him quite often, but yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to beat him, but at the same time, like he's kind of in a similar situation as me right now. We're both 0-2, so yeah, that's basically it.
Well, may the best win. Yeah, Justin, I'm gonna not keep you any longer, so I hope you're locked in, and best of luck to you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
JKS seems in pretty good spirits after an 0-2 day.
I took a screenshot of his face on the player cam yesterday after they lost because I'd never seen JKS looking that angry, and I felt bad. I didn't tweet it out. I was gonna put it out into the world with a little caption, but I was like, I can't do this. He's so angry.
Well, we'll see. We'll wait and see. Obviously, talking about how they want to see the FlyQuest from stage 1. Otherwise, they're going to lose. And a big part of that FlyQuest was Vexite. He was the
number one rated player.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously having a drop off coming into this stage of competition. Obviously very tough opponents when you then go up against Na'Vi in your opening game. So expect a drop off. But let's take a look at Astralis. A team that they are lacking firepower. I mean, look at Device's rating, man. That tells you kind of everything you need. You need Device to show up, and you stay getting that. But the player who has been the rock is Ster.
Yeah, Ster is there for this team for so long. It feels, you know, as they switched his roles into positions that are more deserving of what he was providing them inside the server. He's taken that and he's continued to run with it. Same with, you know, Magisk hasn't been half bad coming back into things. A lot of scrutiny on bringing him back. after he'd had some time away from Vitality. His time in Falcons was nothing to get super excited about, but you're correct to point at Device and just saying, as we see from pretty much every single team in the top, you need to have an impactful, effective AWPer, and that's just not Device at this moment. And now you have to kind of ask the question, as you know, as one of like the greatest all-time players that we have in CS, feels bad having to ask it, but can he actually still do it on the AWP? Can he actually be enough of a force on the AWP to warrant him continuing to use that weapon for Astralis?
I think he has even been talking about that in the opening interview of the event. He was talking about how they need Device 3.0 now,
he said he's going to bring out some new things to the AWP, and yeah, it's a fun thing to hear come out of his mouth, but when it goes 0-2 on the day...
But I think it's more the sentiment of him understanding that he's got to reinvent himself. You know, he's got to try and figure out... He had this style in CSGO that was so effective. He had a style that was working a little bit in CS2, but obviously not realizing now that it just isn't working at the moment. He's got to somehow figure out how to get impact for the team, because he's not going to be that young, flashy AWPer, the likes of Monacy. He needs to be a different version of an AWPer that might not be the center star. But the player that is going to help him try and figure that out and figure out how to use Device best is, of course, HexT, and he's down on the sidelines ahead of this game.
Rasmus, you guys had really close matches and ended up losing them, and I think this can be so frustrating, especially in the first day. That is so important, and it's just best of ones. Everything can just slip away so fast. How did you reset from that?
It's tough. But obviously that's our job, and we have to be ready to play today. So yeah, I just went back to the hotel, was frustrated until we knew our opponent, and then just started preparing like we usually do.
Okay, and how are you feeling right now? What is the mood with the team, like the other boys? How are they feeling?
We are of course disappointed. We prepared for the best of ones and to have a strong 4-map pool, and we got the maps we wanted, but we didn't really play the way we wanted. Yeah, I think it was just a bunch of weird situations we got ourselves in, maybe some nerves, or I'm not sure. But you know, now we got the rust off, and now we're ready to play, so hopefully we'll do better today.
Do you see better chances for you guys in best of 3 situations? Now also looking back, what you maybe did wrong yesterday?
Well, I'm not sure if the best of 3 will help us. I think it will be just the same. Of course, I hope that we will do better than yesterday, and we will not make the same mistakes. And yeah, I think FlyQuest, they find themselves obviously in the same situation as we do. So yeah, it's just a better team that has to win.
Yeah. And you say, how confident are you that you guys might be able to, like, will you be able to do a reverse sweep and then just go 3-2 in the end?
We had some talks that 0-2 is actually almost better than 1-1 in terms of, you know, you get into the best of 3s, you can catch the momentum, and also with the whole Buchholz system, it's a bit weird. So, you know, if we get a confident win today, I'm sure we can beat anyone in stage 2. So, yeah.
Okay, I wish you best of luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
That is some hardcore copium from HexT right there at the end, but he's doing what he can to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Little VRS update for Astralis from our friend Jesper back on over on Twitter. 0-3 in the major hurt, but if they lose today, they will also fall out of top 16 on January ranking. So obviously, as the major goes on, and obviously the teams want to progress through it, you still have those VRS implications to think about. As really both of these teams coming into this major were kind of like, we're sitting right on that bubble, and we need a good performance here to stay in it for the invites of next year. And obviously, Astralis, with the disastrous stage 2, would drop out of the bubble of the invites for PGL Cluj-Napoca.
Would have to play a smaller LAN, and if they get 2 more matches here at the major, should be able to get themselves back into that qualification conversation. So for Astralis, it was always about the VRS was about getting Astralis back to the majors. They missed out on it again. They lost the MRQ earlier this year, missed out on Austin, finally returning. They're returning for the first time since Antwerp in 2022, and they could go 0-3.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, this is a team that I think, as it's constituted currently at this moment, I don't think they would survive the drop down to being outside that invite bubble for the Tier 1 events. I think that would be a very rough place to be for players of this caliber and this experience, and already struggling to make it work. I think that almost feels like it would just be a death blow to the roster as it's currently held together. But that's all speculation on my part. Regardless, one of these two teams is going to have a devastating loss in this series today. We're going to have to see what maps they'll be playing on. It's such a weird game to try and assess, because obviously what we saw yesterday, I think it'd be really hard to pick FlyQuest to win, but it does feel like they've been the better team over the course of the past month in my mind.
Yeah, well, we got to hear HexT talking about they've prepared a strong 4-map pool for those best of ones. They got to play Ancient and Nuke, which are the 2 maps they wanted. Well, in this series, we've got Mirage coming up here and we will end up with an overpass in the third map of Inferno. So a little bit of a difference here and there.
Yeah, different setup going on. Mirage is going to be an interesting one to see. FlyQuest wanting to take things there, and obviously overpass for Astralis, which we just witnessed. So we've fun to see both of those two teams play on it. But Mirage being the first up, this is kind of a map where we first saw Netic do some great things. We've seen him kind of pop off, you know, going out B tunnels. We've seen him pop off in middle, doing good job in those open aim battles that he has out towards top mid and catwalk and in the B halls. So I mean, there's some cool things that FlyQuest can do here. Good on set pieces. It's just a matter of, again, for them, it's not even about like the tactical aspect of the game at this point. It's just like we have to show up. Like the first day when you have nobody show up and nobody provide any kind of resistance, like it's hard to kind of work up this feeling that you're going to have some great game plan. But look down the line and everyone's got to be here today.
Well, both teams going in with the same mentality after a disastrous day one of stage 2. It's about recovery, or they're going home from Budapest way earlier than they would have liked. Astralis return for the first time since Antwerp in 2022, a completely different roster. And let's see what they can do. Whether it's elimination at the hands of FlyQuest, we'll have to find out. We kick this one off on Mirage. Let's start the battle with our betting partner, and let's get into this one. FlyQuest, T-side, we'll see what they decide to do with all this utility. I got buckets of it, Jason. Regali and Inns alongside Vexite, and they're heading towards B.
Well, I think we know what that means. I think everyone knows what that means. Smoke up from Magisk early on to see if they'll have the courage to come through it, even with an execute. He's going to play behind with the dualies. All eyes on Magisk. They jump on through. Immediate kill from Vexite, getting out to a good start. Opening kill. Nobody else home, so complete control for FlyQuest, and now a 4v5 retake on the cards.
Yeah, excited to see if Vexite's going to have some good performances today. As you mentioned, #1 player of stage 1. He's off to the races here with a good start. Netic going to be following up, and it's Stare out of there. So Astralis fall to 3 players. Not looking likely they're going to get any closer to winning this pistol round.
I think if you're FlyQuest and you have your individuals firing and you have yourself finding some opening kills and you maintain some confidence and aggression throughout this, I think you can actually build up to like a snowball critical mass where you just steamroll over Astralis. I think Astralis mentally is going to be a little bit fragile.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think both teams probably feeling the fragility.
I actually have some confidence that FlyQuest isn't going to be as easy to break as Astralis in this. I think the extended issues that Astralis have had putting this lineup together and making them have impact is going to have them right on the edge. For FlyQuest, for them, I feel like this last month has got to be improvement, 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 improvement. One terrifyingly bad day.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, yeah, it's more of a short-term issue, and then for Astralis, it's...
for Astralis, the struggles just seem more normal.
like chronic struggles. That's fair enough. Well, this is a great start for Vexite, coming flying through that smoke. Netic to follow up, and Pistol's done from that point onwards. Just too clean on those entries from FlyQuest. A sense of frustration, I'm sure, for Stare, who's had some great form this season, and feels like wasted good form. It hasn't really been the team around him to support what he's capable of pulling off. It's kind of a poison chalice getting to move to Astralis. For Stare, you get to play for the biggest organization, most accomplished organization in your country, and you end up getting a pretty
well,
weak
you know
team.
what? As Hooksy said, they're 0-2, which is better than 1-1.
Yes, in the sort of copium lands, for sure. Well, they're now 1-0 down. Astralis coming back in with a force buy. They've got weapons to play with, 5.7s, Deagles, and an MP9 for Magisk. FlyQuest want to limit casualties here, build some money, get off to a great start on Mirage. Fun little storyline as well between JKS and Hooksy that Dona was bringing up. We'll see who comes out on top today. As we go under 1 minute on the clock, Stare is waiting patiently for that chair peak.
I think FlyQuest is waiting for any kind of indication that Astralis is has like a trap set up that they want to spring like aggressively, right? Like they're waiting for that flashbang peak or someone to go for information. Not happening, and instead now you start putting yourself at a little bit of a disadvantage as the clock works against you. 37 seconds, so mentality for Astralis, as soon as contact is made, fight, delay, make it as difficult as possible for them to gain space.
28 seconds, such limited time here for FlyQuest. But that A bomb site is completely open, so they've made the right call. They've got through, and really the only damage was possible through that jungle smoke. And yeah, but he did get a bullet off. But the bomb will go down. That will confirm the round victory. And for Astralis, it'll be a safe call. Might as well save what you've got instead of throwing everything at this, not winning the round, and having nothing to play with in the next. So 2-0 start for FlyQuest.
Yeah, really good utility work from FlyQuest as well, negating all the positions of Astralis. They never even really spotted out the positions. The stack towards short in the B bomb site. Yabi fell back through smoke as well as the only defender towards the A site. So yeah, Astralis get a second crack at it in the next round. And FlyQuest have already done better than both of their first halves yesterday.
Hell yeah. This is what we're talking about. Seeing FlyQuest getting a good start.
Yeah, this is where you latch onto those positives.
Well, over on the H stream, some exciting action going down with a very different story. It's a 2-0 game, and it's between FaZe and NIP for qualification into Stage 3.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
Two of the bigger organizations in Counter-Strike, and I'm excited to see how that game goes down. I think with the way NIP are playing, they could get the win today versus FaZe.
Yeah, very possible. Kaspersky still having incredible performances as well. He's been huge for NIP. Great to see him popping off. We got to see NIP yesterday. Wrinkle was having some good rounds.
Oh, yeah.
That was lovely. NIP taking down Astralis on Nuke in that opening game of Stage 2.
Well, Astralis do have enough to be potent in a round like this thanks to the save. They've got 5-7s and Deagles, and you can play a bit more free. You can rush in and try and take fights. And instead of thinking about that save call in the back of your mind, you've got a bye coming up in the next round regardless. And Stair still looking for that shot off towards the chair and unable to land it towards it. Yeah, he's starting to make his move towards ramp. He's got some utility to come through from HexT.
Information play. Sees nothing, wants to clear out ramp. That's good sound QO passed over to JKS. So Vexite knows what's up as he shifts into position. FlyQuest coming back right to where Astralis just cleared with utility to step into the position now vacated by the defense because they believe it to be clear. So back-to-back rounds, Yabby's going to be alone at this A bomb site on the defense. In's doing a good job of causing distraction, keeping the defense parked, making it as easy as possible for his teammates to just slide into A.
Well, swinging into the fight in the open, it's going to be Vexite to drop Yabby. And 3 players left for Astralis. Not really showing any damage across this. So we've got plenty of money now building up for FlyQuest on this T side, and that's got to feel good.
Oh,
it's
lovely.
Clearing out in middle, Device and Magis both down with no kills at all from Astralis.
Yeah, beautiful round from Inns. Triple kill. He was the presence in middle, keeping them frozen, and sets his team up for an easy round. 3-0. Full buy will come out in the next. Device has got money for the AWP, so he'll get that out early on, but all rifles for FlyQuest right now. And a clean start. 3-0, no hiccups, no real issues, no calamities. We take that.
Yeah, absolutely. FlyQuest feeling a lot better at the moment than they were yesterday.
They're about as rich as you possibly can be at this stage in the game, FlyQuest. They've only lost 1 player in these first 3 rounds. It's only Yabby who has the sole kill of Astralis in 3 rounds of play so far.
So the uphill battle begins. Astralis battling against FlyQuest and their mountain of money. Well, let's see what Astralis can do on the CT side. That Device AWP is out. And he's going for that mid pick. It's going to be heavy again from FlyQuest with numbers towards the B bomb site. Looking to apply pressure to HexT early into the game. Sending 2 down into the underpass. Inns and Vexite having a look over here. JKS re-smoking out the connector. And the window. Second phase utility put in place by FlyQuest. Pressure being put on HexT. Device has brought the AWP over. He's at the market waiting for that window peek. Stare backtracking, realizing window has been compromised, and Vexite has taken the kill. That has thrown a huge spanner to the works of Astralis.
Yeah, it splits the map in half. Magisk has to work himself through a smoke if he wants to be involved in the defense. Device has to pass the murder hole, aptly named as well. So Magisk still waiting up for one more. Here's the footsteps of Netic. Might be a chance for a free kill, and he's got it. There's the swing from Vexite, but Device handles him, and HexT from short adds in, and it doesn't stop. The Astralis defense stand tall and are going to get their first round of the board.
They're all so low. They're all so low here. Oh, JKS has got another one, and there's bullets. There's info. 39 seconds to win this one for Mr. Savage. Bomb is dropped inside of the connector. He's going to try and piece together where the remaining forces of Astralis are. HexT doesn't bite, doesn't give him the chance, respects his former teammate. And JKS starting to run out of opportunity now with time continuing to tick on. He has no idea where Yabby is. Oh, he's got the chance now. Confirms the position of Yabby. Utility put in place, but 10 seconds, that's the problem. He can't get to the bomb. He can't bring it to the site. And JKS may make it look stylish in the last couple of seconds here, but Astralis come together. Strong enough effort from the defense to get their first round on the board.
Yeah, I think JKS realized pretty early on that he wasn't going to be winning that round with the time remaining on the clock and having to recover the bomb over in connector, so he wanted to grab a few extra kills to do the damage to the financials of Astralis. A couple extra in the close is going to do good work. Vexite had a nice start with the opening kill. We mentioned we want to see him on top. #1 highest rated player of stage 1 of the Budapest Major. But clamp down Astralis' defense did from there in a 4v5. Round 5, Netic, JKS, and Vexite all up in Palace with the bomb as well. So a fake towards the B bomb site. They're going to try and walk out, but there's 3 defenders here. Magisk and Yabi are pushing a ramp. They will not expect this.
Oh, making noise now. There's the audio cue. Now Astralis know, but the problem is they've already lost the site.
You'll never expect ramp is the problem this early on. You'll never, ever, ever think that they're going to be ramp.
Well, now they know. The music of the M4 from Magisk is a beautiful sound for Astralis as has taken 2 kills. JKS at least fighting back a little bit more. Regali arriving. Yabi still committed. And oh, Yabi comes out on top. Regali gone. And it puts it all on Ins, who gets shut down by Device. And Astralis starting to put together a quite strong defense. They've only lost 1 player in this round, and that's recovering the money.
It's a really cool idea, and it might have worked in a different round, but because Astralis had already kind of been planning, I believe, on pushing A pretty quickly in that round, I mean, when you throw that B fake, you're expecting the players from A to pull back towards CT stairs, expecting them to pull back towards jungle. You don't expect them to push forward into the ramp. And Magisk just has such a strong position, exponentially stronger when he's unexpected.
Once again, FlyQuest with a heavier lean towards B. JKS slowly clearing the apartments. Make sure the kitchen is clear, and unfortunately for JKS, taking a heavy grenade to the back. So he's down to 56 HP and is the man carrying the only AK-47. FlyQuest not going to be a fan of that.
All right, just quiet in B halls for the moment. JKS wanted the timing, now wants to try and bully his former teammate inside the bomb site, looking towards short. Magisk has been having a very good game, and Device has arrived with the op. That's a lovely shot. Can he open up more? No, it's all HexT.
Oh, great work from HexT. That flick out to the right side, catching out Regali and shutting down the pistols. No problem here. So we were talking about all that money that FlyQuest had a couple of rounds ago. Astralis break it down in this round, and now are starting to build some of their own. There's going to be another round where they've only lost 1 player so far, and that will be all that they lose. So 4 players stay up for Astralis, starting to build up quite a bit of cash for themselves. And now on the CT side, a tie game, 3-3.
Great sequence from HexT. If they were able to take him down, that might have opened things up. That's FlyQuest trying to throw a little misdirection at you with the heavy play towards the B bomb site. Very, very aggressive. Going to get some panic calms out of the defender. And you want the 2 players with the Tech 9s kind of waltzing into A and finding an advantage. But didn't get the amount of kills necessary, not enough attention towards the B bomb site. So timeout called, first one. Zalzer wants to get involved in the conversation, talking with the boys. 3-round loss, and I think more than anything for him, it's about maintaining the emotional state of the team and not letting them fall back onto that sense that tomorrow or yesterday is just repeating itself. Great shot, but HexT just too strong afterwards. Lovely triple kill on the defense from him inside the bomb site. JKS maybe expected his teammates to be able to clean a few more of those kills up, give him some space to work with the AK-47.
Well, they're back to the AKs now. FlyQuest take a break in the previous round from having everything available to them. And there's a great kill from Device. So that's it. The first victim, Device to claim his life. And he'll fall away. There's one thing talking about FlyQuest getting a good start in terms of pistol round, conversion, follow-up, but once the guns have come out, Astralis have been rather convincing. You don't want to see FlyQuest disappear like this. Now they've got to play a 4v5 for the majority of the round.
Gonna stay far back for the moment, looking for any follow-up plays from Astralis. They've brought 4 defenders over to the A side of the map, so you'd imagine they'd want to be aggressive somewhere. Yabi's starting to flirt with the idea of pushing down the A ramp.
And then you wouldn't have to have your resources committed to A, but if FlyQuest accelerate to the B bomb site, they've got a window of opportunity where it's just HexT here.
Yeah, and that con smoke is still up. Astralis, they're heavily gambling that it's the A bomb site, and they're wrong.
Oh, Device helping out. Vexite's gone down at middle. HexT this time can't step up with a sequence, so Magis now rotating back in. He's quick on the rotate, but can he find some impact? The rifle is primed and ready. 24 seconds. Could play spoiler here, Magis. That's the bomb down at the bench, and he's still alive. Stairs arrived, and FlyQuest do not make the most of their opportunity of taking HexT down. Magis arrives, and he does some great work.
That's a fine shot from Device all the way from the A bomb site. That's the catwalk players who haven't yet turned the corner and actually push forward to aggress at B. He's able to pick one of them off, and I think once that kill comes out, FlyQuest a little bit scared. I feel like they must have felt like they didn't have the manpower to fully take over that bomb site. A lot of room for Magisk to work with, finding a foothold out. Smoke broken open, lovely work. But Magisk able to use all that real estate to find a tricky angle back towards bench. Continues his play. Important event for Magisk in this Astralis jersey as he returns to it. Showing the world that he's still got some game left after his stint in Falcons.
Oh, damn. Good shot from Inns, but traded back by HexT. Another one from JKS, this time Device. Getting too much of a haircut. And Yabi responds. So not letting any of these D shots, although they're nice, they're not really allowing FlyQuest the round yet.
Actually, look at what it's provided them.
Could get another one, and HexT shutting down Vexite at short.
I mean, look at what those 2 Deagle kills provide them, is the ability to have that danger, challenge the choke points. Regali up in con, he'll eventually go down. You had a player able to peer into the B bomb site, so the chances were there for those Deagles to build more upon the initial 2 kills. But at the end of the day, the AKs have supremacy.
Oh, Medic onto a sandwich, goes back into the fight in Yabi to take him out.
5-3.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5-3, but it's 5 rounds in a row from Astralis. It's really stylish now on the CT side and very worrying for FlyQuest because they get into this rut that we seen yesterday where your opponent is just racking up rounds against you and you're not disrupting it.
You can't be getting picked off by Device like that too many more times. I mean, you can see the openings from FlyQuest. As soon as they lose a player, it kind of slows everything down as they kind of reconsider exactly how they want to do things. This time they're patient on the cross, letting the smoke break open. Stair's going to push up behind it, another break, and that might be the signal that FlyQuest have some safety, but Stair wants to get aggressive, and Inns is going to shut him down.
Nade down into the underpass. Nedic doesn't want to get involved in that duel once the fire hits his feet. HexT, in the meantime, is starting to get a little bit hungry for information. So he's pushing out through the apartments and realizing no one's home.
How far does he want to go becomes the question. You'd imagine he'd park himself at this corner until another timing that he's going to decide based off what's happening on the map before he shifts again. Device over on short with the AWP. Astralis, even in a man disadvantage, they actually have the right setup for this.
Mr. Gali's kill on Magisk. There's the push out through from Yabi. Great double kill. Vexite and Nedic both going down, and Yabi has just removed the comfort for FlyQuest. They've got to fight back again. It's Inns once more with a multi-kill with the bomb is spilled to the ground, and Inns has to do everything, it seems. JKS has now arrived with him, and HexT's in the clutch. Slipping through the smoke, trying to get to Con, but Inns is there for the headshot. Fantastic work from Inns to step up for FlyQuest. They needed this round win.
Yeah, does an excellent job, especially that player just steps right through the smoke and almost turns the round on its head in that fashion. And that would have been a disaster for FlyQuest because everything was looking great for them. Lovely round from Inns. Regali gets his second kill. That's Magisk, whose barrel was just barely showing. Yabi almost brings it right back. Frustration from Hooks as he felt like that flank was going to have the impact required. As close as you like, 5-4 in the favor of Astralis still.
Oh, big swing out here for Magisk. He's going to take both inside and middle. The one kill from Vexite might be enough to keep FlyQuest within touching distance, but it's the final thrust towards A, and this round's only had 20 seconds of play so far.
Not
look at Astralis realizing it as well, Jason. Look at the rotation arriving.
Yeah, they know exactly what's happening. There's no more, like, the smokes are about to fade. Molotovs, flashbangs are just being put up right now. They got to be careful at this op from Device. Just a lazy walkout. Fortunate to be alive as JKS.
A bomb getting put down now, and we've got a 4v3 for Astralis to have to try and retake.
Regali and Netic have to play this together. This is going to be really hard to defend against.
Can they hold on? Regali going to be flashed here by Device, has to turn away, gets back to the angle, but Magisk on the cleanup. He's looking for the ace. He's looking for all 5 kills, and JKS, the only player left. HexT will deny his opportunity of the clutch, and that defuse stuck to put Astralis in the lead further at 6-4.
Yeah, I mean, that CT spawn stairs, those are so hard to defend in that kind of a situation where your side has no utility. You don't have any flashbangs to get aggressive, don't have a smoke or a Molotov to make that any different. Astralis, they work it really well. Device backs off with the op, plays it safe, has utility for his teammates. And this time Astralis go for an aggressive mid setup. They take out half of the attack and will address the A bomb site later, and they do a wonderful job. Now a 2-round lead. The plant helping FlyQuest muster together another buy full of rifles of AK-47s.
Well, look at this. FlyQuest just getting into the palace smoke. They're just going to go on it. Yabby tries to get his gun out in time. He will take one. Looked like Yabby might have been able to get away with a multi-kill, but Vexite shuts down any conversation about that. But there's the utility, forcing him into the open. The smoke just lands in front of Device's face as he was about to take a kill here for Astralis. It's still tough here for FlyQuest. They still have not put that bomb down. In fact, the bomb is loose on the ground. They've got to pick it up. And Astralis once again hold the player advantage. And all that util is going to fade.
Device is very exposed in this position. He's going to have to make a decision once that smoke fades, and he just drops down behind Ticket. JKS still hasn't left Palace. He knows he's likely zoned in. Device has tried to keep him pinned down a number of times. Flashbangs to get JKS involved. Lovely. Perfect shot. Pinpoint to the brain of HexT. And now dropping in the spam. Device is under scrutiny.
Yeah, Regali, a great shot. Device is gone. FlyQuest have fought hard to get back into this round. Magisk has had some great multi-kills so far, but we need to clean up too on the retake. And that just doesn't look like it's going to be happening here. FlyQuest not giving him an opportunity, not making a mistake into the crosshair of Magisk.
I love that composure out of FlyQuest in the 2-on-3. Could have been very easy to try and force the issue to just go for a fight, but they stay patient, set each other up with utility. And JKS rewards Regali for his flashbang with a nice headshot. Matt just going to go for some exits, knowing the economic situation of FlyQuest can't be pretty, but he's in the wrong area. FlyQuest going to evacuate through jungle, through CT spawn, and it's all good. 6-5 going into the last round, just barely favoring Astralis. And a timeout called from Astralis. Their first that they've used in this half. They just want to end it on a high note. Still have the op and Device, still have plenty of utility. Everyone's got rifles, plenty of kits across the board. Same for FlyQuest. They're going to have everything they need into this last round. One player drops to a Galil, but not the biggest issue in the world. A 5-round run in the middle of the half for Astralis put them in the lead, but FlyQuest have been chipping away from it ever since, winning 2 of the last 3. This final round would even things up as we go into the halftime break and switch sides.
Early skirmish of utility in middle. And look at Stair getting aggressive, walking his way up towards top mid. Gets caught by a flash and unleashes some bullets and doesn't feel comfortable to stick around. We have seen FlyQuest challenge that B-bomb site a number of times in the early game. Looking to try and finish the half here. HexT is on his own.
Got a good chance at it. Yeah, HexT on his own. The next backup is going to be Magisk over towards short. And Device will rotate through market with the AWP. But if they can get in and deliver the kills very quickly and efficiently, Device Won't have time to get back because actually he's now aggressing towards A ramp. So Astralis executing this aggression on the other side of the map is maybe the worst thing they could be doing right now. It's taken more players away from this defense at the B bomb site. As long as HexT isn't too much of a nuisance on this execute, FlyQuest might be able to knock themselves in.
That puts more pressure on HexT to perform and punish. And that is exactly what HexT has done. He's now got Magisk with him as well. JKS making a lurk. He's down below and gets underneath Stair. 35 seconds left as HexT collects his third kill off the round. It will be no chance here for FlyQuest. JKS will do what he can. It's the last round of the half. But HexT inflicts hurt and damage in the final round here. It's Astralis with a 7-5 lead despite being 3-0 down to kick things off. We'll see if they can continue this and close out Mirage.
I think we should go back mid.
Okay, come maybe mid then, we'll do
I'll come back, I'll come back. He's gonna be opening CT, and they're gonna be 3A.
So you wanna block, you wanna CT?
I can we're gonna base split it.
I'll come back.
Open A, open A.
Rock is
Nice,
dead. Nice. Magisk. Empty, door out. I'm swinging right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Right back, come. Mid side. Yeah. Nice try.
That was FlyQuest struggling to contain. Magisk coming back in for a B-bomb site retake. One of the really painful rounds FlyQuest had early on that stopped the run before it could begin.
Well, let's get this second half started. We'll be joined by our betting partner, and let's get into this one. We've got Astralis 7-5 in the lead. The Danes, let's see if that's enough for them to close out Mirage. FlyQuest, they got the pistol, they got the first 3 rounds of the first half. Wasn't enough to make a very convincing half out of it, Jason, but they really need to get going early here on the CT side, and it's a good start for Device. Astralis have the first kill of the round.
Regali gets one right back. Him and JKS need to hold on as long as possible. He steps forward. JKS now alone, needs some precise shots. It's Device to get that in return. Instantaneous. And now a 3-on-2. Retake is going to come from Ticket.
Yeah, that bomb thinking about going down now for Astralis, at least confirming a force buy in the next round, but they want everything. At 3v2, they've got to feel good about this post plant. Device taking the first fights down towards CT. He's got the information of xKacpersky's push, and he's dealt with him. Knows the second player's there as well. There should be absolutely no way in which Natick even gets close to winning this round. There's a kit down in front of him if it somehow does come to that scenario. And it would take some stellar shooting, and Astralis not going to allow that to happen.
Some fine shooting from Device in this round. Great work from him. That USP just so perfect. Headshots immediately taking out players. Vexite on the retake could get nothing done with dualies. JKS falls. Not enough production. JKS and Regali kind of playing together from Ticket and Jaguar, or I mean, excuse me, and Jungle. It's mixing my J's up. Not able to actually put a stop to anything and work together to slow down that attack. So the plant comes in and, okay, some frustration reappearing now. Astralis, everything to cheer for. 8-5, a 3-round lead and an advantage. If they can convert this against MP9s and pistols, they'll be sitting in a very nice position.
There's FlyQuest map pick as well. Up next is Overpass. You know, outside of those first 2 rounds, Jason, you know, scoreline 8-5 doesn't look like the worst, but, you know, outside of those first 3 picked up from FlyQuest, it's been 2 rounds from FlyQuest. This has been extremely one-sided from Astralis all Mirage long. It's disappointing to see FlyQuest in this condition.
Well, inflicting a little bit of damage and a little bit of pain here. Double Molotov behind the smoke on short. Smokes and Con and Window are about to fade. Mac-10 gets 1. Stair finds JKS. 1 more off to the right. He's handled by Device. And Con access to the A bomb site is there. Stair hears the footsteps of xKacpersky. He's going to beat him along the wall. Mac-10 surely going to handle this deagle, but out of bullets. Traded off, and it's all good. Netic doesn't have the HP to go for this. 9 health as he wraps around.
And a nice easy cleanup there from Yabby and behind in the 1v2, or 2v1 rather. And it's 9-5 now for Astralis. A map up like this is going to take some of that pressure off. I think you can be 1 map up in this survival game. Especially taking your opponent's map pick, going to Overpass as yours.
Yeah, snatching that away is going to be huge. And I think HexT, he's always been very vocal about his love for Overpass. In fact, I think speaking to him recently, or just soon after he had joined Astralis in the first place, he was expressing some excitement at Overpass being in the pool and being willing to go towards that map. So I'm interested to see what they're going to bring to bear on it. Maybe 12B executes. Seems to be a winning recipe.
Yo, that was something, Jason. But, you know, I'm fine with that just being James' team. You know, if that wants to be his thing, yeah. I'd rather everyone else try something different.
Okay.
It's like having fast food every day.
Yeah, you don't need fast food every day unless it's Taco Bell.
Yeah. What's your go-to again?
Cheese gordita crunch.
There we go. Taco Bell is coming to Europe, Jason.
I know, we're taking over. I'm so excited for it. Utility out towards Window. FlyQuest going to make their first move. Or excuse me, Astralis going to make their first move. Smoking Con, smoking Window, giving HexT access to short. Stair and Device access towards connector. Utility damage isn't the worst thing in the world. They're going to be fine shrugging it off, knowing they have just the USPs to contend with. Pressuring both bomb sites. Not letting Astralis know where they were. Not letting FlyQuest know where they want to finish. I'm still in the first half, my brain. HexT challenging with the Mac-10 moving in. He's going to go down. They'll just pick up the pace towards the A site.
Ooh. Ooh. Good shot from Magisk. Now we're down to just a couple of pistols here for FlyQuest. Of course, should have no issue, and I say that Device is also fallen. That's the bomb. They've got to put Magisk in, who goes down to Regali, and suddenly it's a 1v2. Regali could win this on the deagle. 10 seconds on the clock. Okay, finally Stair puts an end to the madness, but that really got way too close.
Yeah, it really did. That bomb dropping and falling towards the ticket boxes almost ruined everything for Astralis in that round. So they keep him honest. They take a bunch of weapons away, force a lot of rebuys out of the Astralis side. I think that's second timeout called by FlyQuest. I mean, they have to know this first gun round is so critical if they want to try and claw themselves back into this map. Down by 5. You get the AWP out on Regali. M4s on the other players. You have utility and kit, so this is your best chance to get started. After this, you're in desperate force buy territory. This first gun round can keep some kind of a buffer for you to make decisions, to give you different options in future rounds, but you have to win it to keep Astralis away from 12 rounds for as long as humanly possible.
It's got to start happening right now. And Device, look at the spawn he's got as well. He's going to be loving that as an AWPer. He can take that to middle or to B. He's going to go for that B pick here. Device sprinting his way to try and catch Netic Oh, Netic. Let's see if he goes down here. Device getting himself into the corner, and Netic not putting himself in harm's way. Device unable to capitalize on the chance. Not that there was much of a chance there.
Yeah, it's a tough shot. We'll give him a pass. All right, so standard setup, 3 at the A bomb site. Netic shifting over towards window room. Regali's going to be left to his own devices with that AWP at the B bomb site. Magic's position to keep information at A. He's just lurking outside of A ramp. HexT device stare in middle. Yabby doing his own thing in the B halls, making sure nobody's pushing and getting aggressive. So at the moment, just a default round as both teams test each other's mid defense and attack. And as HexT gains control of ladder room behind the utility, Astralis is going to use him as the pivot point. Magis comes back. Device falls away from middle. They're going to line up in the B halls. 42 seconds on the clock. HexT has a lot of freedom if he wants to cut off rotations or try and help challenge up short, but it all depends on what his teammates can get done.
There's a good shot from Regali. That's going to be Yabby hitting the deck. Regali looking for a second victim at short this time, but his device chiming in with the Astralis AWP. And Regali's under a lot of pressure now. The fire at his feet. 20 seconds on the clock as Stare burns right through the FlyQuest defense. They have no other option but to save. And that's Astralis up to 11-5.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, you saw in the first half as well, when FlyQuest attacked into the B bomb site, that secondary defender was Magis coming from short to turn around and help out. There's no ability for that. That's why Astralis has so much priority on HexT's position in ladder room. They know there's not that short defender, and nobody else is home to help Regali with that op. Unwieldy as they start to take over and infest the bomb site. No support to slow things down, so Astralis get a lot of freedom descending into the bomb site. Lovely double from Stare. And a horrible turn of events for FlyQuest as they needed that first gun round to be a victory on their CT side. Money is a problem. And if you're FlyQuest, I mean, you might want to take another time out and talk this over, because you can drop 2 weapons over. 2 M4s survive. Both those players can drop M4s. You can have another 4 rifle buy. 5th player can get whatever he wants to get you enough utility out in play.
Well, they do have a decent enough buy here, FlyQuest. But with these kind of performances, they might just be saying goodbye here in Budapest. Astralis looking to reach map point on FlyQuest map pick. You've got Vexite aggressive up behind the smoke at short. JKS help behind the smoke in the window. And Vexite's not slowing down. He stays committed to this attack. Eventually, he will walk into HexT.
There's a timing on this, though, right? There's like they got to be a little bit careful. Vexite does have Inns watching his back, but if Inns goes down, JKS is now there as well. Setup can be very strong, but if one player falls, the rest of it likely to crumble. Now Vexite gets aggressive, but Device peeks into the angle first.
Yeah, Yabby's up next. There's the back. Oh, he's got both. Oh, no, no, no. FlyQuest ripped apart. Aggressive Palace play. Magis pulls the Molotov. At least some mercy here for Regali, but he's got to get back and do something special. And he's not too far off, ripping another head off the top of the stairs, but you needed everything to go Regali's way there, and Astralis are going to be reaching map point.
Yeah, another round you'd see Regali push in towards Palace, use it as safety and be just a really strong, annoying piece to hold back the attack, but he had to do more. And essentially a 1 versus 5 at that A bomb site. He needed about 3 kills and steps up to give it a good attempt. Just way too difficult.
Device with the AWP, close quarter combat comes out on top. It is Astralis 12-5 up. Remember, 3 early rounds for FlyQuest. Outside of that, they had 2 sporadic round victories in the first half. Astralis have won every single round in the second half on the T side.
It's the old guard doing it as well for Astralis. Device with 14 kills, Magisk with 15 kills. Magisk was instrumental in the first half in a couple B bomb site defenses. Now this T side is really starting to cook for Astralis. And more frustration from JKS, almost resigned to their fate on Mirage. A 7-round deficit and 7 chances for Astralis to take this opening map in the elimination series.
Yeah, FlyQuest have won 14 rounds across 3 games in stage 2. It has been disastrous from FlyQuest to kick off the second stage of the Major.
Yabby spotted the push as well, so just making sure there's not going to be any more progression. Device starting to feel confident to peek into the bomb site with the op. Oh, great flick.
Oh, yes, another opening kill from Device, continuing his solid performance here in Mirage. 15 kills, 8 deaths. Got Astralis on board going through connector. Hooksy's going to lose his life to Inns.
Yeah, good timing on the swing from Inns. The smoke had been broken open, but just came back in and closed up. Missed shot from Regali's AWP inside the bomb site, but he's hunting down this kills. He wants to be active. He knows he's got one locked in. Magis, eyes on the prize. He's got inside the bomb site, knows where Inns is. And Molotov should hold him at bay.
And Star's going to get rid of him, no problem. Remember, there is a ramp push here from Vexi. He's the only player that can do anything here. Netic still at short. They're going to give this a go, but even the flanker is getting flanked now by Yabby. So Vexi's got to move quick here and find some impact. But even then, the insurance policy, ooh, okay. Vexi turns around, the Magis takes the next peek, and it's all on Netic. 1 versus 3. It is going to be Astralis taking the first map of this series. They are fighting for survival here in Budapest. They do not want to return to the majors to result in a 0-3. And against FlyQuest, it is looking comfortable. Netic to go down at FlyQuest. Their woes continue into a second day here at Stage 2. It's their map pick, and it's gone the other way.
Yeah, that's another really flat performance, and that's kind of the question I posed before this series began was, at the end of this series, we're going to have to decide, was yesterday a hiccup? Was yesterday exactly what was supposed to happen? Regardless, headed off to a break. FlyQuest is going to have to recover between the maps, and we'll see what happens on Overpass.
Get in my way, you cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain, you don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made, I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that isn't competitive, top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed, I just been bringing the fire.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year. Final epic stage. The pinnacle of Counter-Strike. It's what every player dreams of.
To overcome fear,
Doubt.
rivals,
Titans. And lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends. Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. Buy your ticket now.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Who is the best opera of all time? Who is the best opera of all time?
Simple.
Oh, I wanna say simple, but I say Mons.
This is very hard question now. I would say simple.
I'll say Saiwu.
Wonderful. For me, it's Saiwu. I think he has been consistent in CSGO, but also proved his worth in CS2. I think that's something other people have lacked. So, yeah, I think his also with all the achievements he's gotten now and MVPs, and he has all the records almost. So, I think it's hard to argue that he's not the greatest of all time.
I think just pure AWPing, probably simple, but I guess in the AWP role it's Saiwu.
Simple. Simple.
Honestly, I'll say simple because I mean he plays as an AWPer, but he's one of the best with AKs as well. And if you say like only about AWPs, I think it's a different discussion. But I think the AWPer role votes are as simple as Zayu and Device, of course.
Zayu?
Simple.
I would say simple.
Zayu is French as well, so it's good.
I don't know. I mean, it probably just has to be simple, right?
Zayu.
It's Zayu.
Ultimate.
Me.
Simple Prime.
Simple. For sure, Zayu.
Wonderful.
Simple.
Simple, yeah, simple.
Simple.
Simple. Oh, I'm just gonna say simple because he was the most annoying playing against.
Simple.
AWPer of all time, I would say ZywOo. I think that's a given at this point with how much MVPs he has and how good he's been playing. Simple.
Who is the best AWPer?
Who is the best AWPer?
I'll see Puff Monasy!
Welcome back to the StarLadder Major in Budapest. This is what awaits the loser of the series, obviously heading down to the loser's interview zone. And, obviously you're going to be putting your logo in the bin. It's not fun there, Jason, to do that. So you want to avoid that.
Nobody wants to be there.
No,
FlyQuest,
not a single person.
One overpass map away from having to make that walk. It's a tough situation. They had a terrible first day. You just had a really rough first map. You don't feel good about that at all. Well, 5-13 loss on Mirage in the first map in this series. So if you're FlyQuest, man, like these past 2 days have just been an absolute nightmare that you just want to get out of, and you got to somehow muster up all the energy and all the focus to have some kind of a positive outlook now that you're stepping into overpass. And I guess if you want to latch on to something positive, this is a map FlyQuest beat Fluxo on to qualify through to this stage. They beat him 13-1.
Okay, that was quite
a dominant win. Yeah, that's I saw the smile creeping into your face. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We're looking at FlyQuest, and we talk about the fact that stage 2 so far, they failed to get a good start in the game. They just got the pistol. They were able to get themselves the conversion and the follow-up. They went on to win 2 rounds outside of that, Jason. Yeah,
it wasn't a good look. They kind of fell apart, didn't they? Magisk with this is the ADR over from Mirage. Magisk and Device, as I mentioned a couple times towards the end. Those are the 2 popping off for Astralis, just doing good work consistently all the way through the map. So FlyQuest, they're going to need to start getting some more players on this board, and that's the scary part. Is it just feels like there's, I don't know. I don't even know how to classify it from FlyQuest, but individually players like aren't at the same level they were playing with at stage 1, aren't at the same like fearlessness, at the same taking the same initiative. Right. And I think it's kind of affecting the way they're all playing as a team at the moment too, which just makes it equally frustrating. Is inside that team, the conversation is like, we're not playing the way we did in stage 1. We're not playing the way we did in practice. Everyone's playing scared. Everyone's hesitating. Those are the conversations that have been happening in between these maps for FlyQuest. And Astralis gets to come back here and be like, booyah, boys. Yeah, we had a rough day 1, but as Hooksy said, it's better to be 0-2. We get into the series play, and now we're feeling good.
Yeah, well, they're not playing stage 1 teams either, Jason. That's the other side of things. They've been playing these teams that have started in stage 2, and an MVP from that previous map, obviously, going to beat Device. I think he's just with the way he was performing, the impact he was able to get on the AWP, the first kills, the opening frags he was getting as well. Fantastic work from Device. I think he could have made a case as well from Magisk.
Yeah, I mean, he had some critical holds and some impactful moments, but yeah, Device, I think his impact was kind of felt all across the server in every single round. Like, grabbing a pick here and there. Magisk was more of the triple kills in these big moments that he needed to deliver. But that's a good sign for Device. I kind of opened this series by saying, is it time to talk about Device not being like nearly as impactful on the off, and that, you know, it might be something that they have to find someone else to get onto that position. He's been maintaining that he wants to bring in a new style. And this might be, I don't think it was necessarily a new style, anything crazy, anything new out of his wheelhouse, but certainly at least found the impact on Mirage for his team. And Overpass is another map where the AWPer can have that kind of an impact as well. Now for the Astralis side of things, Overpass is a map that they haven't touched in about 2 months. This is a map they haven't played at any event since Pro League, which was early October, end of September. So it's been in the lab. And if you're FlyQuest and you're kind of doing the veto last night, yeah, that's probably, it might not be a map you would have expected. It's not a great win rate for Astralis, down at 33%. It's not something that jumps out and says, okay, Astralis wants to go here for sure. But obviously now that this is something Astralis has put some time into over these past few months, and if you're FlyQuest, you probably have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, that's true. I think for me, it's the fact that Astralis always wanted to play Overpass because of Device, you know, and he's having a good day.
And HexT.
Yeah, well, HexT, you know, it took a while to get going on that map. Didn't look all that comfortable calling their initial games on it, Jason.
Well, it was always funny. Well, like, I just know he likes the map. He wants to play the map. I think he's been on teams that haven't always enjoyed. I know he back on his G2 days, he wanted to hop into Overpass as well more than they were. So, I mean, like, this is a map that he's looked at, and as a leader, he feels comfortable on. So let's see what he's been able to work with this Astralis team heading into this major over the 2 months they've kind of been away from it. So yeah, this is FlyQuest win rate. Not exactly, again, not exactly in their wheelhouse, not in their top maps, not one that they necessarily want to go to. I'd say though, if you're FlyQuest, I think the angle you can possibly take coming into this is we don't really know what Astralis is going to do because they haven't played it. We didn't necessarily fully expect it to be picked out in this series, so they get to focus on their own game. Like, they don't have anything in mind of like how they're supposed to counter or a counter tactic that they're adding in last minute. This is all just FlyQuest saying we just get to focus internally.
Yeah, they get to focus in their game, hit their shots, come back into the...
all the cliches.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I think obviously a big talking point in Overpass is always the AWPer. We got to see that a little bit earlier on in the Paravision game. But, you know, it was the James Woxic battle, and Woxic was actually winning most of the fights on the AWP, but it was the rifles that were just finding so much success hitting that B bomb site. And I think we're seeing Overpass play differently, and I think that's an interesting conversation to have, because Device obviously was a fantastic AWPer on this map in CSGO, but that was with a different style of play. Now we feel like CS2 has changed up how Overpass is played out.
Oh sure, and I mean it'll be, I'm interested to see it again. It's like I think the AWPers felt like they didn't really have an impact in that previous Paravision game, just because in Aurora game, just because so much emphasis towards the B bomb site. The AWPers presence is usually going to be out towards A, out towards long early on, jump spotting inside the bomb site, in bathrooms at the different angles. Either way, we got to get this underway, and all our questions are going to be answered. 0-0. FlyQuest starting on the CT side. Astralis attacking into them.
Kicking this one off with our betting partner, and we get into the action. FlyQuest on the CT side, Astralis on the T side, and they're not slowing down. They're coming at JKS in the bathroom. She's going to drop some utility, and Astralis actually like to slow down.
Yeah, happy to burn the utility. Early smoke forced out from the CT side, so Astralis can just go quiet on the map, and with that kind of piece of aggression, you know the defense is far back. They're not going to have information of either you disappear or you're just still maintaining position outside of A to set up a late round execute. So FlyQuest going to be playing blind for a couple seconds. Sound cue is probably given over to JKS, so they're blind, but they can still hear.
It's like the Basilisk
like
in
Bird Box.
The second Harry Potter.
That too?
The Chamber of Secrets. Yabby in the bathrooms, knocking over some chamber pots. He's looking to be quite aggressive here with the Glock. And now Device swings. It's a great kill. Regali with a double, and we've got Starin Huxi answering. It's now a 3v2 with Astralis still ahead on the player count. In's looking to change that for the back of the dice box, and oh, it's rolled in his favor. Let's see if he's able to get a couple more critical hits, and in fact, it will be one. The site taken by Huxi. It's a tap and a cancel from Medic. He's like, nope, I am falling for that one. Huxi goes back in behind the smoke and will bank on his chances in the changed up position.
No armor on Huxi, so he's got to find himself in some safety in bathrooms.
Back it away. There's the fight. Now spotted. Huxi doesn't get all the way back to the bathroom, so instead plays in the air conditioning unit. Conditions him with the peek, and there's the shot from Huxi. There's the round for Astralis. They get a good start here on Overpass.
Yep, just what you needed. And if you're FlyQuest, you really would have wanted that hot start just to get something positive going in the early stages after that loss on Mirage. You would have liked to have just been able to go through these first 3 rounds, get them on the board, get them out of the way, and get into the gun rounds. But now you got to fight back with just pistols in the second round. Lovely shooting from Ins, but a better clutch from Huxi.
Not quite the karrigan ambulance.
I mean, it's a good.
More like a bicycle horn.
He's shouting out at Netic as he wins the 1v1 against him, who had a really quiet first map, 6 and 15, and now we've got a B rush out of the Astralis side. They're not messing around.
It's real fast, isn't it? Magisk already up through, cutting down, and Yavi on the follow-up. It is very hurtful to FlyQuest defense.
Oh my lord, it's clean as well. A devastating round. I mean, I know it doesn't seem like it. It's only round number 2, but when you get cleaned out that quickly without any kind of resistance, without any ability to slow them down, feels terrible.
Yeah, it does.
So just a mounting, sinking feeling of depression for FlyQuest.
Now you don't even have those first 3 rounds that you had in Mirage.
What the?
HexT.
What just happened there?
ADC. He crash.
Did he, or did he just die? I think he just died. I think did he run into a Molotov? Did he misthrow a HE grenade?
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, what's he done?
Well, this is like a multiple choice question. It's a quiz. We're going to all find out. Not gonna. Oh, game crash. Okay, the least exciting one, Jason.
Game crash. Yeah,
I was right though.
You were correct.
I'll take that one.
It did make the most sense in the situation.
But I liked where you were going. I thought it was more interesting.
Well, because his name didn't disappear from the HUD, you know? I thought, you know... Oh, yeah, maybe it did. Nope, see ya.
Well...
As it disappears from the HUD.
Well, yeah, he's talking with the referee.
I got a nice little giggle. HexT's having fun with it.
Now we get to see FlyQuest take another eco. That was some investment thrown in that. But let's see what happens for FlyQuest once the guns come out. When they're going to start posting some defense on the CT side.
Or are they going to start posting some defense on the CT side?
That's what we're waiting on.
That's still yet to be determined. I feel like in this stage too, I mean, obviously we haven't seen FlyQuest play a complete game of Counter-Strike just yet. In that 13-1 win over Fluxo during stage 1 of the major, it was the CT side for FlyQuest that did the work. 11-1 scoreline. No chance at that now. So we're going to get HooXi back in the server and get things reset and underway yet again into round 3. But already the CT side facing a situation. They're going to have no pistols into this next round. A chance for Astralis to build up that scoreboard, and then the guns come out. And you do want to see something from Netic. That's one of the players that I point out. He's one of like the main reasons why it feels like this FlyQuest, like even before Ozza joined the team as coach behind him, Netic was kind of a revelation seeing him at some events, just the skill he possesses, his ability to go find kills, his ability to multi-kill. That's been muted here in this series so far.
Mm-hmm. They've definitely been muted, and they can't find the remote. This is very rough from FlyQuest. Astralis, though, HooXi's back on the server. He's going to be playing with a MAC-10. We'll see a scout for Regali. Everybody else going to be on pistols. And we'll see if he can get a few tags. They're going to be stacking down towards that B-bomb site.
Okay, good tag. Don't want to take too many of those. Yabi's going to be much more passive now with 30 HP. Those USP's going to go attack him. Flashbang coming over, doesn't see it coming. He jumps up now, huddles down, gets one. Oh my lord.
All right, Yabi.
Exceptional work from Yabi with low HP.
Yeah, going to be happy about that kind of performance. Just handling some of the pressure. You know, HooXi can move forward. Some money to be made in this MAC-10. There in the back of the dice box. Great kill, and then Regali answering one of his own. He'll go back again, but Stara's waiting. And through that smoke, will take him down with a Galil, followed up by Device.
Okay, now we get to go into the gun rounds. For this FlyQuest defense that I mentioned was so good against Fluxo, for them to challenge here in the guns against Astralis, you're going to have xKacpersky and that rifler over at the 8 bomb site, liking to get aggressive every once in a while. Working with him is going to be Regali with the AWP more often. Vexite is P short. Netic going to be playing out towards Monster. He'll be the defense of any of those fast rushes or those poppy plays. And Inns will be the rotating supportive element to both of the bomb sites. 4-1 start on the defense for FlyQuest. Netic alone. 4 Molotovs thrown down, plenty of smokes at the moment. Magisk is going to take control, but misses the timing. Good peek from JKS. Quick kill allows him to reposition.
Connector door swings wide open as Astralis take it from both sides. Regali coming to address the problem.
Yeah, but this is cool. Because JKS has gone aggressive, Regali can take a really deep angle.
Oh, JKS is going to hear that ladder. You can see him communicating. Device is not going to walk towards JKS, and JKS will hear that, can communicate all the information that they're currently walking towards that B bomb site. FlyQuest have all the info. Can they step up with a defensive hold?
Device has the bomb, so if he stays back for way too long, JKS is going to grab another for free. Meanwhile, Regali and Vexite make this an easy round.
This is a well-played round from FlyQuest. Great to see it. They walk in. The only way they lose is if HexT got the line up there, and he only gets the one kill. So Device, just the one. The spacing's good, and shuts him down in the response, and FlyQuest can be happy about that round from the CT
Astralis
side.
also never caught wind of JKS's piece of aggression, right? He got the kill, but they never spotted him push up any further. So that might be something JKS can return to if he senses the opportunity in these next few rounds. Good job on the boost. Good job from Regali with his position. Able to hop down the stairs with some quickness. And FlyQuest is on the board, and they do it relatively clean.
JKS is going aggressive again, but this time spotted by the boost. Realizes there's two players there, can't get involved in that, and so sends a grenade over to try and damage them up. But look at this play from Yabi. Going out through Monster into the B bomb site. Netic hasn't spotted it.
He's dead.
Oh, he's so dead. Yabi's got the kill. That opens up B entirely, and now panic stations for FlyQuest.
Oh, they just can't believe. Maybe Astralis did a little bit of looking into the way they play these bomb sites and saw that Netic every once in a while in that passive setup. There's a detail that you can slide in, a gap you can exploit, and that's just way too easy, and you can't go for this if you're FlyQuest. Everyone's still spread across the map, a full-blown save, immediate call, and Yabi wins Astralis a free round with a single kill. I mean, it goes without saying, you can't be giving up freebies like this in your elimination map.
No, especially with the way you've been playing in stage 2, where you're barely winning any rounds.
Yeah, nothing can be easy for Astralis, and that's way, way too easy. Netic will be a little bit frustrated, but next round, JKS can drop him in M4. There'll be another full buy in the field, and FlyQuest can just try again. Little giggle shared between HexT and Yabi. Might be a little tidbit that HexT passed over to him, like, hey man, look at the way Netic's playing this. Maybe you should pick a round and really try for it, really just kind of go for this crouch play. Might be just a shared joke that they were able to make that work. 3-round lead.
Device, look how fast he is into connector. He's looking for that jump spot. We got to see one of those earlier this season. Shooting from Device, and he goes again. Hunting down into, gives away his position with a spam. Now Yabi going for it again. And the second time, not so successful pushing through B, but a lot of damage done, and then finished off by HexT's Molotov. So Astralis a 4v3 in the first couple of seconds of the round.
Yeah, I think Astralis is going to be so pleased with what Yabi just produced from there. Yeah, didn't get the kill, but the kill comes later on due to the Molotov. So you combine that with Devices, and Astralis have a one-man advantage. HexT will take that to the bank every single day. 4-on-3 with over a minute to play with. Stair going to control the middle of the map, making sure none of the B defenders get aggressive and push through blue door towards the stairs. Going to make sure that Astralis have all the time in the world to execute this walk out towards long. With a deep clear through Monster, FlyQuest is going to start taking the gamble. 2 players shifting over to the A bomb site. JKS going to play close to bathrooms. Smoke is probably going to be okay for Astralis. I think they're going to be pretty happy about that one. And they're definitely going to be pleased with that.
Yeah, that's Vexite completely wrecked. And now we have Magisk. Oh, the timing. Here he is arriving on the screen. Regali still able to react, get that kill. Can he get another one? Regali jumping, spotted. 20 seconds, moves forward, utility down in front of him, smoke in the face.
They don't have bathrooms clear. JKS is there.
Yep, JKS, another piece of impact from a flanking Regali going through the start of the smoke. Now hunting down his second victim, 9 seconds left. HexT inside the smoke, committing to the plant, denied by Regali. Great hold with a 3K on the AWP and a sigh of relief as he finds himself the impact.
That kill from Stair, I like sells him a dream. I think I mean, Regali doesn't even shift. And actually, I think it's just because JKS and Regali say, well, if they go to B bomb site off this kill, we can't win regardless. So there's no point in rotating. And what a weird round to end up going in the favor of FlyQuest. Man down, Device gets a kill through the wall, but in all the chaos at this A bomb site, the aggression from JKS pays off and Regali nails some good shots. All right, guys, you did it 3 rounds in a row. At some point, FlyQuest is going to figure it out.
I think that's the last time we'll see that.
Yeah, at least for some time. They might come back to it a little bit later to try and catch him off guard maybe one more time. But Yabi really trying to kind of sell this idea that they're never safe of him stepping through Monster.
Well, they handle business this time, FlyQuest. They've got the opening. Regali hanging around, hoping the bathrooms will be a successful position here for the AWP of FlyQuest. Here in the utility coming towards him, Regali burned forward. Can Regali step up when put under pressure? Here they come. Device gonna challenge into him. Regali just got off the angle in time. Magisk about to step forward. Nedic continuing to frag here for FlyQuest. It's now 5v3. They need this kill, in fact, in the bathrooms. Device can't afford to go down. Oh, Regali gets caught by the flash. Device hunts him down with a pistol. And the AWP's not connecting, but the sidearm will.
And now the AWP can actually go into supportive mode. Device just going to watch for this swing on the left side of dice boxes from his perspective. Stair walks in, not looking. There's one behind him. Now it's an easy kill. Good job from Stair and Device.
Yeah, well worked. It was tense there for a moment. Could have went either way, but Device is starting to show up now. Then AWP chiming in a couple of shots, and we've got JKS 1v3.
And you know he's the A defender. You're always going to look towards long.
And everybody is. He's eyes on him already. Needs a kill quickly. Magisk will deny. And Astralis can be happy about that successful turnaround.
All right, yeah, Device's AWP continuing its form from Mirage, where it was very impactful, to now having some good shots in swing positions.
And we got to bring it up. I mean, that is what we were talking about coming into this game, right? Was Device's AWP has been missing. We were talking about his low rating from day one, and he is showing up and delivering in this elimination match. Stair as well, always consistent, doing well again.
HexT's putting together a really, really good T side.
Yeah, happy about this one for
sure. And he's just eviscerated the economy. You have a Soul M4 on Regali and MP9 on JKS. USPs on the other 3 players, the default B defenders. FlyQuest unable to string rounds together as well, so really just having a tough time getting a foothold in this map. HexT looks like he's ready to flash long for the boys. Regali playing behind the rock. Depending on the timing of this flashbang, it could be all over. He's going to swing. He's going to swing, and they're not ready. Double kill. Nice and easy. Device trades it off, but that's heavy damage done.
Well, swinging out from behind the rock. No problem there for Regali. Puts them in a cage with a double. And Device just setting all these weapons over the fence. He's like, all right, no one's getting your hands on those.
I like that he settled on the AK-47 at the end, though. He realizes the AWP, there's no room in this 3 versus 4 for him to be a passive player. He's going to have to play with the pack and actually help them open up the bomb sites as well. Shifting back quickly to the B site. Stair over towards the blue door. He'll be attacking and maintaining presence over towards short with utility. Other 2 players, Yabi and Device, will slide in through Monster.
Nade. Right over towards Yabi's attack. He's got Device with him. Yep, such limited time. Got to make this one effective. This is where the pistols have a shot. Even though they're default weapons, it's just the chaos and the amount of positions you've got to clear with such limited time. They've got to get the bomb back. Here's JKS. His chance, the only chance to try and deny. That's the bomb. And now they need the kill and run away in. Get away from this. Astralis, it is a disastrous round. How has that gone the way of FlyQuest?
All Regali, and obviously the mistake. 2 players out towards long, preparing to swing for the fight. Just playing with nades out, knife out, not ready for any kind of a fight. Focus slipped for just a second, and Regali made you pay. And yeah, makes sense you'd call a timeout after that one to make sure tempers don't flare up, frustrations don't start setting in.
I think almost confused that they had such limited time that they were like, oh, there's no time. I actually have no time to win the round because the bomb is running down, trying to fight.
It's when you throw your utility and you throw the nades behind Toxic Barrel and nobody peeks off of that. That's where you expect kind of the defense to try and pounce as you're sort of running out of the choke point and you're in the open. And the fact they didn't get any of those fights, I think that's where the realization sets in. That's like, oh, 20 seconds, we actually have to go hunt this down. And never saw that final player, JKS, behind the bomb site. Great work with the MP9 to help save the day, but these are the 2 kills that set it all up. Always frustrating losing a round like that to the USPs. HexT head in hand, but right back into the buy. Now they have money issues. 2 AK-47s, 3 Tech 9s. Yabby's going to trade out the Tech 9 so he can be the entry man.
Netic in behind the barrels. Here goes Yabby over the top, fighting with his Tech 9. It's going to be Inns to come out on top of that fight. Netic to hold on, and Astralis do not break through this B bomb site defense. They need some of these kills to quickly go their way, and HexT just can't do it on his rifle, so it's Device, the sole man with an AK left. Bomb in the possession of FlyQuest and 5 targets. Device trying to cut them down and at least force a few rebuys.
Yeah, any economic damage he can do here would be spectacular, but he's bugging out and going home already. 55 seconds on the clock for him to decide if he wants to save or go for a few more kills. This has to be the moment right now. Now that FlyQuest has won the low buy eco, they've handled this round as well. They've won against the force buy. Actually, nothing really that Astralis can do. That's a rather weak hit. But this has to be the moment that FlyQuest finally show up here in stage 2. You have to grab these 2 rounds you've won in a row. You have to grab this economic advantage you've just created for yourself, and you need to gain the lead in this game. Give the boys something to cheer for, something to get hyped up about. And get a lead going into the second half. Device going to park himself over in short and let the round come to a close. 5-4 in the favor of Astralis still, but that lead is going to disappear. Should be up against mostly Glocks in this next round. Some conversation now coming out between the teams. Device being very vocal in this freeze time. He's got the AK-47. He gets to call his shot exactly where he wants to go, where he thinks he can find the opening kill. So let's see some Device AK work.
It's got to feel great for FlyQuest to actually be in the game. The first time in 2 days. Getting to play some of these gun rounds. Recall he's having a great game here, 10-4. He's had a number of moments that have been impactful. It's Vex site boosted up. He's about to catch the rifle of Device, just trying to play around that smoke, and it's great timing for FlyQuest. They deal with the only threat Astralis had in this round. It is going to be tied up 5-5.
Yeah, JKS got a little action coming his way, just a heat check.
How many rounds are we looking at here for Astralis to feel comfortable leaving this first half? Have they already got them?
Yeah, I think you've already got the amount of rounds that you're going to be okay with. Obviously, you never want to end the half on like a 4 or 5-0 streak.
Sure.
You know, like that's the bigger thing more than anything is not the number of rounds. It's you get overall. It's the number of rounds that your opposition has won in a row to close out the half. So even if you get 5 pretty quickly and then lose, 6 of the next set, like it's just going to be it sucks. So they're already at a happy place, but they want the cherry on top, you know.
Let's see if they can go and get that cherry. FlyQuest leaving some utility back in spawn. Device had an AK in the last round. Now he has only a Deagle. And Regali getting set up here. That smoke will cut off his vision and protect the Astralis players as they move forward. And then the smoke's gone. So Stair gets caught. Great opening kill here from Regali. Good team play from FlyQuest to set him up.
Yeah, Molodoy's pretty much ruined the life of every single T player who plays that position on overpass.
Yeah.
And JKS going to build on top of it. They think it's going to be that deep all boosted up, and JKS just gets some aggression after the kill. Lovely work. Regali misses his chance at adding another tally onto his board. But he'll maintain some aggression as well.
was a great shot from Regali. Reacting well. Timing for JKS. Device still can't capitalize on the player not looking at him. A little bit too early on the shooting and just a little bit panicky. That's resulted in FlyQuest taking the lead of the game.
Yeah, Nico's hoping somebody clips that for him.
It's like, see? Happens to Device too.
It happens to him too. Everyone freak out. Yavi's the last one remaining. 1 versus 5 and nothing to do. Only a Galil in hand. So FlyQuest, well, they are starting to string them together. 4 in a row now. Going into the last round of the half, and that's what I just mentioned is kind of the pain point. If you're Astralis, yeah, 5 you're going to be pleased with, but leaving the half on a 5 or on a 0-5 streak is not a great feeling, and they don't have really a whole lot of money to buy rifles in this next round. It'll be mostly Tech 9, so FlyQuest, despite a slow start in this, have rebounded, bounced back, and now find themselves in a position where they can grab an advantage into the second half.
Yeah, also, I think when you're looking at the fact that the differences between Mirage and Overpass here is Magisk just hasn't been able to keep up that performance he had over in Mirage. He's currently sitting on 2 kills, so he's going to be a little bit frustrated in his dip in form here.
He has a rough position on T side to find any kind of volume of frag, so maybe CT side we see him step it up.
That's where he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting on Mirage.
Yeah,
so
over at that B-bomb site.
Let's see how it goes. So Regali getting aggressive down long. He's had a great half of Counter-Strike, 12-4. Let's see if he can extend upon that in the last round of the half.
Okay, well, was he able to catch anyone off here, swinging around the slide? Plenty of Astralis bodies coming in this direction. But they're going to step in front of the walls and path around the fountain, actually largely ignore long entirely. But Regali swinging a little bit wider. He's going to open up, missed shot.
Regali still going. You see how confident he is, but you don't want to be split on as the bathrooms have been overwhelmed, and Regali getting fought on 2 sides. Has to 180, turn back and deal with the playground, and then they obliterate him with utility. So it could get a little hairy now for FlyQuest. Nice shot from JKS. Finally dead at the hand of Magisk, who gets his 3rd kill of the half so far. It is Yabi and Magisk trying to pull back a 2v4.
Yeah, but FlyQuest love this because all these fights and all these kills are being traded way, way far away from the bomb site. So still no access to the site and plenty of time for FlyQuest to understand what's coming at them.
Hey, man, based on that game in Bucharest, where Magisk got a little bit of an open performance. If I was Yabi, I'd toss that over right now.
That's a fair point.
Yabi deciding to go with the Deagle to clear out the bathrooms here.
Well, Enz and Vexite pushed up at Divider. Teammate is right out towards short, so all the players in this position, they line up. No way!
Oh, that is exactly what Yabi ordered. Going to the Deagle and finding the lineup. It's now Netic coming back up through connector. Let's see if he can win this out 1v2. He's got util, he's got health, and he's got the kit most importantly. Yabi goes to long. Magisk plays towards the stairs, just clearing out, realizing that Netic's not around here. They'll start to realize the only position he can be coming back through. Netic has arrived to the bomb site. Looks towards Banks, spotted by Magisk. Netic taps the defuse. That's going to pull the long player, and Yabi is the man to close it. A little bit of fortune for Astralis, and they do grab that last round of the half. Welcome back to the StarLadder Budapest Major. A reminder, the context of this game you're currently watching. One of these teams will be heading home after this series. Currently, Astralis one map up and have a real shot at knocking FlyQuest out.
I'll tell you, that's an important last round of the half for Astralis to win as well, just because I think it'll be deflating for FlyQuest to have lost another round in such a fashion they feel is going to be just a boneheaded way to lose a round. Two players just lining up, not prepared for a fight, thinking everything's clear, just getting caught. Doubled up by Yabby's Deagle, and the round was impossible from there.
Let's get this one started with our betting partner and get into the second half. FlyQuest Astralis, a 6-6, all tied up here in Overpass, and FlyQuest getting ready to go into the B-bomb site.
All right, well, Magisk is here, HexT is here. They're the only two defenders, however. 3 players huddled up in the stairs, so they'll have a faster reaction to come out towards the short tunnel. No one looking for this on the FlyQuest side of things, so Device as well is going to start having a good angle to push into. HexT's fell back to... They feel like it's going to be an A-hit all of a sudden.
Device is clearing on the back end, spotted.
Spotted with utilities. I mean, that's the signal. Get to the B-bomb site.
Yep, look at them racing back, trying to get back into position, accelerating the play. Our FlyQuest, Magic's trying to slow them down, only manages one. They're blinded in the site. Regali actually getting caught by that flash, I believe, from his own teammate. Here comes Stair to the start of the smoke, but he gets nothing. Great shot from Inns, and FlyQuest has somehow recovered this.
Yeah, and they also know Device was on the flank. This is awkward. Yabby's got his 1v1. He has to take it. He has to take this right now. Flashbang comes in, blinds both. Now Device gets involved.
Yeah, Device now moving out through Monster, trying to get back into this. Yabby's under a lot of pressure. He can't move. At least he's keeping them pinned back on him, but when he loses that fight, that should be the round here. Device, it's going to be very difficult to imagine even a world in which he gets close to winning this one. And he will fall. So FlyQuest with the pistol around to kick off this second half. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, found a nice timing for it. I mean, just a heads-up play as well from Inns. Like, just it's such a small detail, but sitting there with just utility out for so long and just getting that sense that the flank has been open for quite some time as you're waiting out a piece of utility. Just do that little jiggle back and you realize Device has seen everything. If Stair was able to either come through this smoke and actually get a clean fight or just wait for his teammates, they might have been able to have that in their hands. If Stair's alive over at short while Device is coming through Monster, that might be a different situation, but Stair really wanted to help HexT out and try and bail him out and keep him alive. First timeout taken from Ruga and Astralis. Or excuse me, second timeout taken.
There you go. It's easy to get caught out by it.
It is easy to get caught out by it. Little conversation, but finally FlyQuest, they get to start the half out on a positive note. They need to convert this second round.
Finally with some smiles on their faces as well. Can't say that's been a possibility over the last 2 days so far.
Okay, should be an easy second round as well. So Astralis going to go for that round 15 bye. Sitting back with just USPs at the moment, so should be a pretty simple affair to mop things up. Well, they spot the aggression. They spot the play. Can't handle it.
Oh, Regali not handling that whatsoever. There's a Galil picked up for Astralis. Surely nothing else. Backside getting a clean up here. Takes himself a 3K, and then JKS is there beside him. Device will grab one extra, force 2 rebuys out of FlyQuest. But they do collect the round victory.
Well, now the guns come out. Device shouldn't have an AWP quite yet. Don't think he got enough kills in the pistol round to force that out in any significant way. So all M4s for the Astralis defense. Excuse me, he does have the op. He managed to pull it off. All right, Deva, let's get into the action. It's glass cannon. He has no armor, a little bit of utility with it. There's no kits on the Astralis side of things, but they do have the op in play. He's going to be using that divider. And 4 players of FlyQuest headed towards this side of the map. Looking like they're eyeballing long as the first point of map control. JKS will play outside of the B bomb site. Stair spots a couple. Trying to get some information on their progress on their scaling, but they're along the wall, so he's got to be cautious.
Stair just jiggling, gathering information on the jump spots and the jiggles, and now sees one log. So you can call that to Device. They know FlyQuest have some presence coming at them towards A, and once Device's idea, he decides to move forward. The bomb is actually leaving. Do they get in position early enough to see them trying to go towards connector? This could be huge. They do. And Stair moves forward. Inns is caught. Device has them locked off. And they can't join the rest of their teammates that are trying to go B with a bomb.
And they've got a teammate back in the A bomb site to make sure they can't get wrapped upon from long. So they're in a pretty secure position at the moment. But how long will FlyQuest keep them frozen at this A bomb site? 3 players here. Meanwhile, the attack is lining up to come through Monster. So Magus steps up close to it.
Yeah, you can see how ready he is for this, getting into the smoke, looking to play on the fade, or at least we'll let them walk by, and he can backstab him, but this is a risk. And Magus, oh, he makes it work. That's the bomb, and Magus gets the double. 25 seconds left. We're looking at Netic and Vexite so far removed from finding impact here. Device is down. The bomb's still on the floor outside of Monster, and there's no way FlyQuest can get back into this.
Yeah, they haven't completely been wiped out in this round. They do get a couple benefits that come from it, even in a loss. That's you're right, very risky push from Magus, especially without a flash to activate him, but he comes out on top. However, on the other side of the map, Vexite was able to take down the 2 defenders, Stair and Device, able to recover the ADVP for his team and take that out of the grip of Device. And he's been very, very effective with the AWP, and now a weapon that he won't be able to utilize in this upcoming round. Not going the way FlyQuest would have liked. Felt like things were in position for them to have that execute. Magus just rips the opportunity away from them.
Look at how quick this is. 2 players running down short. It's aggression from Astralis' CT side. They overwhelm. And JKS, he's come out on top with that little Tech 9. Yabi and Magus both go down to it. Regali moves up through party. And what a party it is for FlyQuest. This is a gift they did not expect to have. Stair is racing up to try and stop it, but I don't think there's any stopping this round from FlyQuest.
No, maybe you can get a double kill to make it possible for a retake, but that was the opportunity right there. Now FlyQuest is going to be well aware of Bank, and oh, Regali's got the flank. Hooksy goes down, Stair remains.
And it's going to be a bit of a sour taste in the mouth. And I get reminded of that opening day against NIP, where Astralis, every aggressive move on the CT side of Nuke was just getting shut down, stopped by NIP. They like to get aggressive, they like to throw it in, but I'm sure it's pretty hard to have some confidence in those kind of plays when none of them have been working so far at the Major.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a rough one to go against you. Just JKS with the Tech 9 spots a shadow just as the smoke forms back up, able to get a dink and a kill immediately, and follows up on the second player somehow.
Oh, it's great to see FlyQuest actually in this fight.
Yeah, it is. I mean, even those kills, I mean, it forces FlyQuest to say, okay, you got those 2 kills at the B bomb site. They're going to rotate the defense there, so we pick up the pace towards A, and you have an aggressive stance outside of the A bomb site that gets caught off guard entirely. All the weapons removed from the hands of Astralis. And now FlyQuest, for the first time in Stage 2, have a convincing advantage over their opposition in a must-win map. All provided by JKS. Frustrating for the Astralis side, and I don't even think it makes him happy quite yet. He knows the situation they're in. It's still dire. Job's not done yet, but Astralis, at least in this round, back to pistols.
It should be 10-7. No issue here for FlyQuest. Map 3, it's Inferno. Starting to get worried that we wouldn't have to see it. But with FlyQuest starting to step up, feels like we just might. We got Netic inside of Con. Needs to be careful. Actually takes a dig on board, and they know they can just take it. They smell blood in the water, and they finish off that initial damage. Although JKS stabilizing, taking that kill back on Magisk.
14 kills for JKS, 17 for Regali. Those 2 leading the way for the Aussie side. Strong performances here on this must-win map. Bomb gets planted, and all that FlyQuest have to do is prevent anyone from losing any of these weapons, giving over weapons to the Astralis side, and JKS looking like he wants a triple kill, and he's going to get it. Device cannot handle, and at 2 HP, ooh, talking some smack.
With so much passion.
I know.
Hey, you guys suck.
Yeah, he's just had enough. He's at that point. We've all hit that point before. Final timeout taken from Astralis. CT side starting to get away from them. 1 isolated gun round victory that has just immediately responded upon. 3-round deficit. Device has the op now with armor. Everyone else gets their M4s on the board, and Astralis get a fight back into this map.
Oh, Coach Azza having his say. He'll be much happier with the way his teammates are playing.
A lot of confidence on this map, Astralis, to have picked it as their choice in this series, considering how long it had been since they played it, about 2 months. Even back then, it wasn't exactly a home run. So, I mean, clearly this was a focal point in the preparation and lead up to the major. And a lot of confidence built up with the way they probably played it in practice and in scrims.
Not translating fully into the official capacity at the moment. There is a world they pull this back. Device is yet to really start to get going on that CT AWP, and maybe that can be a change, but not anywhere near the action right now. It's very much going to be heavy towards A from FlyQuest, and no one towards bathrooms, no one aggressive long. They're really trying to find an opening towards B.
Well, at least they're going to have information with kind of the more aggressive stance and now the push in towards short. Magisk is saying it's all clear, no noise, no presence, there's no utility being thrown over. Monster just re-smoked now. And with Magisk in this position and Device covering his door, they can shuffle a third player back. Oh, a near miss. That looked like it could have been accurate. And FlyQuest isn't going to slow down. Except for the Flames. It's the only thing holding them back.
Well, there's Yabby. Great work as he looks back into the bomb site. HexT able to come out on top, and Yabby on the shutdown. Great work as the bomb spills to his feet, leaving xKacpersky getting caught from Stair inside a divider. That is a very scary round if you're FlyQuest, because just the way Astralis won it is quite convincing.
It's a very scary round for Yabby as well, right? He's in position to stop. I mean, he's kind of exposed to that play from long. He's looking to get people coming up and turning the corner from bathrooms, from sidewalk, and he's just kind of turn and address the situation, and he's very fortunate. He's thinking the whole time he's going to get split. Someone's going to be coming, some kind of a lurker. He gets all time in the world to gather this triple kill. And you're right. A pretty clean round from Astralis, and victory lets them build up some money and a safety buy now behind this investment. So FlyQuest call a timeout. Two remaining for FlyQuest, and they might need him if this stays close down the stretch. Plenty of chances for Azar to get involved, try and find the solution, try and adapt to what Astralis' defense will be showing them. But FlyQuest starting to run low on money. A win here keeps them fighting back, keeps them buying into this game, and gets them closer to that map 3.
Device creeping ever closer, and the aggression towards short has panned out in favor of FlyQuest. Big swing from Yabby, not wanting to allow that advantage to sit with FlyQuest. He goes and he grabs 2. Yabby in back-to-back rounds is devastating this FlyQuest attack. An important fight about to go down over towards the bathrooms, and Stair has caught Vexite walking through the smoke.
Yeah, not much of a fight at the end of the day, was it? And once again, back-to-back rounds looking like Astralis could be clean.
Oh,
that's a great shot. Yabby has taken over.
Not what you like to see if you're FlyQuest at this point in the game. An injection of confidence and firepower for Astralis here on the CT side all of a sudden. And they ripped the money out of the hands here of FlyQuest.
Yabby's got to play this smart, though. I mean, it's been a great round so far, but one mistake from him makes it all to waste. So he's got to be very cautious and just preserve his life with this 17 HP. His entire job is to make coming down the stairs and going to the B bomb site just so unattractive for Netic that he's forced into the stack at A. And HexT's going to pick him off with the AWP. A quick peek at a Dice. That AWP gets passed back over to Device in the next round. It's FlyQuest without a plant, out of money. Had to have known it was never going to be easy despite the 4-1 start in this second half, despite the lead that they had. And Yabby's starting to make them pay for any mistake, any missed shot. FlyQuest guys mentioned when they joined this roster, they talked about it. It's great having the support of an entire region behind you, but with that comes a lot of pressure. They've been trying to fly the flag for Australia, for the Oceanic region. It's been tough to find success. It's been tough to find ways to improve. They've put together the best lineup they can. And everything looks so great out of stage one, but now just this hurdle just seems way too hard for them to overcome. There's a little information over for the Astralis defense. HexT shifts immediately on the deagle shot out towards long. Stair steps up with a smoke at divider. And FlyQuest work around the map. Not giving this one up for free, despite the fact that they don't have the rifles to fight back, despite the fact they don't have utility. Every round when elimination is on the line is fought for tooth and nail.
Stair and HexT, no issue in a round like this. Yabi really racking up the kills over the last 3 rounds here. Enjoying himself on the CT side. Has just put Astralis into a position to equalize the game out 10-10. We'll get a buy-in again here from FlyQuest, but we are starting to see the possible end of the line for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, look, they still have obviously a chance in this. 10-10 tied up. They've already had some success on the T side. The one issue is it's come in moments where Astralis has been economically weakened and diminished. Now they don't have that advantage. Not only is there a strong buy for the Astralis defense, but there's plenty of money in the bank as well. So FlyQuest is going to have to find some solutions here. Tough decisions. Alzer with 1 timeout remaining in his back pocket. Helps them out with some ideas here for them to call. And FlyQuest re-enter round 21. 3 rounds straight for Astralis. 3 rounds away from eliminating FlyQuest from the Budapest Major. And all of a sudden, you're seeing Astralis start to flex, especially towards that B bomb site, getting control of short a number of times. Yabi with some excellent kills, but Magisk has pushed into it a couple times and maintained early information. Missed Molotov from Astralis means this T side won't get slowed down. Vexite and Inns running through Playground. Devices here with the ult.
Yeah, Devices continue to creep forward, and there's a peek out towards Playground, but Regali has come out on top of it. Device not going to be finding the opening kill.
Well, hey, look, they're doing exactly what Device said he wanted to yesterday in the opening interview. He wanted to show a different kind of opping, wanted to show Device 3.0. And as someone who's been a star player, one of the greatest players in Counter-Strike, he's trying to be the one to take initiative, give his team advantages. But back-to-back rounds, he has been destroyed by FlyQuest in that effort.
And Yabi has been the player in those back-to-back rounds to pull it back. And while he's pushed all the way through connector, he could get a flank going on, Jason. It would be a massive risk. And the timing's not there at all. Yabi gets caught climbing up the ladder, and Inns, such an important frag.
Just the one straggler, coming back like 5 seconds behind his other 2 teammates. 5 on 3 for FlyQuest. But there's still 2 defenders at this B bomb site, HexT and Magisk.
Big swing here from Magisk, and nothing going the way of Astralis. A really important round here for FlyQuest to step up in this way. HexT waits at the barrel, sandbags, and it just isn't going to work out for him. Ends up getting taken down. It's Netic with a great shot. Stair, the only player getting something done here, but it's not enough to really make it competitive whatsoever. It's 4 players staying alive for FlyQuest. Didn't even need the bomb plant.
Yeah, I helped out. I think you nailed it a few rounds back, mentioning the aggression that Astralis had on Nuke against NIP and the way that backfired on them. This aggression now is backfiring a little bit, at least this Device portion of it. No more picks for Device's AWP. You want that weapon to survive. You wanted to keep FlyQuest honest throughout the round, so I think he's going to have to play more passive because FlyQuest has gotten a couple crucial rounds in this half just by some early picks due to aggression from Astralis. All 5 players for FlyQuest outside the B bomb site.
Now here they come. It's going to be fast, and look at Magisk getting caught by the flashbang, trying to run back to short.
Great
stay
Molotov.
impactful. And yeah, that's really impactful indeed. The Molotov slowing down FlyQuest and not able to maximize the success off the back of the flashes. But now HexT has to step up. His teammate's gone, and HexT got a double kill. All of a sudden, that multi from HexT has kept Astralis in this. The rotations arrive. The cavalry's here, and Astralis going to tie things up again. 11-11. Great utility to slow things down, and HexT is the man to step up.
That's the way you have impact without it showing up on the scoreboard. Yeah, Magisk gets flashed off. Yeah, he gets forced away. Can't really find a clean fight. fight, but the Molotov that holds back the tide of that attack and then allows the follow-up utility from Yabby, from HexT, from rotating players, all to rain in. Flashbangs and HE grenades, and FlyQuest never had the freedom to turn the corner and attack into the bomb site. HexT and Magisk just end their day. Lovely work on defense. And yet again, FlyQuest unable to build any momentum at a most critical moment in the game. This is all the money they have remaining, shoved into round 23. 3 AK-47s, a Galil, and a Tech 9 on JKS. And losing here, being out of money for that final 24th round would just be heartbreaking. Then you really would need a miracle as FlyQuest.
Yeah. A 0-2 game. FlyQuest coming out of stage 1 as the 3-0 team. They finally broke the curse of winning 2 best-of-1s and going on to lose all remaining games. They get through to stage 2 and yet to break through with a map victory. They've come close here on overpass, but Device this time getting the opener from a more passive opening position. He'll change it up and go out to the left side. Having a look down Banana. He stays committed to finding another one. Device delivering impact in round 23.
Oh man, it's cool seeing him go back to it despite the fact that the last couple times he hasn't really been successful. Oh, the double up now chiming in. Stair picks one off, and FlyQuest never going to execute a single idea. Picked apart before they can begin.
Yeah, the double op setup from Astralis proves to be brutal to that of FlyQuest. Ins and JKS, the 2 remaining forces here with 55 seconds on the clock. They're not even together. They're separated, and even landing that shot, Device ain't missing much in round 23.
No, JKS is, I mean, he's only got a Tech 9. I don't know what he thinks he can do, but I guess he's the only one who can really provide anything.
Well, he's coming back.
They're going to save this. They want the AK-47 for the last round. It's one of the few rifles they'll have. So JKS might try and go recover an AK-47 that was dropped. Yes, he will. He's got the safety with which to do it, and that's, I mean, that tells you everything about the situation FlyQuest is in. This is the strongest weapons they'll have to bring to fight in the next round.
So elimination is what awaits FlyQuest.
Losing bonus is only 2,400. They won't even be able to drop AK-47s. Can drop some extra Galils over to teammates. And HexT, yeah, this is intelligent. Go for the hunt. He's found JKS. They're going to get away with these guns. I don't think any kind of a ladder drop is going to get there in time.
No. So at least they have that mercy. FlyQuest will have 2 AK-47s to work with going into this round.
But no timeouts. They used them all to try and get to this point, to try and give themselves a lead a little bit earlier on. And Alzo can't be involved. He can sit back and watch as the coach. A guy who's made it to the quarterfinals, to the semifinals of the Major, watching his team struggle to stay alive here in stage 2.
3 Tech 9s. Around those 2 saved AK-47s, your strategies are limited, and so they call a simple tactic. It's head towards B with all 5 players and see if you can break down their door.
They smoke the molly, get on through short. Yabby spots one, but that's a dangerous fight. Do you really want to decide the round right here?
Well, he goes forward. It's Yabby combining with that push of Stair. And that's the opening kill for Astralis. FlyQuest fall to 4 players.
And you can't make this attack happen if you don't have control of short. If you don't have the split, it's not worth it.
But where else do you go? What other options do you have? Send JKS forward, see if he can grab a kill, if he can find some kind of opener. It's damage done to the player in the pit. It's Yabby low in HP. Over a minute left still on this clock. The bomb is all the way back and Regali's back towards T-spawn. He'll have to start moving forward and join them. Magisk confirming information that JKS is still waiting at short.
They're going to send Yabby forward to get some intel. He's got low HP, so they don't really care if he dies. They've got plenty of players stacked up behind him.
And he has been the reckoning. And for Astralis, the revelation on the CT side. Yabby dead at the hands of Ins. But 40 seconds remain for FlyQuest, and likely only 40 seconds left in Budapest.
Look at the way Astralis just keeps denying control of short over and over again. FlyQuest can't get anything they want in this final round.
Yeah, they start to move through Monster. HexT's waiting with Magisk and Stair. This is looking strong for Astralis. Stair with the headshot. Magisk on the follow-up. It is the end for FlyQuest. Their major quest has come to a close, and for the Aussies, it is time to fly home. Astralis survived to fight another day here at the StarLadder Major in Budapest. from 3-0 through stage 1 to 0-3 in stage 2.
Yeah, heartbreaking for FlyQuest, but Astralis, they get to stay alive. It was such a hard-fought battle to get back into the majors, and they weren't going to let it go to waste by just kind of bowing out here in stage 2. FlyQuest, and that stage 1 performance is so far back in our memories, and really, you know, this is a hard-fought series today against Astralis. You just have to look at that day 1 and just say that's just not good enough to open up your day. 7 rounds total on day 1. Just set yourselves up for this kind of an eventuality, but it doesn't make it any less crushing.
No, we have seen some improvements from FlyQuest. With Coach Hauser coming in, it is a very short-term project that we've seen from this team, and certainly glimpses of what they're capable of doing, but still a lot of work to be done once the elevation and competition begins.
And that's the crushing feeling, because we've seen the improvements from the outside. They certainly would have felt them from the inside. And as a team, you want to get that reward for feeling that success in your practices leading into a major like this. You want to get some success here so that it feels like that work didn't all go to waste. And that's kind of the emotion you're dealing with right now is just complete just depression. Like all that work you put in, all those hours inside the game have just gone to waste.
Well, we look at it from the Astralis perspective as well. An organization that has won the most majors out of anybody in Counter-Strike have missed out on majors since 2022.
Players that have won some of the most majors as well, with Device and Magisk in the lineup.
And so finally back at a major, to go 0-3 after waiting that long would have been an absolute disaster for Astralis. They now have an opportunity to go ahead and try and qualify into stage 3. It's still a very long road back into this competition for Astralis, but at least they've taken the first step.
Yes, they have, and I mean, we saw some of that frustration for them losing that game against NIP, losing against M80 later on. I mean, that was the day 1 from Astralis. Wasn't exactly anything to be happy about, but now you're also seeing, I mean, a good first map. You saw Astralis actually play the game today. Like, they were really proactive. CT sides were always moving, always making sure they had control, always making sure they had information. It was a well-played map from Astralis to help them overcome some of the unforced errors and a little disorganization here and there.
Yeah, I don't think we can really take a huge amount from this game for Astralis moving forward in terms of what level they're going to be playing at for the rest of the competition, but hopefully now that they've actually broken through and got a series win, and it's done in a 2-0 fashion, hopefully this is the turning point for Astralis and we'll start seeing some better performances at the event.
Yeah, I don't know. We've seen those rough performances too from them in recent times, but I want to see that Astralis that we had when Hooksy first joined the team. They kind of started off on a tear, right? That's the Astralis that they've been trying to get back to and haven't been able to do it, but finally now they will. Regardless, we got an interview with Astralis with the winners. Device is standing by.
Device, congratulations. I'm sure this 2-0 game right now was a huge relief for you. How do you feel right now?
Of course, better than yesterday, and we knew we had our backs against the wall today, and yeah, just happy right now, but yeah, a lot of jobs to do still.
Let's break down the 2-0 quickly. I think Mirage, we don't have to like really go into it. It felt kind of free watching it, at least from viewers' POV. Overpass was kind of close, and I think it was 11-11 at the end, so it could have gone both ways. And then you got like the opening with the follow-up kill. I feel like this was kind of a breaking point. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think we took the second area up as well, so we were playing 2-ups A, and it worked out. The CT side was a bit tougher than usual for us. Usually we are having better money control, so some of the rounds were tough, losing the AWP early, not having the AWP in the second buy round, stuff like that. Kind of made the game a little bit harder for us. But yeah, as you said, we managed to come through in the end. I think Gabby was doing a lot of like the moving around on the CT side, finding a lot of holes, and yeah, it was really nice because then we knew kind of where they were on the map all the time.
Yeah, I know that his backstab with a double dig, that was really good. Also, I saw that you guys, I think Roger was talking a lot during, it was a timeout from FlyQuest. It was also towards the end of the map. What did he say? How did he help you close out the map?
I think that sometimes it's like different philosophies. Do we want to go for openings? Do we want to just see if they can win a round if we give them some of the space of the map? And in the end, we wanted to see if we give them the early space and then try maybe to do some rotations, mid-round stuff like this. He was talking about that instead of trying to get the opening kill. So yeah, it worked out.
Okay, I mean, you guys had a bad start, that like you mentioned, the 0-2, but do you think you can do a reverse sweep?
Yes. Yeah? Yeah, you have to believe.
I believe, and I wish you best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, good to hear from Device. Obviously, going to be happy with the win today, but knows there's a lot of hard work to be done.
I spoke to him during the media day. It was kind of cool because they'd been absent from the majors for so long, and he just had a big smile, like he was just happy to be back. And I was like, hey, does it feel like do you feel like the nerves of like coming to like your first major again? Like, does it feel like you know, when you go to 20 majors and when you go to 15 majors in a row, you get kind of adjusted to it. He was like, yeah, I'm nervous this time. Like, got that feeling back of like, okay, this feels like my first major all over again.
Well, it's been a long time since we've seen them compete at a major. Well, next up, we've got MIBR versus Team Liquid. One of those teams are heading home. We'll see who it's going to be after the break.
Please not Liquid.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is embedded in top of the throne of the speed. Are you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year. Final epic stage. The pinnacle of Counter-Strike. It's what every player dreams of.
To overcome fear,
doubt,
rivals,
titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends. Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. Buy your ticket now.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
All right, it's time to send some more teams home. Up next, we have Liquid. See them arriving here. They're getting ready to take on MIBR. Been an underwhelming start to the tournament for both of these squads. That's how they've ended up in this position. Liquid ended their day yesterday getting absolutely dismantled at the hands of Paravision. A painful game to have to watch. And with MIBR now to go up against, this is the last chance. And you can see similar quotes here from both squads. MIBR hoping for a better day. Shui saying today is the day.
It's one of the days.
It's a day of days for these teams as they fight for their life at the StarLadder Budapest Major.
Oh, obviously only in the metaphorical sense, Harry. I think everything will be okay, but really, I'm super disappointed in Liquid so far from these first couple of BO1s. I think they were kind of stylistic breakdowns here for Liquid, where you can't even look at one player and go, oh, this player really let us down, or they were so close, if not for this round. It was just across the board. Liquid was struggling to manifest anything against Bait or against Paravision, and we saw how James just called circles around Shui on the T side of Dust 2, a beautifully put game by James, by these young stars of Paravision. And yeah, Liquid just kind of crumbled at the seams. They never put up resistance in that match, at least, and against Bait, a kind of similar story. For MIBR, it can be a little more expecting of a result like that for a squad that have made the budget Fury a change and have brought in a couple of international players who've showed some promise, at least for a KRiMZ. But I think Kickert's, he's in a fairly new role, in-game leadership only having picked up, post his VP days. And for Kicker, it's hard to know exactly how that's going for him inside of a team that's only just now started speaking English as a result of these changes. But it's not like MIBR have had good events with this roster yet, aside from some decent results domestically, some LAN wins back in Brazil, when we've seen them against Tier 1 opposition. When we've seen them internationally, they also crumble back-to-back events, CAC and Bucharest, even losing to Liquid in one of these events as well.
Yeah, kind of running down that train of thought, one of the things that was spoken about by Exit ahead of this major was how, because they'd just been playing event to event to event, they hadn't had a lot of time to actually practice, right? And kind of work on gelling together these very different views of the game. He said how Kicker was influencing it a lot, how he respects him because he's a major winner, feels like there's a lot to learn from, and he was hoping that with a month boot camp ahead of this major, a better MIBR would be found on the other side of it. But I don't think we've really seen that thus far from this MIBR squad. Most notable, I think, was their day one loss to Stage 1 hopefuls in Imperial, right? This is a team that you want to feel like you're better than, especially within the intra-Brazil lineup at the head-to-heads there. That was taken dominantly by Imperial, who came in hot from their Stage 1 finish, and then they fall again to Passion UA. I think, one of the issues they're having right now, as you say, you have to change to English, trying to accommodate new players in the roster, but these are players, regions with very different ways of approaching the game, and clearly that's been a bit of a problem for this MIBR team, getting everyone adjusted and finding exactly how it is that they want to play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that setup is the match for the Imperial was kind of shocking as well, considering it's a match that MIBR have won. They wanted a BO5. They won it recently on LAN, so I think that's been disappointing. We're going to hear from them though. I hear we got an Insani interview ready, locked and loaded.
Insani, hope you had a good rest after yesterday's matches. You guys are now with the back against the wall, but I'm sure you can still turn it around. And you also played in the stage yesterday, so maybe you can share with us how the feeling was here in the venue and how you like the crowd.
Yeah, so the crowd is very loud. You can see by the first day of tournament, it's really good to play on stage. And it's always a different feeling. I mean, you feel more active, you feel the energy when it comes to the crowd. So it's really good to play against them, not against them, but with them. And I hope we will get on by the day of the day happy.
Do you actually prefer playing in front of a crowd, even from earlier stages, compared to a studio game?
For me, personally, I always love to play with the crowd. I always love the energy that they bring to the game, so I prefer.
Okay, so regarding the game today, I guess you guys probably worked on some stuff that you maybe didn't do so well yesterday. How do you think is the map pool against Liquid?
I feel like against Liquid we play maps that we are comfortable playing. We by the end of the day yesterday we had 2 losses, and by the losses it's from where you learn better. So I think we just reviewed our mistakes. We know what we did wrong and what we could do better, and we hope we'll do it today.
Okay, and what were your expectations heading into this major in general?
I feel like we came to the major after a really good time of bootcamp, so we came here with a feeling that we are prepared and that we are confident. So I feel like passing through stage 3 and maybe to the playoffs is my main goal. I mean, I never played a major playoffs, so that's my goal here.
I wish you best of luck achieving that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Reassuring to see Insani speaking English as well, right? For the longest time, we were talking about some of these Brazilian talents like Keisarato and Insani and the opportunity to go abroad and play international CS, and even Keisarato talking about how he wanted to win in a Brazilian team. Well, little did we know we had to bring the international to Brazil. However, still, so far for MIBR, it's been a far cry from what they wanted. Maybe redemption is the tone of the day up against a Team Liquid who have had a very disappointing run as well.
Yeah, they have. I mean, these are two teams that both kind of felt good about having a boot camp ahead of the major, right?
Classic.
We heard from Liquid saying about how the boot camp was good. Things felt like they were slotting into place. They had a better idea of how to gel all these different backgrounds and ideas together, but we really didn't get to see that. And I mean, they've been demolished to open up this major run. At least for MIBR, they had one close game in there, the one versus Passion UA, where it was competitive, had a good performance from Klim in that one. For Liquid, there's really not been a lot to like, a lot to be super excited about. It started off bad in that bait head-to-head. By the end of that game and ahead of the Paravision match, they were saying, we actually think we did a good job in terms of the macro, making the right decisions. It was just a couple of, miscoms, couple of small mistakes, snowballing into the loss of the game. And they were optimistic that they would get back on track ahead of that Paravision match. But then the Paravision game happened, and that really was the iceberg for Team Liquid. You really haven't seen a team get destroyed in that fashion for a while. They lost all confidence. They were playing a super scared game. They were stuck in kind of the most standard setups you could hope for. These 2-3s on Dust 2 just splitting up, being super immobile, and it really didn't give you a hell of a lot of confidence. So they've got to try and bounce back and look to recover today. I think we've also spoke to Team Liquid, so let's hear from them now.
Hey nerds, how are you feeling today?
Feeling it?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you rest well?
Yeah, I slept 10 hours, so I'm fine.
Okay, that's good. Let's just a little bit talk about yesterday. I know you probably don't feel so good about it. If I just make it really simple, it was kind of a disaster class from you guys. I think you can do much better, and probably your fans also expected more of you. And I'm pretty sure you had probably a debrief or something yesterday. So can you tell us what caught your eye mostly, reviewing what happened?
I think it was best of one. Both of the teams, maybe Vito. Both of the teams, like, they are playing really good lately. They showed bigger balls than what we showed, and for me, this is something that now, best of 3, we will have more chance to more room for mistakes, and I feel like from one map we will just keep rolling and rolling.
Okay, and looking at the individual level of you guys, how do you view your current performance?
Terrible. I mean, like, how we were playing in practice to how we are playing now, it's not even close to, it's sad to say, but this is something that we are not even, I didn't experience yet. And for me, I feel like this is the time to do it.
I mean, you can always pop off. We have seen you doing this multiple times, so will we see your Nerds Masterclass today?
For sure. You will see Nerds Masterclass for sure.
I hope so, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some tempered expectations, maybe a bit humbled from yesterday as Nerds, but looking to right their wrongs are Team Liquid. And do you want to hear some delusional optimism from me here, Harry? I actually think Liquid do have a shot at making the reverse sweep here. I hope in the BO3s that conversation around map pool is going to be interesting, and we get to see Liquid show off maybe some of the maps they worked on in their boot camp, right? They came in with Dust and Mirage and BO1's kind of middle ground maps. We don't know where Liquid are exactly looking to take us. I would assume Mirage was going to be a little more comfortable than it was. But, you know, maybe some more tactical maps here. A Nuke coming through, an Ancient could even be in the conversation for Liquid. I'd like to see them at least redeem themselves, and that's mainly because in the 2 events leading up to the Major, this Liquid lineup looked pretty good. They had some legit wins. They were taking down the likes of Legacy. They were getting a map against Aurora. They had some really strong wins against kind of the tier 2 opposition in the world. It didn't really show what we saw yesterday in the BO1. So I'm still a little more optimistic for Liquid to make a redemption arc here. Whether they go 3-2, we'll have to wait.
I think at bare minimum, that Paravision game showed them that you know, you can't survive playing CS if you lose all confidence. And I like what Nerd said in that interview where he said, I haven't encountered this before. I haven't encountered this yet, right? That game sucked the absolute life out of Team Liquid. They looked done by the end of the first half. It was over so long before that game was over. But at bare minimum, it's going to force you to have some very awkward conversations, and no one wants to go back to feeling like that in Team Liquid. So I kind of share in your optimism here, and I think I like what Nets brought to the table in the interview, saying the idea, you know, we get one map, that's where we start to pick up some steam. Right now, you come off the back of a boot camp where you were feeling good, the vibes were nice heading into the Major. You get absolutely demolished in both games on the first 2, you know, on the first day rather. And now you've had to go back and try to work through that. You know, you've gone on this wild ride. You went from feeling great to feeling the worst you've likely felt in a long time. And now we get to see, you know, just how productive those conversations were. I kind of share in this cautious optimism around Team Liquid and being able to bounce back. I do think it's a very hard task when you're trying to do it from 0-2 down. Let's see if Liquid can. We're going to be starting things off here on Inferno. That's the pick of MIBR. And we're right into this. MIBR with a T-side start.
Yeah, this has been a good map for MIBR in recency, especially back in Brazil. So looking to bring it in against Liquid. Last time we saw them go with Nuke, that did not go too well. Liquid blew them out of the water at CAC. Back-to-back 13-5s in that series. Liquid are going with Mirage later on as well, so they might be out taking their time in this pistol. The grenade is nice from Liquid, but it's the wallbang headshot from Nerds. One bullet into the head of the star player of MIBR. It's going to be a test in this 4v5, but an open B site with just one player.
Yeah, Nerds still probing and hanging around. I like this. I think Nerds is coming into today with a bit of point to prove. He kept mentioning how the opponents played with more balls. That was how he put it. That's a tie to confidence, right? The idea that Liquid kind of shrunk down in both of their games and didn't really look like themselves. And so if Nerds is going to try and force some plays, force some aggression, I think that's a very good thing for Team Liquid. That's not bad from Shuey, the captain, picking up a double. And Nerds forced back, but comfortable in a 5v2 here. They try and keep the pressure on. They chase down these remaining 2 players, and they leave it all on Klim. Has to go back for the bomb. Smoke now fades, and they come pushing in. They don't clear him straight away, but Elige is there to keep it all in check.
Oh, a little scary 2v5 there for Liquid fans, but they do get it done.
Something else that's like a little bit weird for MIBR was the idea that, you know, they were kind of waiting. They were looking forward to this boot camp, but their event before the boot camp was Bucharest, and they had to play that with a stand-in. Klim couldn't make it, so you know, the only event you played ahead of your boot camp was not with the full 5 roster. And I think even that doesn't exactly help when you're a team that's looking to get as many reps in as you can and time used to playing together. It's certainly a hard task to, you know, go international for the first time, and I think it's easy to think that you could replicate the success of a team like a Furia, but there's absolutely no denying that you didn't get players of the same caliber. Even if Kicker, you know, rebounds back to his old form, I still don't think that would be comparable to kind of what Yakindar brings to the table. And Klim, while he looks good every now and again, you get these flashes and you see what he is capable of. Doesn't quite seem like a Molidoy either. So you do have a bit of an uphill battle here if you're MIBR.
I just think the idea of bringing in an international AWP is a good idea, because it's something Brazil has actually struggled with, having a reliable AWP outputting, you know, good games at Tier 1 CS and, yeah, Fury, anything to go by, then sure, looking further afield is a good idea. But even if you just size up the competition and, you know, who's the second, who's the third best AWP in Brazil, I think it falls off pretty quickly. So MIBR looking for this risk to pay off, and here at the Major, it's do or die in a BO3 for survival, just to get to another day of play. Liquid convert their pistol, and MIBR will be coming in with guns here in the third. Not going to see much of Klim in this game, right? So this is more of a question of the rifling power of MIBR, but also the leading from Kickert on this T side, how MIBR want to get into the game. Will it be fast banana control? Liquid seem to think so, putting 3 players there early with ultimate supporting utility. Both teams smoking the same position, having different ideas behind it. MIBR find to wait it out.
I mean, you're already seeing Liquid want to try and be more aggressive. You know, that's something that was really missing from their games yesterday, was it felt like they gave all their opponents a lot of respect. Nerds has been super keen to go and fight for Banana. Even in the anti-eco, there was re-aggression into top mid. And so I'm liking the initial ideas here for Liquid. They found some good damage for MIBR. It's going to be a journey out into top middle. They've taken away this banana control with the boost, so this is just kind of the early staging of the round.
Only 2 on A here, so Liquid's still puffing up their chest, but a weakened bomb site. Time being bought by the utility. Naf watching out for the apartments as well. Timing on smoke here as they get closer in apps. Sani given a fight up top B. Nerds just swings him dry and takes it. And now Liquid a fight back for Banana, freeing up rotations. MIBR got to go soon.
This double setup could be weird. Timing's everything, and yeah, you catch Ultimate looking the wrong way. It's kind of an ugly setup. Easy follow-up kill onto Elige as the first man in.
The setup is so weak. It's just like, if you don't have the apps info, you don't have it smoked off, there's seemingly no reason to run that, because the whole time Ultimate's looking over his shoulder. Naf's closer than MP9. The chance of him just getting an immediate kill isn't even guaranteed. And Ultimate gets caught looking behind him because he's not even like holding it for 5 seconds, holding the back for 5 seconds. He's just flicking back and forth. You're never going to get the kill from that. So, I don't know, ugly setup for Liquid. Site pick crossfire would have been a lot more favorable. And as soon as the Elige gets there on rotation, it's already too late. So despite the 5v4 found in Banana by Nerds, Liquid put themselves in a very uncomfortable position. And MIBR break through on this T side. Not the most reassuring start to the game, but it's early days here. Liquid trying to get warm off the top. AWP out for Ultimate as well. But no early moves being made by Liquid this time. Just that standard banana smoke. With some intrigue off for the flashbang. Actually does whiff a molly on MIBR. Nerds is getting hounded down here. Got to be very careful. Still looking to hang around. And instead of giving up Banana, Liquid just supplements it with Ultimate, putting the AWP in position. Trying to bait these rifles into the AWP. They're going to get what they want.
Oh, that's a crazy opener for Insani. That's what he's here for. Swing out into top Banana. And Ultimate dead before he even really realizes what's happening. Bruno's also taken all this room out towards top mid, and so now the pressure really on Team Liquid. He might even come back around and look to join him. He spotted Shui leaving, knows that that could be an extra player over towards B. and is feeling like he's got a lot of room here. So a gap has opened up for MIBR. It's down to Nafly and Elige. Set up between the pit and apartments. It's a better crossfire than last time. That much is for certain. You still need good mileage here. Naf gonna open, takes the attention away from Elige, and he'll put up 2 of his own. Time expires now for MIBR. You can't play this fast enough. Insani wrestles back these kills, but Nerds is gonna take it to time.
God, 6 shots for Insani there. That hurts to lose it to the clock, but really nice defense from Liquid. And I feel like MIBR got the wrong read, right? Breno gets info there's a player in library. Perhaps he thinks that is that 3rd player on rotation, meaning 2 were already in the B bomb site. It's not the case. And as a result, MIBR go back in with sure the B players cut off, but no control on A otherwise. Straight into a perfect setup here from Team Liquid. Oh, dangerous move here for Sui. He can escape if he wants, but he gets caught falling off. Big opener for Breno again. As MIBR look to jump through this banana smoke. Insani has had enough. Back-to-back, sick opening kills. And MIBR will not waste this opportunity this time. They speed up.
Full gamble rotate, but if Ultimate doesn't find a couple, this one will be over. Damage done into the pool. Nade out of Elige, gonna claw one more back. It's him and Nafly again trying to combine for something here. They weren't ready for Naf as the second piece out towards the coffins. He's got Exit trapped and in a box, and so Nafly and Elige start to bring it back for Team Liquid. A vintage duo in this squad, and they play off of each other well in this 2-on-4. Bomb drop just on the other side of that smoke, and so this is a tough round for Breno to come to terms with. He is being given a chance at a 1v1 with Elige passive back in the ruins. He could hope to find Nafly, but it would have to be an immediate kill. Smoke on the bomb, that brings Elige back into the conversation now as he pushes up out towards CT. Even if you retrieve it here, you've got to battle forward, 20 seconds left. Elige is toying with the idea of leaving, wondering if there's time for Breno to have made it back around, but there isn't. He plays it forward.
Oh my.
Thinks the site is clear, thinks they've outbrained themselves, and Naf doesn't move a muscle. That's a really nice clawback from Nafly and Elige.
Yeah, 2v4, 3v5 with Ultimate included into that one. Liquid lose 2 very awkward kills early. This one in second mid, and Insani again onto Nerds up Banana, but it matters not for Liquid, pulling back a huge disadvantage. I like the idea Breno was going for on that clutch. They're trying to make them rotate out, but to think that Naf would leave the site as well is optimistic. Recklessly so. He had time to clear quad and maybe get that bomb still down. Certainly made Elige doubt it. And so MIBR, some close rounds, but no cigar on this T side. And now Liquid are starting to flex their muscles, take control back, pushing down mid and Banana in this round.
Yeah, I think right now for Liquid, they're kind of, you know, I feel like they're feigning a bit of confidence. They're just trying to play up in your face. They're trying to play for the info, even if the vibe still looks a little bit shaky, but it's going to do them good. And the more success they find from it, the stronger they're going to become in this series.
Faking confidence still looks like you're confident to the opponent, doesn't it? It's going to keep MIBR on their toes, going to keep them very cautious. And MIBR have already made wrong reads in the mid-round. They're going to be kicking themselves for not converting that 5v3 when that molly comes down in B. If they just scaled through it or in front of it, they could have found the solo B player at the back of the bomb site, just won the round straight up. And the other round where they get up long, but they misread how many are in the A site. So MIBR kind of kicking themselves right now. Been given 2 really good opportunities and closed neither. Liquid, this should just be simple here to finish off the job in middle.
I mean, how you know it kind of started to get really rough in the games yesterday was eventually like Naf was the guy making the kind of heads up, trying to get ahead of the opponent plays. And if anything, he's meant to be kind of your safe pair of hands, you know, the last guy you'd expect to see that from. So nice to see that Nerds and Elige are both trying to be a lot more involved in the opening stages of this game. They're looking better for it. Liquid is sat up in a good position right now. For MIBR, it's feeling a little rough because it's a very different Liquid to the one that they would have seen playing yesterday. But this is where you got to fall back on some of that old wisdom from Kicker. Hope that he can try and bring them back into the fold.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see some pace changes here from Kicker on this T side. Probably not in this gun round, because MIBR know they've been in good positions, and it's come down to the late round moves that has let them down. But they know their openers are working. They keep getting man advantages. They keep getting space, forcing Liquid out of banana. So it's salvageable here for MIBR, but a very important gun round nonetheless on the T side. Kickert yet to get a kill, and Klim probably won't see an AWP until the CT half.
I mean, the other thing that's nice just naturally with being a bit more aggressive and not just going through the motions is it forces you to be more dialed in. Right, Liquid looked out of that game yesterday, and we overheard some of the comms from Flashy, and it felt like they were just kind of straight up ignoring him, honestly. That's how, like, checked out of the game they were. When you're playing more in your face and you're looking for openers, you're trying to cause some chaos, it forces you to be communicative. Flashback in for Shui, hoping to tee up ultimate. Oh, ends up dealing with Kicker at the back. Still, the big problem piece is Insani, and he's now putting a lot of pressure on B.
Good smoke there, though. I think Insani really wanted to just go into that bomb site and try and close the round, because again, MIBR put themselves in a good position. Resetting is fine here. They've got time, they've got a bit of util, shuffling it around now and hoping they can just get the clean entry into this B bomb site. Liquid aren't going to rotate anyone over, relying in their captain to hold down. Shui needs one kill, worst case, and he knows it's coming. Ali just confirmed it with the mid push.
More solid mid-round moves, more of it coming from this aggression, having a bit of faith in their read. Alige now knows that it's this B play, and he might have multiple kills on a platter. They're back turned in banana. He's just going to take the free one while he's got it. And one step further with Exit up on that boost. Even though Insani's there for the clear, he's got 30 seconds and a big decision to make. He's taken that bomb away. He needs to ace clutch in what was a 1v3. But if anyone could get it done, it's Insani. Is he ready for Naf, having rotated in quickly here? Already in a strong position. Naf takes the swing, peeks him dry. Insani, who had hot hands, 3 kills deep, stopped by Nafly on his way to that clutch.
Feeling like Insani V9 right now, right? Every multi-kill is coming from him. Every interesting round is coming from his outputs. Gets that first one up banana, able to trade the leech in an awkward manner. And Naf, great call to rotate out as well, especially considering Liquid almost got burned by it the last time they made that same play when Breno recommitted back to B late. But as soon as Alish died, Naf immediately leaves that B bomb site. He is ahead of whatever timing Insani is considering. And in a position he can't really clear with the clock so low. So Liquid, really good signs right now. 6-1 up, making all the right moves. Winning from disadvantage. Alige 12-3. And ultimate not even called upon. What is this from Nerds? Madness through the smoke. That will piss you off. Nerds follows up. He just walked through the smoke on the fade and gets a kill while MIBR is setting up utility.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we've been talking about the aggression. It's kind of the perfect time to get to stretch your legs in that regard a little bit. This is an MIBR who is still a little bit shaky, fully coming to terms with how it is that they want to play. There are going to be gaps. There are times where the protocols let them down. Again, Insani is the one guy trying to make a difference right now. Another multi-kill on these entries out towards B, and Liquid is scrambling, rotates over. Now, Insani got wounded in those fights. Ultimate going to pluck one out the air, and it's just left onto Breno. Got to get past this AWP, and Ultimate still on the line. Makes that AWP hit hard. Nice to see Roland hitting some shots on the AWP to open this one up as well.
Yeah, belated birthday present here on this CT side. Dude, it just feels like what more can Insani do? And how can MIBR close on this B-bomb side? They keep getting these car entries, 1 or 2 at a time. This was crazy for Nerds. I like to see it, dude. Just disrespect at this kind of scoreline. Liquid in full control. But you feel like how many entries is enough? That's supposed to be the B-bomb site falling, but with no smoke, MIBR can't even make it in cleanly. Very nicely done by Ultimate. That just makes sure MIBR are still in the mud. Winning an eco like that could have propelled them back into this T side. Ultimate, considering the play here, not doing it though. It's only 2 players on this A-bomb site, so going down offers a way in here for MIBR. Elite rotating in. Mid-control taken, and it's been pretty easy to come by for the Brazilian side. Liquid playing back in their bomb site once again on both sides. No one watching App, so as this smoke fades, Liquid are gonna have to look up. 3 players coming in through the hallways. Legion NAF looking to fight long together. They clear it. This is all a bit of a ruse. You might even see an over-rotation here for Liquid, who are feeling very confident right now. But they're not going to do so. NAF gets stuck into the bomb site, waiting for a short pop.
Ultimate could get caught here. He really needs the cover from Nafly, who deals with the first 2 in. Ultimate no-scope plans as well, and that 3rd player out through the apartments gets cut down. Again, it's just Insani, the only guy to accomplish anything for MIBR in this round. And even then, surely he's on a timer, deals with a 2nd. But time expires, round done, and Insani heads for the hills. It's just this AK moving forward. This is rapidly getting away from MIBR.
I'm sure he saves in this one, but you really can't say Insani is not putting himself at the forefront of the vast majority of the rounds. Another double kill on the way out this time, and it's not enough to make anything happen here for MIBR. I feel like they had their window to hit the bomb site there, but they stopped in their tracks, pulled back from mid, let Liquid re-clear, which would have been fine, but then Liquid on the other side of the map burned all their util at about 30 seconds. And they're just saying there's no assault here. There is no noise in Banana. There is no reason to rotate. So even though Liquid get the info that mid's clear, they still feel comfortable in playing a 3-2, a standard round. Everyone holds down the line. And Sani only exits. And there's just nothing to complain about here for Liquid right now. It's a perfect game, 8-1. A small blemish on the record. One A attack going successfully here for MIBR, nothing more.
And I think, you know, for this MIBR team, they've always had a bit of a problem when it comes to IGLs, because xKacpersky used to be the guy for a while, but even then, when Drop was in this team, Drop actually started his time trying to IGL, and xKacpersky was happy to hand it over. He then took the reins back again, but then ends up giving them away to Kiko when he comes into the squad. So it kind of feels like to me, you know, xKacpersky doesn't necessarily want to be the captain of this team, has done so in the past out of necessity. I'll hold this thought, because Insani, the one guy worth being excited for, tries playing through the molly on this B hit. Doesn't get away with a kill, but the rest of the team will.
Oh, no!
Lige gets gone on in time here to support Nerds. Was hoping to get a supportive flash in. It's not even needed. His backs are turned out through Banana. And what was looking like it could have been a threatening round here ends up petering out pretty quickly.
Going to take the bomb back, give it a go, but I think we can talk here because there's no way xKacpersky can do much. And I like how Lige communicated that to his teammate as well, just saying, I've got you. They can't get to you at the back of the bomb site. I'll say when they can and you can swing in. That's when Nerd starts to make his play, when Lige is pushed off the angle. Just really good trade of contact there for Liquid. Comms flowing right now.
Yeah, so, you know, MIBR, they've always had kind of this problem, try to find an IGL that they feel like can bring out the potential in this team. You have xKacpersky who undertook it, you know, originally.
It's not just been in-game leaders, Harry. It's also been just AWPers as well. The roles have always changed on this team.
No,
100%. Think of Breno coming in. He was a rifler on the academy team, joins, picks up the AWP, puts down the AWP for safe, then picks up the AWP again. I mean, the roles on this team have been all over the place for some time, and now they finally got to the point they go, hey, we can't call them, we can't AWP, so let's just import 2.
Yeah, and you know, I think one of the problems they're going to have there is Kicker, almost his entire career, and certainly every single highlight and milestone of it, was under James' leadership, right? And James has one of the most extreme styles in terms of how different it is, how much it stands out. He has a very unique view of the game. So the guy that kind of mentored him into the player he is now is someone who firstly fell off in CS2 and has had to rebuild his entire identity. But even outside of that, played one of the most extreme, slow styles of CS that existed in the game. And that runs kind of counterintuitively to the Brazilian style of Counter-Strike. It was them who fielded the most polarizing option compared to James, right? Which was art. Nice opener here for Exit. I just think it's hard to mesh these styles together. But this B play is looking to work for MIBR. Nertz is the sole survivor out on B. He's putting on a show with 2. And hell, if you're Liquid, bro, you're 9-1 up. You've wrestled back rounds tougher than this. So let's see if Ultimate and NAF can give them a run for their money. Ultimate leaves it to chance on a blind smoke shot. No scope, just adding RNG, stacking it up, hoping that something would go his way.
I will not accept a save here. Liquid have to give this a full send.
Smoke in at top banana, but a lot of time ticks away. Still paranoid that they're getting backstabbed. They're lending Ultimate a bit of time, see if he can get anything on the AWP, but it feels like this one is decided. This one's done, and so MIBR finally break the drought of rounds. Oh,
no time.
Hopping on.
No time. Nice try. It was, yeah, they're probably thinking more about the damage, honestly, at the end there. Liquid, knowing they can take some guns out of the round, but would have liked a bit more of a commitment there. I think it was perfectly winnable. When that smoke comes down banana for Nav, isolates one, you got a 2v2, but look, Liquid are fine. I'll say 9-2 up, Exit hits a banger, and even though another 5v3 ensues, Nertz still makes the round interesting. Liquid having a laugh on the way out. Nothing to cry about here at 9-2. As the AWP covers. Oh, Insani is just red hot right now. Uncrouched tap headshot to Ultimate. Absolutely destroyed. So let's go. What have MIBR got?
Oh, Liege. Nails one on the AWP, and Naf has just been a rock over here on A. He's 12-2. He kept this AK out of the last round, finally put down. That's a plant found for MIBR as they look for a third. It doesn't give them a lot of mileage to work with, but they're looking good to get it. Exit hanging around back here in mid. And now just Shui. 1 versus 3 for the captain of Liquid, and it doesn't feel great. They're in strong positions here to play around the bomb, so MIBR at least break in with something at the tail end of this half. It could give them some staying power if they're able to find the pistol when they swap over to the CT half.
Liquid locked in to the CT side here of Inferno. Maybe MIBR's map pick, but you wouldn't be able to tell it with a T side like that. Kick it at 0 kills on the half. Klim 0 orbs. And Insani 0 multi-kills converted on by his team.
Yeah, kind of brutal for Insani, who is showing up. Liquid showing a way better face in this game, coming through with some aggression, making it all look way better compared to day one. Kicker, he's doing what we would call pulling a Monacy. Monacy did this too. 0 ADR in a half.
Oh, 0 ADR.
Yeah, 0 ADR.
Oh.
He didn't hit a single bullet.
Oh, Harry.
No, it's worse than you think.
0 ADR.
0 ADR.
That's difficult. That's harder. It's Inferno. Throw a grenade.
And I'm calling it pulling him Monacy to try and be nice to him.
Yeah.
Because it makes it sound like he might have done something good.
Sounded like a compliment to me.
No. All right.
Kicker's as good as Monacy. But here, his first bullet to connect in the game. His first point of damage. Kicker behind the smoke. Bomb down. Brenner with a kill. Are they going to steal all the kills? Yes, they are. Kicker yet to hit a bullet in this game, but MIBR will win a pistol. Nice triple kill from xKacpersky, Harry. You see that one? The Julies. Rap, tap, tap, and back. MIBR looking to come back in this game. He's got 1 assist, Harry. It's true. How?
Flash.
I
don't know if they count like that.
Is it defuse? He has 1 effective flash.
There you go, bro. The flash goat.
But that doesn't usually apply to assists.
Look, man, maybe they just gave him one out of sympathy. Like, he's here, he's bringing something to the table, presumably.
He planted the bomb on a round they won. That's got to be it. Okay, Liquid Force.
0 ADR in a game. Monacy didn't do that.
No,
he just did it in a half.
Now, yeah, it'd be cool doing a kicker. All right, B-pop. And this is nice. Look at contact in. Insani is in this site, and he is not letting you in. 3 kills as they come through the smoke. Elite flying in.
If you lose this, it's unforgivable. How many multi-kills can Insani get, and then they give the round away?
Liquid 2v5.
Kickout's moving over. He'll be observing this situation.
Come on, through the smoke. Oh, they're going to boost him? No, they just wait together on the fade. This is at least 1 damage for Kicker in this round available. Half-Life fighting will be put down. This is it. Elige, if he swings, stay on Kicker. Oh, he does it! He's on the board. He's on the board. Beautiful observing as we watch Kicker and his highlight, his first highlight in the map, winning the round for MIBR, stopping a 2v5.
Yeah. Actually, a big impactful trade kill from Kicker there. And hopefully the beginning of something for him in this game.
And Harry, that is 9 damage locked in for Kicker. That is almost 1 ADR. But not quite. Liquid rebuy. Still 0 ADR, of course. Oh, poor guy.
Yeah, it doesn't round up, sadly.
Yeah, we don't. No freebies here.
You gotta earn that ADR, Kicker. Come on.
It's only up.
He had a little smirk on his face.
Yeah.
He knows that he's having a rough game, let's say.
It's only up from here. No, it's careful. Behind the smoke, and Insani doesn't know, but this is Insani we're talking about. He is... Oh, reloading in the open. He goes flying. Nerds sends him on a shuttle. And if he can find 1 more entry B, it's right there for the taking. This site open for business. Exit is alone. That's bomb spotted in middle, but they overwhelm Breno, and smoke spam does it for Elite. He gets a double instead. Kicker, the savior, the truth. 3 from him puts us into a 2v1. Job not done. Back to B.
Yeah, Liquid is split up, and the window's closing. If Exit did want to stop this bomb, It might all still be for naught. Kicker's best round by far, a triple kill out on short. And now they look on if xKacpersky is able to find something here. The gap continues to close, but he's got a tricky 1v2 ahead of him with Nerds having already secured the plant over here at B. It's a big decision in front of you. I mean, if you go for this and you lose it, you don't have anything going forward.
Nice volley.
Molly will force a reaction, will force a swing at it. Naf, and Naf takes the fight head on. Burnt out by the Molotov, just becomes a problem to deal with there and then, and unable to do so is Exit. So Liquid with a breakthrough round and a back-breaking one for MIBR, who are now in dire straits. It's late in the game, late in the day, and they've been broken at this scoreline.
It's a really awkward round to lose here for MIBR. They couldn't really afford it at this scoreline. Allegi's 1 AK put to work. And Allege and Naf to close out a round in the modern day just feels safe here for Liquid.
Yeah, or Naf and Nerds.
Yeah, hit them too. Allege opens, Naf closes. How about that? Allege with a top-heavy performance here, 22 and 10. MIBR putting everything in. This is their map pick in the series. It's one that's been great domestically. It's one that we don't see Liquid challenged on too much.
Oh, swing out in a mid, Kicker with another. But Shui playing trade, denies that aggression and keeps this in the advantage of Liquid. Oh, Klim double dips after getting away with one on that push out through mid, and Shui just continues to run interference on these plays, shuts down another. His whole round has just been sitting in this top mid corner, getting rewarded trade kills, and he might have more. He just got the spot there on a player aggressive. All the way through the apartments. At this point, B should really feel like the port of call for Team Liquid. You've seen 3 guys aggressive out in mid. You spot a 4th pushing the apartments. You know at most you got a 3v1 here in B, so they're still going to be careful as they approach. But the round is already theirs. MIBR out of position.
Yeah, what can you really do here other than look to save a couple of guns, M4 down middle. Some bodies available, but can't win this round with no kit right now, and so MIBR going to have to throw in the towel. Liquid onto 11. Shui with a nice triple kill to shut down that continued mid-fight from MIBR. And everyone looking to have their moment here for Team Liquid across this game. It's been a thorough match from all 5 players. That damn smile.
I mean, if you see what they mean, though, right? They were talking about how one good map, things can snowball. Even the celebrations early on still didn't, like when we said feigning confidence, you know, that's what it was. They were kind of getting aggressive. They were making the right moves, but still no one was buying in yet. Now it's worked out for an entire map, and they're actually dominating MIBR. You can't help but feel good about it. The reactions are getting more genuine. It's smiles all around. They're buying back into the vision because it's working. It's provably working before their very eyes. Allege top in the charts. He's been switched on from the beginning. Naf has been a rock as well whenever he's been demanded to step up. Nerds was like the fire starter behind it all. The first guy really getting stuck in and getting aggressive down through Banana. So he's the guy I'd kind of credit for bringing the tenacity from the get-go. It's just been a far better look this is likely more on par with how the boot camp felt for Team Liquid than anything else you've seen from them at the Major, where they just look destroyed.
I think it will get better as well. We have Mirage up next. It's just been a really bad map for MIBR, not even just with this roster, but historically for this team has been a map they've struggled on a lot. So they could be in a world of hurt today as Liquid look to eliminate them 0-3. Cool boost here. Zach's going to re-jump again. The molly hits him, and I think Nerds may have heard that. The boost is cool, but it reveals your teammate's position. So Exit gets out with 2 kills, but he has so much more to do. 1 of 2 rifles in this round. Liquid feign that plant and look for fights. They win most out. 2v2 now in a strong position.
I mean, Insani is the big threat here, right? And you know about him out towards Banana. He's armed with an AK, and he's a guy who has only dealt in multi-kills in this series. Smoke deployed, trying to give themselves a bit more room to play around. Gun retrieved for Klim as he makes his way out towards the coffins. Now MIBR are armed, but they lose Klim straight away. Insani throughout all of this game has felt like he's had to be a one-man army, and it's asking too much. He's got a 1v2 on his plate here, and despite being close, Elige will shut him down. As the respective top performers clash, Elige comes out ahead.
Yeah, what can you expect from Insani there? It's just too quick on the trade. 2 kills deep into the round. He is the 2nd highest performer in the map, and they have almost nothing to show for it. Last time we saw Liquid play MIBR, it was back-to-back 13 5s. Well, right now we're looking at this trend continuing. Team Liquid, a necessary return to form here at the bottom of stage 2. It's never too late to show up. And reassuring to see them do it in this fashion as well. Domination across this game. Never truly a point where MIBR were in it. Gonna try and thrust himself down Banana. Insani goes 1 for 1. Exit follows up. He's had a couple of nice kills in this game. He's had enough to keep it breathing for MIBR. The Liege alive, I'm hesitant. And he just finds another banger. Elige in fighting form right now. Kick it alone.
Oh, and he's been able to stop the top performer for Liquid. Ultimate was hoping to chase and punish.
I would like to chase.
Molly's bought a bit of respect, but it's only bought you a couple of seconds. Kicker has to lock in and look for another. Low on health. Naf and Ultimate group up here towards Banana. Oh, aggression for Klim. If he falls, that opens up the chance to go back for Team Liquid. And at bare minimum, it's going to force an awkward decision for MIBR. It's a 2v2 now, and you might have to split the defense. It's really not where you wanted this to go.
Good call from Liquid.
Renault's out of position. Naf and Ultimate head for the bomb site, and they're going to be in with the chance at an open plant here. Plenty of time to get that bomb stuck down, and even more time to get comfortable in this post plant. This now becomes really tricky for MIBR.
Yeah, Naf got that info as well, so they know where the A player is. Just going to give it up. Brenner can wrap apps, but Ultimate not looking to give him a kill, hiding in the back of the bomb site. Naf playing timing. Brenner's going to have to commit and make noise to get into this round, and Kicker is too low to consider. It's really all on Brenner. Sneaking out of the apartments. Naf could peek any point, any timing. Falls in. Naf doesn't turn. Ultimate needs to realize, and with a missed shot from Kicker, that might be GG as Liquid lock him out. Ultimate's 3K, and Kicker's miss sends MIBR out of this map in devastating fashion.
Yeah, absolutely no denying it for MIBR. This is a really bitter pill to swallow. I think it hurts even more because of how well Insani played in this map. But you're looking down the line, you need a bounce back from the rest of MIBR. Insani can't be alone putting up these type of numbers.
speed, lifting in the wall. I don't like it. I don't want to sit.
Who's the best IGL of all time?
For me, it's Glaive.
I would say maybe Apex.
I would say personally, I would say Glaive, but it's very hard to say when you haven't played with everyone else. But I do think a good contender is karrigan.
Yeah, it's always a tough question because I think the best peak for anyone ever would be Glaive and Astralis, and that's definitely my biggest idol.
Ever. History, since history. I think Glaive.
Cadian. One thing that I value high when I rate mine is that you succeed with many different rosters. I think karrigan has done that, honestly. I think he's succeeded with so many different rosters that I have to give it to him.
Talking about longevity and about quality, I think Apex is one of the best. Like, he's playing for us so much time and he's always been able to win titles. I think on its peak, I mean, like Glaive won 4 majors on CSGO. And I mean, Fallen for me is my idol, so he's one of the best as well. So I'll put like these 3 up there, like Apex, Fallen and Glaive.
I would say karrigan.
I would say Fallen.
I think it's Apex because of quantity tournaments he won. Like, it's crazy how many tournaments he won. I think it's Apex because he's always showing like he's playing simple way, and I really enjoy it. Like, he's just using simple strats and crushing his enemies, winning tournaments and doing really deep runs.
Probably still Glaive.
Apex. karrigan, because karrigan, he just did it with so many different players. Like, you know, obviously when he first came up playing on like Dignitas and TSM, getting some trophies there, and then you know, going to Mao's later in his career, getting some success there, and then going to FaZe, getting some success there, you know. So I think he has a good amount of success in a lot of different eras of Counter-Strike with a lot of different players. So yeah, I'd probably say karrigan.
Maybe Glaive or karrigan, I don't know.
Let's go Fallen.
It's karrigan.
I will go with karrigan.
Maybe Glaive, because he won 5 majors, right?
If you will ask me 1 month ago, I will say karrigan. Or 2 months ago, actually. But now, Apex?
I would say Apex. I think he's done a lot. And they've obviously been winning a lot for a while. It's either him or karrigan, in my opinion.
I'm gonna say karrigan.
Hi, karrigan.
Apex.
I think it's gonna be karrigan.
Who is there? Glaive is a good contender. karrigan also been there for a long time. I think Apex, it's hard to say. He is good, but I don't know if I'll put him in the greatest of all time. I think I'll just give it to Glaive because the majors, like, I don't know, I haven't played with him. I didn't play with a lot of in-game leaders. I only played with like HexT and Device before that, you know, not like the big in-game leaders. So I just go with Glaive.
So what is the most expensive skin you have in-game?
So it's not the most expensive skin, but it's the most value for me as a person. This is the one. It has won 4 majors. So I think that's, you know, I think that's worth more than anything. So that's the skin I choose.
I don't even know, to be honest. I'm not really maybe a skin guy, but it's probably one of those.
It's a butterfly knife, Gamma Doppler, this one. It's very expensive, I mean, but it's not mine. I bought.
Now I have these gloves, Pandora gloves, that I bought, I think, 2 weeks ago. That's better scared, but I get a good float, so it's the most expensive. I have 2 knives too, but I think the gloves is more expensive.
Currently don't own this skin, I just use it. Probably this Emerald Karambit from my guy that he lets me borrow. He got me that, he got me these Hedge Mage gloves to use. He also got me this AK to use for the major. Pretty nice. I'll be using it all, so thank you so much for that. But, you know, I got some good ones. I got like the Prince Stream. Instead of Dank Kush, I named it Donk Kush, and I put some stickers on it, so it looks pretty sick.
I think my Karambit Ruby, I think this is the best one, around like 10k or something, but before while we did some update, you know, like about the skin, so maybe it's getting a little bit less, but also float very nice, overall like 5-10k between, yeah.
Most expensive? Well, I actually don't know the price of the skins, so which one's the most expensive? Is it the gloves?
Well, where is it?
This?
What where is it? Where is it?
Hover over it. Minimal wear.
That's definitely your most.
Okay, this is the most expensive, apparently. According to Nick, this is the most expensive. And yeah, I mean, I've had them for a while, so
Well, well,
Just having
well.
a sip of my monster.
Oh.
Anyway, Hugo, this game, tell me about it.
Yeah, I was trying, actually. I mean, I don't know if you'll need the monster, Harry.
I don't think I will. I'm putting it down for now.
At this pace, Liquid on the run to reverse in this game, not reverse, they want to reverse sweep the whole stage, but at this point, let's take it game by game, and Liquid, I'm not too worried going into Mirage. It's their map pick of the series. They had an excellent start to game one, and given, Harry, MIBR's trajectory on Mirage, how much faith do you have in the Brazilians?
I hate to say it, but I don't have a lot of faith here, Hugo. I think this is now a pretty rough fork in the road for MIBR, and that road would see them heading away from all the other teams down a road of their own back home, because this has not been a good map for MIBR, not really in any variation of the squad. Even thinking back to majors gone by in Shanghai, they had all these chances, they were 2-0 up, Mirage let them down there.
Hey, look, it's a new Liquid roster.
You know, it's kept up as being a really rough map for them, even through the changes, even since bringing in Kicker and co. It's still a rough map, and Klim, Kicker, they haven't changed that. They've struggled on this domestically, they've struggled on this whenever they've gone abroad, they've lost it to Team Liquid already. In fact, they're on one hell of a loss streak on this map. So yeah, I'm sounding the alarm bells here for MIBR, and I don't think that's a bold statement. No. I don't think I'm being brave or anything by saying it.
We can't just be negative though, Harry, so can I give you one good thing here for MIBR on this map? We should finally see Klim buy an AWP, because he didn't get it back on Inferno, right? We didn't get a chance to see what the Klim orb had to show. He's been the bright spark for MIBR since getting out. He'd only played a few events, had some good domestic results in Brazil, went international one time, and otherwise we haven't seen a lot from Klim here, but also they just got banged out in 2 BO1s. They got banged out in the third map. It's MIBR who just played Inferno. Of course, we saw no AWP. Now's a chance to bring it in. And I think getting to see Klim actually wield his AWP with his tournament life on the line, maybe there'll be something to show here for this young AWP player. But yeah, it's a shame that, you know, MIBR's best map is Inferno, where he didn't get to show it because they got banged out. So Elige MVP of previous map, no doubt there, was coming through pretty hard and fast on Inferno.
Yeah, he kind of, you know, when we were talking confidence and how Liquid are trying to look better today, Elige very much embodied that. He was also bringing a good attitude in the cams, was the guy smiling from the get-go, trying to bring a bit of hype to the team, and that felt a lot more real by the tail end of the game. It's good. I think Liquid is slowly but surely warming up into the major. It's kind of rough that it's happened when they're 0-2 down, but look, man, this is what can make a dangerous team. Like we say, you know, you've had all the awkward conversations. Hell, just look at FaZe Clan. We were all ready to ridicule them at the end of stage one. We were like, oh, these guys are so bad. Look at them, they're so bad. But actually, what did it do? It forced them to go and talk to one another, try and work through all these problems early on, and now they've gone on to make a run through stage 2 immediately.
I like that link.
You know, it's not impossible here is the point I'm trying to say. And sometimes you kind of want to get the losses out the way. Then you're trending up when it matters most. What has ended up happening and what MIBR have actually experienced at the last at the major prior to the last one was the idea they were 2-0 up. They were in this great position, and then you start losing, you start choking on that, and it almost feels too late to be having these conversations, you know? So there's a right time to lose, there's a wrong time to lose. Liquid just have to hope that this is kind of what had to happen for them to tap into their true potential.
Yeah, I like that you bring up that Shanghai run, because while it was great for MIBR in a sense, it was also kind of the issue was the BO3s. They ran through BO1s pretty easily, but their depth or lack of in the map pool showed when they hit BO3s, and Mirage was a very exploitable piece. Now, of course, this was a different MIBR roster, but the same thing seems to be appearing in these recent games for this team, having a lot of trouble on Mirage, even domestically, and that's somewhere that MIBR have at least been winning local lands. So I think that's a bit of a worry going into what could be their tournament life on the line and off the line here, back on a flight home for MIBR. It's Liquid's map pick in this series. It's going to give MIBR CT side start. That's great for the AWP, as we've already said, but you just have to start strong out the gate. For Liquid, they played this map yesterday against Bait. They had a lot of trouble, right? But Bait, a lot more experienced team, definitely had more things to fall back on. I think this MIBR squad is still in their kind of you know, their formation period. I wouldn't even call it a honeymoon, really.
No.
Taking on top-tier opposition.
That's fair.
But I mean, they had a honeymoon in Brazil. That's the worst part.
No, they did.
As far as Pratt goes, you know,
Even
Sani said good boot camp, but even prior to that, their domestic lands, they won back-to-back. So what else can you really do in Brazil but win back-to-back lands?
No, that's a fair point. That is a fair point.
But the honeymoon ends, Harry. It ends when you go abroad into a top-tier event and face the best teams in the world. And we're not even in stage 3 yet.
No, the challenge was only going to get harder. Yeah, I think as well, like MIBR have always been a team that have had some issues with map pools. I think this is one of the better looking map pools they've ever had in terms of how deep it goes. But after giving away Inferno in the fashion they did, meant to be kind of their go-to, meant to be one of their strongest maps, now heading into Mirage, their weakest one. You know, they kind of gave up the golden goose for this series. It feels like they needed to show a lot more face. They let a fantastic Insani performance kind of mean nothing with the rest of the team struggling, and now you're chasing ghosts in a way. Liquid, by extension, playing a far better game today than they did on day one. And now heading into what's supposed to be a comfortable one for this Liquid squad. It's very much them in the driver's seat, and this is now their series to lose.
Well, it looks like we're loading in here to Mirage. MIBR CT side starts, Liquid on the offense. We're going to get to see a bit more of what Liquid want to bring. I enjoyed those few rounds at the end for Liquid's T side. Some nice mid-round moves, avoiding the stacks in no hurry. How will their Mirage look in this do-or-die series against MIBR?
Oh, Brenner's going to hear the steps. The B site was empty at the start of this round, and so Liquid could have won it if they played on an up-tempo pace. That's a little ugly for Breno up here in top middle, and Exit is the only guy towards B. Rotates now arriving, but with him dead straight away in an instant 5v3 for Team Liquid. That's a bit of an overextension for Nerds. We set out there trying to play more confident today, though. I don't think it should cause you any massive issues. It was Insani to find him, the one guy who switched on for MIBR. This is all thanks to a bit of a botched smoke in the market window, and it's given Insani a chance at another. Finally, he gets put down and dealt with, and now it's just Kicker. 1v2, time working against him. And 2 players for Liquid to break through. Naf gives it away up close and secures that pistol for Team Liquid.
Double thumbs up for Naf. 2 kills on very low health as well. Clears Insani, who's scaling left side of the site, and then that gives room for Ultimate to get out short and assist in this post plant. Awkward start to the round here for MIBR, who leave B open, but also don't even have mid control as Breno whiffs his shots. Not a great sign of things to come here for MIBR as Liquid take a simple pistol. MIBR go for a full gamble. 4-man on the B bomb side, just Kick it spotting in CT.
Bless you.
Thanks.
Again, they've picked the empty bomb site up against this force from MIBR. Series of misplaced stacks to open this one up. I mean, this could very easily be a unicorn round. Now MIBR just want to save and run this force buyback again in the next. And Liquid decide to focus on their own money.
Everyone wins in a way. Liquid just win even more. So no reason to go for it here. And the rare unicorn. Alive and well. What MIB are going to bring to the table here? If they go for one gamble, it's not a bad idea to do it again. And although this is MIBR up for elimination here, I can't help but feel like this match is a bigger story for Team Liquid in the sense that it can give them confidence and momentum in trying to run back this deathly start to the major. A team that I think everyone had higher expectations of. We've even seen better results recently in international events. And so while this is still a new and unproven Liquid team, it's one with potential. And so I want to see that actualized here in Budapest. Nice contact play for Allegiant to B as his teammate gets up short and pulls distraction. It's left the B bomb site open. This is all a ruse right now, and MIBR are biting down upon it. 3 players focused on this B site as Kicker flanks as well. That's a huge kill for Klim. It's going to allow them to run into the bomb site, but at this point, Liquid have already taken A.
Yeah, still, they're being pretty slow in the approach. Klim gets here in time on the scout, needed a follow-up. That's able to deal with him. Plant should be found now for Liquid, and they'll do it open as well. So a lot of options here for how they play the post-plant. It's a kicker flank that you're left hinging on. He's got to find good impact from it. Could get the drop on Naf. But Naf has looked really, really good in this series. So often being unproblematic.
Oh.
Shut down the Nerds. Kicker still closing in, but a lot of time has ticked off for this round.
Are we going for this or no?
I think they're just playing a contain.
Damn.
Which, you know, we talk about teams kind of losing their confidence. I would have liked to have seen MIBR attempt this.
Oh, nice flash, but yeah, I agree. I feel like you wait so long for the flank. The flank could have just sped up. You get that kill towards connector. There was still enough time to win the round, even with no kit. Liquid were in pretty hard committed positions that they would have to fight from. So MIBR don't know that. Could be CT control and that'd be done. But it's not like MIBR didn't have a buy round coming up anyway, so here it is. Saving some money for later. AWP for Klim. This is what we've been waiting for, finally.
We've been waiting for him to get to bring it out.
21 rounds into the series. Klim Orb in play. Wow.
Oh, break on the smoke.
Guy.
Good wrestle back from Insani at least, and now you're going to learn about this AWP the hard way, perhaps. Klim has waited a very long time to get to wield it. Swing out from the ramp, he hits his tag, and Kicker opens up with a double. Ultimate might land one back the other way, but still has a lot more to do here. Put in a box, the nades raining in, and Klim and Kicker, the 2 imports combined to shut that one down on the A play.
Yeah, nice hold. It looks like Elige is doing some pretty aggressive lurking in this T side so far, trying to fake bomb sites on his own. Was able to do so in the round prior, but not in this one. Got his entry up short, but Liquid still go for a hasty A-pop. Kicker and Klim put the round on the board. And MIBR the first step in hopefully the right direction. And Sani and Window could be a lot of fun here on the CT side if he's going to be harassing mid and breaking smokes like this. Kicker spotted, does convert the kill, nicely done, but Sui's up connector. And Kicker's good only for one. It's Klim back in the bomb site, swung by Nafly. We got peaks on peaks here for Liquid, and all of them connect. Exit with nowhere to go. Bomb is a long way away. Liquid suffering from success, but they won't pay the price.
Yeah, thankfully everything went so well that this really doesn't matter. Exit's already resigned himself to a save. And so for Team Liquid, it's just a matter of time. That might even be worth them looking to hunt.
He's just revealed his position, so...
He thinks they're hunting too. He doesn't know the bomb was left behind. That's, I think, why he's deployed the smoke early. He's anticipating that this was a decision to delay a little bit. so they can close in and come and find him. In reality, I say I wouldn't mind Liquid hunting. I don't hate the idea, but also worry about their own money to an extent. You know, they're all kind of broke.
Yeah.
Build that up, and removing this gun shouldn't massively change the outcome in the next. MIBR looking to buy anyway.
It's a very slow hunt, so Liquid aren't overplaying their hand on this one. See if he gives him anything for a free here. Naf's just holding. Nice shot. Should be enough here to keep this AK into the next round as Liquid go 4-1 up. Yes, you can.
Timeout requested. Chance for JNT to try and speak to the boys ahead of this one, because they're approaching the end of the economy on this CT half, and suddenly you'd feel like you're right back on Inferno, just getting beat down. Liquid standing to go on a big run here if they can find success up against this final buy round for MIBR. In the same way we kind of saw Liquid capitulate yesterday versus Paravision, MIBR, it's been much the same. Wouldn't mind seeing them try and make a play here. Kickert's getting some kills and already has found a lot more impact than he did on Inferno. You know, Insani's got it in him, and Klim even dons the AWP, so this might be a nice time to try and bring the fight to Liquid. You've been used to having a lot of respect shown to you if you're Liquid right now. So let's see what they've got. Some attention paid out here towards middle. Looking like they wanted to try and fight for it early on, but the smokes have come in and they've missed their timings on these smoke breaks. Alige makes it all the way up through short. He's got teammates in tow as well. There's some real pace on this round from Liquid. They're going into a bomb site where only xKacpersky occupies it, sitting at the back. Alige closing in. Insani and xKacpersky both fire off, and xKacpersky hits a gorgeous transfer. Only Ultimate remains. 1v5. Deals with the first two. Hold on a second. Still a ways to go before the ball really gets rolling on this clutch, but it's not a bad introduction. Bomb up in the apartments. It's good that he has time on his side here as he tries to slink on back. Player holding from the market door. It's Klim. Just leaves the angle right as Ultimate jumps up. He's now retrieved the bomb.
Are they too scared?
They've given him the plant. Got that to play around. Missed shot from Klim, and this is building. Ultimate finally brought to his knees. It takes Insani to move in and stop that clutch in its tracks. The one guy with anything resembling confidence for MIBR comes in to stop the roll of Ultimate.
Final boss energy from Insani. Puts a lid on that 1v5. But you definitely felt the respect there from MIBR, a humbled and unconfident MIBR who give him a couple of peeks and live to regret it. Giving some hasty 1v1s over. Ultimate making it very interesting. He's going to be able to fund his AWP into this next round. Liquid will try and keep their finger on the pulse of this T side, try and break MIBR's money after a nice attempt from Ultimate. Oh, good flash though, and Ultimate doesn't pull back off the box. Nerds gets out under. No recommit here for Insani, and with window open, Nerds says boost me. He gets up and he gets behind. Alige dead down below, and this is a free kill here. Nerds doesn't try to milk it, just takes that frag and goes for the gun. They see him cross in. 3 on 4 here, double peeked is short. It's 2-1, and Kickert's been spotted, so another trade comes out here from Nerds. It's Klim again who has to save them. Will MIBR allow it? Through the smoke is crazy, and Shui's AWP puts us into the 1v1. The young AWPer who wins the round. MIBR have Klim to thank for not letting that get out of control. But they are really on borrowed time right now, getting out barely in these last 2 rounds. Rounds are rounds, but these are not confident here for MIBR.
Yeah, but at least now they've broken the Liquid bank account, so a chance to start a streak and hopefully take one of these cleaner, right? With the last two really coming down to the wire, MIBR don't feel very comfortable yet. That would all change if you have a 5 alive round here and now, which you should, considering it's just pistols out for Team Liquid.
Liquid making any round look winnable is a very good sign for this team, who made any round look losable yesterday in their BO1s. It was a beating on Inferno. We're seeing a little bit more life here from MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, no round embodied that more than the final round of play versus Paravision, a 5v3 that they ended up losing when Paravision were trying to save.
Don't remind me.
How expensive can Nerds make this? He's got a Deagle. That's really the one point of interest in this round. For me, I just want to see Klim really warming into this game with the AWP. He's only got to possess it here in the second map of the series. Doesn't want to feel like he never even got going with his weapon of choice in what could be MIBR's final game at the Major.
Liquid are trying to make that so. A slow round to talk it over. Waiting for the Nerd Steeg to swing out middle.
Yeah, you could feel that wasn't going to work.
Yeah,
they kind of bungled it from the offset. Meant to be the classic, you know, like the first jump, that's when you run. They didn't do it, so then they tried to time it to a second one. And but it's fine. There was no one in mid, so only we saw it. Oh, there's the Nerds Deagle.
They can't lose this round.
In with one.
You're not allowed to
How much
lose.
weirder can Liquid make this?
Just don't fight him. They're scared.
They are really, really
terrified.
scared. How is Shui and Spawn?
Sneak, and he can knife the AWP.
Oh my god. Okay, wait, Breno could spot this. Breno might get there. Breno's going to get here on a better timing. Shui takes the shot, and in comes Breno to help him. Still, they know about the AWP CT. That takes the attention away from Kicker out here on the ramp, and Big Daddy Kicker keeps everything in check for MIBR, as they were pretty nervous versus the Glocks in that round.
Oh, that's just a terrifying round from start to finish. Chance to knife the AWP, but shot too soon. Wasted opportunity perhaps here for Liquid, but really not the end of the world. It was only a Glock round. It's one of the times where you feel like the knife is justified as the Glock lets him down. Push to the top of middle. Insani dead early, and Breno is still here, but he is unknown about. In the smoke, spammed through it. Oh dear. It's all gone very wrong here for MIBR. Opening move shut down with some smoke spam.
If you're Liquid, you're just thinking, like, don't mess this one up, right? Because MIBR have now gone on a streak of rounds. You find 2 comfortable openers here on the back of that mid push. And it's in these type of moments that Liquid can sometimes, you know, overthink, give rounds like this away. And I don't think the mental is there for them to be able to withstand that right now. So just keep this safe. They're playing it slow. They're grouping on both halves of the map. Out here in mid, Nerds has played a little early there, and so Elige slows it down. This could still get weird with MIBR bringing a 3rd player over the way. Liquid walking into the stack.
Oh dear.
Kicker caught swinging by Elige on that backstab out through the connector, and Naf offers up assistance. It's just Klim, and this AWP, he's been waiting all series to bring it out, bring it to the party, trying to get a wild clutch going here. 1v4 as it begins. Klim gets the spot on jungle. It's a good threading of the needle from Ultimate to stop that from getting weird, and Liquid breathe a little easier as they break the streak of MIBR.
3 in a row now gone by Liquid, and sure, Nerds goes early, but I don't think Liquid really mind it. They have 2 players lurking in middle. He's able to trade on a late timing, so late that MIBR discount the middle, and the stack not avoided, but deserted here by Liquid. able to deal with it easily. Klim buys an AWP into this eco round. He's got spare money for it. And MIBR relying on their imports with these upgrades. Oh, nice clear here from Nav. He's spotted Kicker getting close. 2 clinical entries. This should just seal the deal as Klim started B with the AWP. He's probably just going to have to save that. P coming from short could cost him his life right now. And so Liquid just walk it over the line onto 6 rounds on this T side. Building a great campaign. And if MIBR don't pick up this next rifle round, we're looking at a very one-sided game yet again. I think the word is just reassuring here for Liquid more than anything.
Especially if they're able to kind of find a lot of success here on Mirage. Sure, it's not a great map for MIBR, but Inferno had what I would call, in a way, mitigating circumstances with really only 1 player showing up for the MIBR squad in Insani. At least in this game, everyone's pulling their weight a little bit more. Kicker's had some mowdowns. Klim's actually getting to play the AWP, so you're facing MIBR at something closer to their full force. If you're able to keep this one clean, I think that's a nice little galvanizing 2-0 win for Liquid, and they desperately need that right now. MIBR burning through another timeout. Flashy also seeing this as a time to get involved. This next one really does decide if this is just a runaway half from Liquid. If you can go up 8-4, you're ludicrously happy with that, and winning this round would break the money. The only thing you'd have to worry about is a Klim AWP in the next. It's something that just feels a little rough as well about one of kind of the... I know they imported 2 players, but Kicker here largely is just an experienced voice, right? Trying to bring some new ideas to the table, working in tandem with xKacpersky to helm up the team. Klim was like the hot prospect signing. Yeah. The idea that he's only got to use his gun in one of the maps does leave a bit of a bad taste in your mouth here. In the final game for MIBR at the Major, if they don't course correct on Mirage, and it's a blistering pace from Team Liquid. They send Shui fast out through middle, the rest of the gang trying to explode out through the apartments. Remember, this round kind of hits like a 2-for-1. And Alige, late lurk. We heard a bit from Flashy. It sounded like this is exactly what he wanted in this round. The rest of the gang further afield find nothing but success with the B openers, and it just leaves Klim.
4 players in that B bomb site for MIBR before Liquid have even jumped out of the apartments, and every entry comes in. They close it out with ease. That was way too easy for Team Liquid. Just knocking down every player at the back of the B bomb site. In a deathmatch hit here from Team Liquid. Alige not required, and Klim not really set up for success in any meaningful way. That one just hurts here for MIBR. And you said 2-for-1. Could be even more gruesome than that here for Liquid. As they look for an 8-round T-side on Mirage. It's going to leave very little wiggle room here for MIBR. Nice flash play on ramp is going to force an opening kill, but Liquid can just speed up elsewhere. Well, they go through the connector smoke. Nav having a ball, running at them with an entry, and Klim's AWP put on notice. They do still want A. Nav knows he's done significant damage. Ultimate's re-clearing the ramp. Alige has been ready the entire time. With his smoke-faded Palace. And no activation. MIBR begin to doubt. That drop is heard. Alige knows someone is in the bomb site. And I don't think Klim is going to be holding this position.
There's just so many unknowns for Klim to try and work through right now. Closer towards ramp. It's the right move. He's got ultimate to go up against as they round this corner. He'll see the shadow. Nice, easy kill for the Klim AWP.
Alige's time to shine.
They know he's in close over towards ramp. There's a backstab on the cards as well for Exit, but Nerds has walked into B in the downtime. That bomb's coming back. Naf needs this kill, and with Exit finding him, there isn't time in this round for Team Liquid.
True.
They need kills, and they need them now. All of them, in fact, and it won't happen. MIBR hold on a low econ round. Elige physically can't do enough here. You see Breno already putting distance. They'll leave Exit to fight for this at the close. There is no winning this for Liquid. MIBR pull up with a very unexpected round win. Can that give them something, a bit of longevity on Mirage? Just had an unexpected round come in down at the tail end of that first half. For MIBR, you see Insani trying to bring the vibe, bring the energy. It's been a losing battle in this series, and this is a far cry from how they wanted their time at the Major to go. A month boot camp heading into this event. The promise that with a bit more time, they could iron out the kinks in this roster. We have yet to see that. They're now staking their claim to Liquid's pick of Mirage after getting dominated on Inferno. It was no contest. MIBR now swap over to the T half. Still lagging behind Liquid, but the pistol round would help close that gap.
It's going to be a pretty quick and decisive one here for MIBR. Smokes and mollies down and a storm into this A site. Double entry as well as Elige gets burnt out from balcony. And so MIBR should be in with something here in this game after all. Room to run after a 5-round CT side, and a pistol on top puts them back into the conversation.
Yeah, in a very real way. You know, Insani certainly deserves all the credit for his performance in this series. He was the one-man army attempting to keep them in Inferno, and he's still hitting hard come the turn of Mirage. The difference now, though, is he actually has a team active around him. Klim back on the AWP looking rejuvenated after that first map. And Kicker, who came off the back of maybe the worst Major performance ever, at least in terms of a half, 0 ADR. Also finding his form again.
Yeah, it was Klim and Kicker just stopping the A hits time after time. Liquid found most of their success in B. And so, reassuring to see the imports hold the line here for MIBR. But we still need everyone in this comeback on the T side on a map that has historically been problematic for MIBR. They're going into the stack right now. That MAC-10 and Com will provide them a way out if they don't like what they see, but how much will Liquid reveal? We can see everything. MIBR know nothing. They're walking into the dead zone in this B bomb site.
Bombs going in first as well on the back of Breno, but it's all well and good. They get all the entries.
You're getting cleared.
And once you've seen 4, you're so ready for 5. Elige gets run at, Kicker eyes on the boost the entire time.
No one's falling for that.
A flawless round up against the Pistols here. MIBR tie us up.
Okay. It's reassuring, if nothing more, for MIBR. It's going to be a true test of their mettle here on this T side. A map that Liquid got bodied on by Bait yesterday. But a map Liquid are seemingly comfortable on. Elige out under. Gonna take his chance to disappear. Smoke spam through connector. Sani falls first, not what MIBR wanted.
Now you've lost a lot of your opening power with that spam kill. MIBR just looking to head out through Palace. While xKacpersky tries to lob in a bit of misdirection out here towards middle, hoping that that pulls a connector player away and leaves you with just a one-man hold out towards the A site. They get the exact reaction they were hoping for. Breno on the fall down through the ladder has picked up Shui, and that's MIBR in with a chance. 4-on-4, site taken. They can get this bomb planted and ease into a post plant.
Ooh, okay, a bit aggressive here in that pre-plant. Klim comes through the smoke, which is bold. Not sure about that move, and it puts his teammate in quite a predicament. Can you bail us out? No, Kicker. That's a shocking push through smoke for Klim, to be honest. No util to supplement it, all of Liquid there. The kills come to them, frankly. Simply done by Liquid. Doesn't even come to a post plant. Look at this, he's jumping. Mario. Okay, MIBR still have more money to lean back on after a flawless anti-eco.
Oh, a flash play out of Liquid. Chewy caught, clearing close. Klim finds the opening. And a 5v4 for MIBR. They'll slow it down, take the pace out of this round. There's one guy trapped up top mid behind the boxes, and Nerds moving in, hoping to deal with him. Ends in a stalemate out here in mid, but Nerds is happy that he's at least been able to get out of the danger zone, right? Still harassing Insani with nades. More util where that came from, hoping they can force a peek, and Insani will swing wide. Good for one before Elige trades him. MIBR regrouping and looking to recommit out into A after all.
Oh, will Ultimate get caught by Palace? He's just missed that ramp timing. They rotate out. The timing is good for MIBR, walking out a second after the peak. Leech will start to move back in, but do they realize how close these T's are getting? Ultimate, good kill from above, but it's coming from everywhere right now. Ultimate gives us a double, and a Leech swings in to cover his back. Two-man hold, puts on 5 kills in this A site. A Leech triple, and Ultimate dastardly double back towards the connector. That is a shocking round for Liquid, as MIBR felt like they had the perfect red carpet rolled out. All the timings going in their favor. Can't connect any of the kills. Even here, opportunities to find Ultimate numerous times. And a frustrating game right now for MIBR, who set themselves up with a pistol round. But back-to-back buys coming in for Liquid.
And, you know, I mean, we heard it from Insani before this game. He talked about how he thinks that they've worked on a lot. Obviously, he wasn't happy with day one, but he said his expectations coming into this was to make a deep run. He was envisioning at least stage 3, wanted to go even further. This is a far cry from what MIBR expected. But it's the results they've got. And just to feel like you very decisively exited from the major as well. That's only going to make this feeling worse if this is how it all comes tumbling down. you know, you would have liked to have at least felt like you were competitive and had a push. If we're saying that this map is also competitive, it would have been in half of their games, 2 of 4 maps. The others just being dominant losses.
This would be MIBR's 8th series lost in a row, so they're certainly used to these recent results. Liquid do allow a bomb plant, so that's something for MIBR, but that's best case scenario here, a kill and a plant to set themselves up. But folks, this is essentially it right now. If MIBR don't win this gun round, Liquid are surging towards eliminating this Brazilian squad. 0-3 in stage 2. 2 days in the major for MIBR, and that is it.
And you even hear there how desperate things are getting for MIBR. Insani was the guy trying to make the call, trying to come up with something here. He's been the one guy who's looked promising in both maps of the series. He's also been, I think, you know, a positive voice within the MIBR camp, but I think that maybe speaks to the fact that the rest of the gang are a bit out of it right now, in the same way we saw Liquid just completely lose all confidence in themselves in that series yesterday versus Paravision. I think MIBR are feeling much the same here.
Ultimate freedom to make a play, but he will get spammed through the smoke. I think xKacpersky heard him running through connector there. Very close to the smoke. Liege tried his hand at the same, but don't know if that was meant for short or meant to be in connector. Just clipped the edge here. So Nerds goes up and over. There's a bit of a round here for Nerds, not gone too well. So opened up a path for this B split for MIBR.
Really want a round to come through for MIBR, just so you get to see a little bit more of the Klim AWP at least as well. That's something that will not appear again if they end up having these rounds go against them. Feeling like he only got to play with his weapon of choice in 1/2 of the entire series. That was the final one for MIBR at the major. Here's Klim in the feed, deals with that first man. Nerds lines up a double, and that might be enough to keep Liquid interested. Liege already in position. Shui making his way over. Liege, does he want to give this one a go? His captain here alongside him. Out with the swing, Liege finds another, and now it's left to Shui in the 1v2 to get shut down by Breno. MIBR offer up a little bit more resistance, and that's on the back of Insani's call to look for mid-aggression at the top of the round.
It's feeling desperate, but sometimes when you've already lost hope, that's when you can see the best plays yet. Breno jumping out of apps and wide swinging with the bomb in that 2v1. Insani was not exactly ready to swing, but it doesn't seem to matter. Breno just throws himself into that round and saves the day for MIBR. You said you wanted more out of this squad. Well, they've given us one on this T side in a gun round. Hope dies last here, and money dies first. Liquid got a lot to worry about if they lose this round.
I mean, it very much goes both ways. And you know who a broken economy would hurt more for out of these two squads at this scoreline? So this round is very, very valuable. If Liquid want to make this a nice, quick day for themselves, they win this one, they'll go on to be teed up for a nice win on Mirage. If you come up short, you got to dig deep because this one's going the distance. Again with the play out into mid for MIBR. Ultimate thrown up on that boost, gets in a position and holds exit in this cubby. How long does he stick to his guns here? Oh, there's this swing, punished by the ultimate AWP, and a 5v4 for Team Liquid.
All right, sit back and breathe here. It's MIBR feeling the pressure. Ultimate looking to force more advantages. Takes the line of the apartments. Freeing up more players to play that A-bomb site, trusting in their AWP, who has delivered in this map. Only now getting out of middle. Bomb waiting at the top. Ultimate giving his second piece. A wide swing from Kicker. Delivers a 5-on-3 here for Team Liquid. And they've been 4-man A-stack the entire time. Looks like it's going to pay off.
Yeah, just been this roaming Roland Orp.
Oh, they're leaving. It is a B hit or it's a save here because MIBR have pulled back entirely from this A
isn't
side.
an awful decision.
Oh, I hate it though. It just shows where MIBR are at right now, but it seems like they're making that call. What other choice do they have?
They'll be able to have 4 guns in the next round if they save now. But no one feels happy about doing this. It just is a product of necessity. And this also hands a flawless round to Team Liquid. We were saying that heading into this one, either team could have been broken on the back of a loss. And that weight, that burden weighs a lot more for MIBR. Now with 5 alive for Liquid, they have more staying power. It's not like you're one away from breaking them and breaking through and suddenly making this a competitive map again. Timeout called for MIBR because they are quickly running out of time here in Budapest.
Yeah, perhaps the final timeout we're going to see in this series because Liquid don't need to slow it down. They've absolutely thrown MIBR into a world of hurt. And final timeout burned by the Brazilians. With not a lot of life in this T side. Nice shots for Ultimate. Necessities for Liquid to find that round cleanly. A stone's throw away from eliminating MIBR. 2-0. The bottom of the bucket here in Budapest. Joining FlyQuest from 3-0 in that first stage. He fell to Astralis just earlier. Final punch here for MIBR.
MIBR staging for the A split.
Oh, panic.
The bomb back here out towards B, only just leaving, and Elige is pushing through lower. Elige gets caught, and it's kills all across the map out of MIBR.
Yeah, Liquid panicked on that one. They fell for the B hit hard, fully rotating, and Lurkers put themselves in strong positions. MIBR walk into the connector, walk behind Liquid, and Liquid rotate back into their own demise. So nice round out of Klim off of position. MIBR tee him up. And Liquid definitely panic in that round by just the fact that they rotate 5 players before they see a single player.
They felt like they were getting dealt just a Hail Mary, right? In a desperate kind of last grab for victory from MIBR, but actually they still kept it pretty smart and slow on this T side. You certainly see where Kicker and Exit have tried to change things up a little bit in terms of the cooling. And so now just down to a partial investment for Team Liquid. They come through with aggression on these pistols, feeling like they got nothing to lose out of an aggressive round here. Flash ready on Elige to help out these players in top mid. Insani's made it behind the boxes. This is a signature position for the hot prospect in MIBR. You'll often find him here. Second flash is good, but doesn't make life any easier for Nerds as he's fighting 3 players boxed in top middle.
I like the idea there for Liquid. I thought they were going to be the initiators with the flash. If it comes in a little bit earlier and beats MIBR's, maybe they can catch kills there. There was a nade to follow up behind boxes. If Insani got tagged by pistols, it's a nice play for Liquid, but MIBR just able to deal with it. Rifles v pistols holding back. And they flash first. So just walking it in now for MIBR to take double digits. Shui is a dead man standing. And Naf has nowhere to go. Liquid try to face together, but is MIBR with a 5 alive round this deep in the game, Harry. suddenly the match opens up.
Yeah, it really does. And you know, I think you've seen MIBR look a little bit down and out, but at this point in the game, they've got every reason to try and fight for this win. It felt like they were ready to roll over and die, but you're seeing some real signs of life as this one has dragged on. They won that all-important cobbled together round on the back of the save, and now they've gone on to break apart an anti-eco. Suddenly you have money, you have staying power, you're one round behind. I don't think you can help but feel some belief here if you're MIBR.
But will Liquid crush it?
Try to come through with aggression, and that's going to sacrifice Elige, one of the heavy hitters for the Liquid squad, gone early. Flash play.
No
This
way.
is a move that Shui really likes, and he's going to run it all the way in a Breno cover there from the AWP. Just falls off the mark, and that molly will catch Shui after death. So we end in a 3-on-3. Bomb spotted down here towards ramp. Smokes are down, though, and Liquid don't feel safe enough to go and pressure it.
Oh, Liquid going to panic rotate again. They just heard the jump off stairs.
Tag there onto Insani.
He's walked through the smoke. Bomb is still here, but they've also got a man in the B bomb site.
KRiMZ found the gap.
Oh no!
Insani gets out through connector. Alarm bells now ringing for Team Liquid. They thought they had this one in their pocket. It's going to take Ultimate and Nerds. And with KRiMZ having secured B this entire time, Nerds could die on rotation.
Oh,
reload, fresh mag going in. He's a dead man. KRiMZ secures the round with that kill. Ultimate can't justify going for this. B was left open all round, and Nerds walks to his death on that rotate.
What a wacky round here. I can't believe Insani gets away with that kill in Con. It felt like him making the play first was the unnecessary element. He found Naf, who whiffed his shot after a smoke push. Because if Naf finds that kill, he's freed up to go back to B. They've still got 2 in the A bomb site. Suddenly, KRiMZ doesn't get that space, and the bomb doesn't have room to come in. Huge kill from Insani. And a bit of a mess at ramp as Shui feels forced to go through that molly just because he knows he can kill the bomb right now. But then burning alive in a prison of his own making. And MIBR have somehow taken advantage in this game. It is 11-11. They have all the money in the world. Liquid have nothing to show but the saved AWP. Are MIBR really going to win this map? It just felt like we were waiting for the inevitable all game long. Liquid in full control. Even the pistol didn't feel like enough for MIBR, but late in the night, woken up with a couple rounds, and KRiMZ just picked Ultimate.
Oh, dude, I mean, he's having a great game, great map. Finally gets to play his AWP, and you feel the impact from it. You know, it would have been diabolical if he barely got to use his weapon of choice. Look at the difference it's done for MIBR.
He also found that big round off the saved rifle, the triple saved rifle that now feels massively justified, where he went and walked in connector and he caused a flawless round for MIBR. And at that point, Liquid's money broken. Now look at us.
Yeah, they've got their import major rookie in KRiMZ to thank for this one. MIBR.
Shocking.
Kind of can't believe they're in this position with how down and out they looked. Team Liquid on a roll, coming off the back of a crazy dominant map, onto a map that MIBR have provably struggled on. And they're about to hit 12 first. They just have to pull through versus the pistols and this AWP in Nerds' hands. Now, he has hit his shot out towards mid. But with the rest of the team getting felled, it gets real rough now for Liquid. You want to save that AWP. Elige has even grabbed the gun in the downtime. Shui, oh, that's rough.
It looked on, I mean, it looked on. What can you do? Couple of guns could go a long way here for Liquid. Just to make those buys a bit bolstered. Could get a double AWP, could get some extra nades, but this AWP is not guaranteed right now. It's realizing a player snuck in. Don't know how he picked that one up. Elige also keeping his AK. So there's something here for Liquid, but MIBR map point in this series. Ancient are decider. And this unlikely comeback late in the game for MIBR might be about to pay off. Unbelievable staying power. Really just felt done. Was just almost nothing to believe in this game for MIBR. but a few multi-kills from Breno, from Klim, has made this a reality, and MIBR have overtime to lean on at worst case.
No, it's going to be a fast one.
Fast round, perhaps? Did he say keep util?
He did. And if xKacpersky's calling for a fast round and they're trying to hold on to that utility,
okay,
this could be a bit of a disaster brewing for Team Liquid.
We only got tidbits, so let's see if the whole round is fast or if there's just an opening play here for MIBR. But if those are the bits of information we got, it doesn't spell likelihood for Liquid. It spells MIBR stealing this map away in the final hour.
Klim tries to post for the cross shot again. And Sani on a mid lurk, and look at that four-man pack grouping from MIBR. They played through the util. They're ahead of that smoke already. Shui doesn't have this info. And so they don't even know they're out on Tetris right now. Bit of util expelled, will give it away. Swing from Naf, only good for one. Still, he's done his part in the round. It's a Liege, head on a swivel out of the stairs as Team Liquid try and battle back into overtime. A game that they've had in the palm of their hands for a long time. Required to try and step up, and it's only Kicker left. Cut down, run it back in OT as Liquid stop the choke. They've got more rounds to play.
The Heimlich for Liquid as they stay in the game, and yes, impressive multi-kill for a Liege. Fast as hell on that mouse pad. He's gliding, doing 180s. Look at this. And a quicker push here for MIBR. Locks them out and forces overtime. I like that MIBR had the balls to go for that play, but they're going to regret it in the morning. It's been slow, calculated T-side rounds, forcing Liquid to over-rotate that has let MIBR back in this T-side.
I mean, you see how invested MIBR have become again, right? For a while, it looked like they were just going through the motions, kind of waiting for their time at the Major to be over, but you can't help but start believing with some of the rounds they've had, with Klim looking good, individuals that were quiet in map one really finding their form again. And actually, it's in this moment now as we hit OT, I want to see some big rounds out of Insani, because he's been solid in this map. But he's been a far cry from the heights you know he can hit, far cry from what he was capable of on Inferno. And so if he gets switched online, with Klim finding success on this AWP, Sky could be the limit for MIBR.
He really wants that pick, but Ultimate not giving it to him. Spotted and flashed off. It's the second door deep in apartments here for Naf. A Leech swings out window and absolutely whiffs. Not seeing a Leech miss a shot like that. Ultimate eats a bullet from the AWP. This has gone very wrong for Liquid, and the AWP is aggressive, but it might not be the right tool for the job in this position. Meanwhile, Breno kicking up a fuss in this A bomb site. Naf starts to flank, but it was B all along. And Shui can't do a thing about this. Now feeling the pressure to push in, and it's only Nerds who does drop the bomb along with everybody else. 20 seconds, Nerds on for the 1v5, but not tonight. Klim holds his own, and Nerds with a chance, but MIBR find the first in this OT.
It's a stressful round. It gets the blood pumping, but yeah, MIBR emerge victorious, slowing the roll of Nerds with hot hands after this triple. Woo!
That's 2 near 1v5s for Liquid in this game.
I mean, dude, just looking at it, MIBR was so down in the dumps. They're getting hyped up now. They can feel this comeback brewing. Timeout called in as they want to press every single advantage they can. They're looking to make this a 3-map series after all. And everyone's talking, everyone's communicative. Everyone is dialed in and believing in this comeback.
This would be a horrific way to lose the game for Liquid, who had full control of this map, who dominated MIBR's pick. But some of these stars have gone missing on this CT side.
I mean, Liquid have also, like, they've been choking for a while now, right? They've lost their... years, literally. They are professionals, but... No, like, even just in this map, they've kind of lost the interplay, they've lost the synergy. Elige, weird mid-swing with no supportive util, even though there's loads of teammates nearby who could have lobbed a supportive flash if that's the play you want to go for. And the tail end of the round, no proper crossfires for trades set up on A. And again, Breno with a smoke walk, just going to catch a freebie. Now, Shui at least picks up the trade here to leave it even in a 4-on-4. They're trying to still make these aggressive moves, but there's less smarts behind it. It's a lot of individual plays. Nerds is showing he can succeed individually. Walks out in a mid. Klim's going to shut him down.
Nice flick.
B site open. And that's in spite of Shui pushed all the way through Palace.
Anchor.
Last time they took all this space, it wasn't known about that. Molly at least gives it away. They have the big backstab from Shui as well, but this should be heard by Klim in top middle, and so Shui likely dies on this flank. That leaves it on Naf and Elige. You've got to rely on your two more experienced pieces here, Nafly and Elige. The old lifeblood of Team Liquid cut down, Naf dead first, and Elige far away. This would be the time to leave your mark on this series, but he is a dead man. Insani takes his head off. MIBR, they are looking like the better team. They went from being down and out of the game to now pole position and running away with Mirage in overtime.
Just a lot of disrespectful plays here for MIBR, and I think the key to this T side has been making Liquid over-rotate. They've been creating so many gaps. Liquid have been desperate at trying to fill them, leaving sites open, leaving positions available. Even Naf is looking cooked. That push ahead of the Molotov, trying to deny the plant. Elige couldn't help him. Klim is feeling it now, making his own plays. And Liquid feeding the beast. The aggression that has yet to pay off on this CT side.
I mean, you feel like they just have to do something as a team here. Like every single one of those kills they gave away was solo pushes, solo fights. One guy versus two opponents, and just do the maths on it. It doesn't check out. Nerds tried to have his hero moment, pushing the smoke. It kind of echoed the Elige mid-swing to open up overtime. And, you know, these like attempts at solo plays are coming from desperation, but you got to have faith in each other, boys. That was kind of the key to success on map one, was you're all playing aggressive. You're all on the same page. This one's at least looking better for Liquid in terms of the early round staging. They committed to a triple mid take. They had 3 players trying to peek it and get away with info. And they will get that opener on Insani.
It's a nice D. There's a gun available. But Ultimate goes back to look for more. He sees the AWP. 35 seconds here as they try to entry into the site. Ultimate does choose against committing. He's got teammates to swing off his contact. Shui looking for his. Nice shot for Breno. Out under, denied by Elige in the middle. And now a 2v3 with the AWP in the middle of the site. Klim needs to put that bomb down, maybe feeling some fear from this CT spawn, but you don't have time to clear every position, so he goes for the kill. Nafly stops him in his tracks. Breno, no time for this clutch. He would need the ace, and Liquid, at least, avoiding devastation, look to lock in 1 round in this half of overtime. There is no plant to be had. Ultimate's Deagle denies it, and Liquid find 1 round on their CT side. But it's a very different game now. It's a very different MIBR. A Breno that has come to play in overtime and in that CT side. And it's not the Insani show anymore in this match. It's Breno and Klim finding the impact. MIBR with the round lead.
I mean, good to see Breno stepping up. He's had an underwhelming major, right, in these opening games. Really struggled to ever get going, but you know he's capable of a lot more. He's been delivering that since we got to Mirage, especially in the second half. That was where he came alive. For Liquid, they've got to be telling themselves now, it was T-side where they did their best work. And a 5v4 straight away from Elige, just running amok down through mid. Klim versus Ultimate in this head-to-head. Who breaks first? That's the bomb on the back of Ultimate out here in middle as well.
Liquid have a lot of room. Ladder already taken. Spread default across the map. It's Klim who goes investigating, but it's Ultimate who can't afford to walk into this angle. Should be a guaranteed kill for Klim if he does. So Ultimate bomb back, considering it. No, he still holds the bomb. He dropped grenades, so gonna flash Shui in. Nice dodge, Klim. Strong mechanics, but the re-peek does get punished.
I mean, I think at times, you know, the rookie nature of Klim sometimes shows, right, the committal there. That's exactly what Ultimate wanted. Wasn't just content with the one, wanted to keep owning that mid-angle. Breno dead after that first kill on Ultimate out through the connector, and this gets real awkward now for MIBR. Kicker and Exit far removed from this A play. Orb scoped up for Exit, hoping that they give them a reason to go for this round. Nav gets brought down low, but knows better than to give away this kill. It's purely a numbers game here in the post plant.
Rotating out is risky. This is a default bomb plant. Nav is going around the world right now. MIBR even going for this. Look how far Exit is. Nav, he doesn't have a molly or anything to put on this bomb, so if he's left in a clutch, it could be a problem. Elite low health, still surviving. Nav's timing looking good, but Exit's heard him. It's burning time off the clock, even with the kills. It's on to Nerds now. They can cross default. Nerds gets his frag. He doesn't need to play. The round in the palm of his hand. Nerds waits. He strikes, but it's too late for MIBR. I don't think there's time. Liquid find their first in this half. Overtime evened out. That is a risky move for NAF to make, but it buys just enough for Nerds to clutch up still if Kicker makes it onto that bomb. That could have gone very, very wrong for Team Liquid.
These are just crazy rounds, man. You can see the nerves for both teams. MIBR moments away from a crazy retake, 2-on-3 the entire time. Credit to Nerds there for rising to the occasion and putting some pep back in the step of Liquid with an important clutch. I don't think you could mentally survive giving away that round. It would have really been a reminder of some of their horrible round losses yesterday to Paravision. And so at least Nerds has kept this game competitive.
14 apiece. Liquid had the lead on T-side, but that was a long time ago. A 7-round half. But MIBR have woken up since that point. It took everything from Liquid to find that previous round.
I mean, the thing that's nice on this T-side, they've been playing together better, right? 3 players here just walking out through Palace. You've at least got numbers. Kicker does big damage. Nerds in with an opener. 2 guys over towards ramp.
Constricting.
Klim having a comeback here. Gets dealt with by Nerds on that play out from Palace. Elige might fall down in comp, but now they've learned about Insani. It's Insani and Exit that would have to combine another 2-on-3 attempt here from MIBR. Exit moving over, takes up position over at jungle. Need finds big damage. Insani now wounded. Insani low, and that might be enough for MIBR to write this one off. They head for the hills. Money is running low for MIBR.
No way.
It's tough to stomach losing back-to-back rounds to open up the half. You already saw this for Liquid. Ultimate having to play the final round of OT in that first half with a deagle.
I mean, the molly on ramp is everything there. I think it's Shui who threw it, but whoever, no, it was Ultimate rather. It's what sets Liquid up so well, because MIBR had just the opposite setup in mind to Liquid. Triple Palace, they would double ramp with the orb. They get mollied forward, so they have to fight. That Triple Palace play is just flooding out. Klim goes hunting with a pistol, for crying out loud. He has nowhere to go. And a Kicker burnt in the molly. I don't know how. Maybe Ultimate fought him inside of it, but that ramp play gets absolutely destroyed.
I mean, dude, they did get damage trying to come out through Palace. I guess the comm was there that they're low, but couldn't be further from the truth. They also didn't spot just full numbers. And the thing that has been nice for Liquid on this T side is they're just pack rolling right now. They aren't leaving it down to individual trades. They're playing with everyone together.
It's going to be a slow and steady round here. They left even smokes in spawn, so Liquid plan to go back and retake mid in the round, it looks like. Elige is getting a lot of space early. Trying to keep some attention here, but we've seen Liquid utilize very late window resmokes. Elige behind the boxes. Ultimate out under with the orb. And a flash ready for Klim to try and fight with his teammate. Ultimate looks to force an advantage. timing of this flash is everything. Is he going to jump out? Insani's going to jump out the window, dropping into middle with a flashbang. It's beautiful. Oh. Breno's by his side. 3 kills in an instant. Liquid, their head hit on the wall. Nuts tries to save them, but there's 2 players here, and Insani's having none of it. A heroic round late in the game to force another overtime. What a play.
Naf's been spotted, and now they know where he is. They're going to swing him together. Not easy for Nafly. He'll get stopped in his tracks. We run it back. Another overtime required.
Dude, what a sick move here from MIBR. When Liquid try and get comfortable in middle, they get a perfect flashbang to the face. And 2 rifles just jumping into them. Beautiful. MIBR still playing with balls here. Even with their tournament life on the line in that round.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, that one there kind of showcases you can make the crazy plays. Hell, you can even do it when you stand to lose everything, but do it together, have the flashes. MIBR doing what Liquid couldn't on their CT half. Finding success in these desperate spots and playing it together as a team. And the rounds are getting a bit more strung out here for Liquid. That's a nice opener for Naf.
It's an ugly shot for Klim.
Dead first. And with the game he's having, removing him from play is a big milestone for Team Liquid.
It's a good round to make a gamble. Insani moving towards B, but with apartments cleared, doesn't this just confirm to MIBR Liquid's intention? Coming up connector, surrounding this site, choking out A. Insani trying to move back, but for the meantime, it's just Kicker.
He's in a world of hurt. Not going to get away with anything. Nerds secures the opening, and with that, you have a lot of space. MIBR, not a bad idea here to slow down. Lend Exit some time. He's used to working on the extremities. They're going to need a big round out of him.
Yeah, nice from Insani, gives it up. Exit, round in the palm of his hand.
It's really not uncommon to see Exit on these type of flanks, in these type of positions. In theory, he should be able to deal with this pressure well. This is often where he does his best work. Coming in from behind. Ultimate with a missed shot, lets the guys spill out through CT, and there's Exit triggering this trap, only gets away with 1. Shui down here in connector, he's had a pretty woeful performance. Bombs planted for him, and Insani comes hunting. Unleash can't do it. MIBR claw their way back in. A man down on the retake, they get it done.
I feel like Shui can't hit a shot in some of these moments, right? Some of these very important late round situations, absolutely letting his team down on an individual level. It's common for the captains to be far and away from the top of the board, but even on the eye test, Shui in perfect position to shut down that round. And I gotta say, even Elijah's had, you know, he's had some highlight moments in this game, definitely, but he's also had some really awkward whiffs. I wouldn't call that one of them, but too low health to get away with it. Had to rely on Shui there. Liquid in a post spawn, found by the flank. MIBR. Give it up. Insani eating a lot of util and spam damage. Down to 42. So Klim goes searching instead, but no one's out under this time. Can Alige give us anything here in this T side? Oh, caught on a jiggle. Insani tried to peek ahead of the smoke. I'm not sure if he got the spot there on ultimate though. So bomb coming out catwalk, that kill would have been massive. Great Molotov from Breno. MIBR, a round that's hard to lose with the bomb at their feet. And Liquid just trying to charge his B site.
Oh, not bad from Naf to open. Second player up here on the balcony though. Naf gonna deal with him as well. Shui coming in with nades pulled, gives 1 away, and Naf can't do anything else. MIBR 2 in a row to open up their CT side in OT.
Surprisingly not ready for Breno, right? He just blocked short. a lot of chaos in this round, and there was a triple B setup for MIBR. They've been leaning into these B gambles, waiting for Liquid to come for them. They finally do. Really nice shots for Nap, but they matter not in the grand scheme here for Liquid. And Liquid, who have nothing to show for this half of overtime. B-Pop. T-Molly.
Oh, that's going to chunk. It slows him down. It separates this push. Shui at the front of the pack, but the rest of the team is slowed behind him.
There's no smoke to put it out.
Nertz on a second timing here. That's a beautiful shot on a Breno, but it needs even more.
Everyone's here.
Elige finds the next. It's an all-in stack out of B as Team Liquid comes scrapping for one round on this T side, and Nertz will provide the openers. Kicker 1v4. No round feels safe for Liquid, but this is about as good as it gets. 4-on-1 in the post plant. And as soon as they get info, now they can just lock down this pointer rotation out of the market. There should be no way back into this for Kicker. Liquid at least good for one on this T side.
Yeah, no, it's high impact entry there, because what it does, it makes everyone on the bomb site uncomfortable. Typically, they can maybe wait to backside, wait to market for Liquid to try and scale. Well, they don't have to anymore. They know with Nerds coming up on short, MIBR have to take fights from backside. They have to go wide. They have to look for engagements to stop getting caught by Nerds' split. So all the pressure on MIBR, even with the stack, Liquid have as many numbers there, and they lock in one round on the T side.
Is that going to be enough, though?
Who knows? At this point of the game, it has to be.
It's been T-sided up until now. Both teams have struggled on the CT halves, and with MIBR finding their success, they're getting 2 in a row. Like, that's already a golden opportunity to be in. There might still be more twists and turns in this.
Oh, I'm sure there will be.
For Liquid, the biggest note for me on this CT half was it became a super individual-based game. They stopped playing as a team. You think about that round that actually got us to OT, the risky window flash for Insani, Breno. It was Klim who lobbed the flashbang in. There's been a bunch of good examples of MIBR playing better off of each other, which for a still fairly freshly assembled now international lineup, accounting for Kicker having a resurgence in form a long time on from where he picked up his major, and Klim as their major rookie. You know, it feels crazy that they're the ones playing better Team CS. Let's see if Liquid can try and level up now that we're deeper into the OTs. Ultimate, good for one. Snatched back by Klim. 3-on-2 for Liquid, though. They've got the advantage here. Even with that bomb going down, MIBR do not have a lot of time nor space to get comfortable.
I like the flank here for Nerds. It's not the fastest flank in the world, but Liquid don't feel the pressure to fight early. They can wait for Nerds to get in position. All his nades, though, are being wasted on this flank, so he needs that first kill, that first incision. Klim goes back to check. He's missed the time.
Oh,
Klim,
that could be brutal.
28 kills deep, and it could all be for nothing.
Nerds should have this in the bag. Klim dead, it's exit or it's nothing, and that's not bad. Exit doesn't want this one to be over. Flash to tee him up, but cut down shy of the 1v3, and he's got his head in his hands. He was on his way to greatness there. He was looking to secure it for MIBR, but unable to find the third. That one just slips through his fingers.
That flash falls so short. It looks like the perfect flash, but it just doesn't go as far as he wants. I think he wanted to wide swing with it, and he would have had that player turned away. It falls short, and so does he. Exit falls to Nertz in the 1v1 after a beautiful transfer. MIBR, a redemption arc in this series, but it could still be a sour ending. They came all the way back, overtime after overtime, and Liquid looking for the clean CT half to close in this OT. Nertz is putting on an excellent game in the Liquid jersey. Player who struggled massively inside of this squad. Came from heights and heroic on an individual level to just looking like the problem piece of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and to conduct yourself there in the high-pressure scenario of that 1v1 versus an exit who just hit the hardest kills in the round, right? Like, it takes a lot from you. Nerds has been very, very reliable at being the guy to stop this game from getting out of hand. Great to see those glimmers of the Nerds you were so excited about when he first moved into this Liquid team. And that is a crazy kill for Ultimate.
What? He ate the leg.
Boost assembled. I think that's what Liquid were even talking about in the timeout, expecting some trickery, some gimmicks out behind this mid-smoke, and so Ultimate good for the opening. 5v4 for Liquid.
Yeah, Naf, this is a hard position to escape from. If he misses his first shot, how does he survive? He has to run back or get trapped in that corner where he can be mollied. So you need to nail this first shot. Tight line, Naf. Wide, ready for it, hits it, and he gets out just about. Naf looks for a repeat.
For more. This is crazy. Nafly wants to send a message. The apartments are closed, and if MIBR lose the ability to head out towards this side of the map, that's what the whole round was catered around. They wanted to try and go for the B split.
Going out under.
But the presence of the NAF AWP has scared them away. It's forced the change in the mid-round. It's a test of how adaptable they are. It's the 3 Brazilians left in this one. Breno put up in the window. This is the core at the heart of MIBR. They've got to believe they can do it. Breno dead on the cross, Elige there to cut him down, and now it starts to get a bit split up from MIBR.
And Naf considered a repeat, but you just don't need to. They've got to come to you.
A shot from the Ultimate AWP, and they're going to get out through the connector. They find him. Oh, Nerds will be there to stop this spillover. And as is often the case, the insurance policy is Nerds. Yes. There to stop these rounds getting out of control so consistently at key moments, stepping up the shutdown clutches. There stops a potential 2v5 that could have been brewing when they get past Ultimate out towards the A site.
That's 30 kills for Nerds in this map, and well earned. He was performing when no one else was, while MIBR were pulling it back, trying to close the game early. It has been a slog for Team Liquid.
And look, on one hand, I think there's a part of you that's glad that you at least showed what you're capable of here if you're MIBR, but you really started believing in this game. At least if you got swept in every single one, you can cite any number of reasons as to why you fell short of expectations at this major. But this map had you believing. You went from being down in the dumps to all 5 of you believing in the comeback, and it might be about to get torn away in horrific fashion.
Crazy position and missed window smoke as well. That will do no favors to MIBR. Mistakes this late in the game will cost you your major life. 5v4. Liquid pull back, and MIBR have forgotten the bomb. It goes from bad to worse.
It's going to force them to slow the round down. You can't be very reactive out here in mid as a result. Klim, the guy tasked to go back and get it, looks to join up with this ramp hit. Naf is making a ballsy play this late in the game, taking deep apartments control. And so that's going to free up Elige. That frees up an extra player to go somewhere else on the map. It also gets this AAA stack maintained and grounded in place. MIBR, the odds aren't looking great for them now. Ultimate extends this advantage even further. And their lifeline in this game is about to be snipped. Insani, Exit, and Klim, they've got to combine. They've got to put on a round in the 3v5. Molly out, into the stack they go. Klim hits a blinder, Nerd shuts him down, and it's this guy that's been the stopgap all series long. Nerds brings it home for Liquid, stops the choke in its tracks, and they live to fight another day.
And MIBR go home in a harrowing fashion. A game that felt like it was done after the first map. They still pulled it all the way back here on Mirage, and all for nothing. So many near clutches, so many nice rounds from Major rookie Klim, and still MIBR cannot survive even a single map here in Budapest.
Yeah, and I think because of how close this one becomes, it's a very different type of pain now for MIBR. This one hurts. If they got run over, that would have been one thing, but here, everyone bought into the vision. You can see this has really hit them because they were coming back in this game. They looked like they were going to do the impossible, and hell, if you take Mirage, I suddenly start thinking they're the favorites to win this series. That's the part that hurts. This was a month boot camp on the run-up to this event. They never found their form on day one in the BO1s, and that costs you dearly in at the majors. It took them a whole map at this BO3 to truly feel like they were playing at their level. And by the time they got there, it was looking good. There was good team play. They were all believing in that comeback. And this loss, it just hits so much harder as a result.
Yeah, they look absolutely devastated and hard to argue with it. 0-3 of the major, falling in the domestic matchup dominantly. The BO1s treated them badly, and that's a game you won't forget anytime soon.
No, this is in the year, you took this huge risk to open up the squad to international components. You bring in Kicker, supposed to be a veteran, major winner, to kind of try and reinvent the team a little bit, working with Exit. Klim as well in his debut major, first one attended in this MIBR squad. Only got to play the AWP in this second map, didn't get it once back on Inferno, and he was just an absolute delight from start to finish by the time Mirage rolled around. He was one of the key pieces to keeping this game going. It hurts for MIBR because by the time they finally show the CS they've been wanting to show here at the Major, it's already too late.
Yeah, for Liquid, I mean, they're looking for the reverse sweep here now from 0-2 down. And, on paper, it's a team that you definitely feel like should have it in them. But this game, although it's 1 out, it's not as clean as they would have liked. I think Liquid would have a lot more momentum if they came off the back of 2 dominant maps. But MIBR really tested them here. Still, good signs for Liquid. Ultimate with a solid game on the AWP, finding a lot of impact, not being a liability or a letdown at any point, really, for Liquid. Nerds, some incredible clutches and round-saving plays, and he's the one that keeps the lid on this game for Liquid. Without him, they would have absolutely lost this series, so big props to Nerds. Alicia had a great first map, highs and lows in the second, but ultimately, Liquid are just happy that they get another day of play here at the Major, a chance to improve, a chance to continue warming in to these BO3s and show off their map pool. Another team that has gone hard on the boot camps coming into the Major.
Just take that in for a moment. That is rough. Mad. Yeah, I'm weird way to feel on Liquid at the end of this one because the first map was super dominant. I understand they're struggling versus MIBR is not... It doesn't fill you with confidence for this Liquid reverse sweep task that they're being dealt with. But I think on the other hand, they at least dodged the choke. That would be the most Liquid thing to have had happened. So let's see how they felt about it. We've got a Liege standing by.
GG Alish, you guys honestly got me worried for a second. That was so stressful to watch, and I don't want to know how it was for you. So break please down for us. How stressed are you feeling right now?
Honestly, not too bad. I actually think that towards like the ending half of CT side, we kind of like got control a little bit more of the situation. We brought it back into OT, and we recognized like the pace that they were playing and how we wanted to approach it. So I think that we calmed down at the end, but it was pretty hectic during the game.
Why did it even come to that point? It felt like you guys had the control and then you lost it. So why do you think you were struggling to close out that map on Mirage?
Well, honestly, they were playing pretty good. Like I think that they were having good mid rounds where they were playing. They were making us a little bit uncomfortable. So yeah, I mean, I think a lot of credit goes to like how they're playing. I don't think that they're playing just like noobs. Just because it's an O2 game doesn't mean we're all just bad or something. So yeah, I mean, props to them. It was a hard game, and I think that they just found like a good solution to how we were playing. They found like an opening, found a way for us to be uncomfortable, and they were finding a lot of rounds from it.
Yeah, appreciate that you're like also showing some respect to the enemy team. I think, they did a good job. But Inferno, you guys had an absolute masterclass, and you especially, like you were just like tack, 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 boom. Can you break down for us from your POV how Inferno felt for you?
Yeah, I think Inferno, we felt in full control the entire time. I think that Nerds and Shui were doing a good job at B. They were in full control the entire time. So just from us having that control at B, it just makes the game a lot easier when we have half of the map and our B guys are feeling it. It makes me have a lot less stress on the A side since, I'm just like the B helper guy and I'm just trying to like piece the puzzle of like what's happening. And yeah, I don't think that they ever really put us under much stress.
All right, and I actually talked to Nerds before as well, speaking of Nerds, before the match, and he said that yesterday, that was like terrible performance from you guys, and it's not even close to how you're playing on practice. So the liquid that we just see now, is it closer to the practice liquid?
It's a little bit closer. I think that, we're down 0-2, now 1-2, so we got to, build ourselves back up a little bit, so this is a good start for it. Maybe we're like a 6 out of 10. We were absolutely smashing. I know, bootcamp curse. The bootcamp curse is real. But yeah, I think that this is good for us. We're finally getting something, under our feet, something that we can build off of. And yeah, just building up the confidence in the guys, because it's, I think that we're a really good team. I think that we can play really well. We just need to show it in these games. We need to make sure that we, don't feel like the pressure. We feel like, we can do what we want. We don't have like that pressure of like losing or messing up or anything. And yeah, that's what we're just gonna have to keep on building on for the next games and make it through.
I hope you guys will continue with that confidence. Thank you so much, Elish, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
So Elish still feeling pretty confident despite a close game there on Mirage and looking to make the reverse sweep here. Do you think they can do it, Harry?
I think they can. I hope this is like the solid building block to build off of. And the key thing for me is just, I actually think Elish was kind of dead on in that they can play well as a team. They have some good ideas, some nice fundamentals in there. Where things get weird is you kind of have 3 dudes in this team who are used to a feeling of, it's time for me to be that guy and be the difference maker. I think that's actually where they get the most let down, You either just need to pick one and let them be the guy, or just continue to work as a team. Where the rounds looked their ugliest was where it was individuals trying to save the entire game. And I think the thing that MIBR showed off really, really well in this matchup was actually the strength is in 5 players playing together, playing off of each other well. And that was nearly the difference maker in this matchup. And it was only down towards the end of the game that we started to see more of those team-based moves from Liquid. It felt like they realized at least, and they reeled themselves back in to stop the choke. And that, you can take some positives away from this game. I hope they learn the right lessons and they build in the right direction.
Yeah, Elish takes MVP here, but I think Nerd's special mention as well. That second map was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this series would have kept going onto a third map if Nerds wasn't playing how he was.
Let's take a look at the bracket, though. Let's see what's broken down for the day. We've had a lot of games here. BO1s into BO3s. It's the end of BO1s for this stage, though. So only qualification or elimination coming up next. Any big surprises on the day? I think, Astralis surviving over FlyQuest with a nice 2-0. Shame to see for FlyQuest, but they're still alive. And of course, Na'Vi, in the meantime, along with FaZe, go 3-0 to the top of the stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of sick, isn't it? FaZe Na'Vi pulling through, love to see that. The FaZe story is super interesting, isn't it? And I mean, this is what Liquid have to kind of try and compare themselves to. This is what they have to try and believe in. FaZe encountered a lot of issues in stage 1 versus even weaker opposition. For Liquid now, you got to hope you can kind of try and embody that same spirit, right? And look to build back stronger.
I think another thing that's cool is Paravision are actually in for a very good shot. 2 chances to make it to the next stage as well. They had a cool comeback against Aurora on Overpass. They dismantled Xantares. He got 0 kills on T-side Overpass in that second half of play. So kind of an exciting match there. I will be watching that back later to see what Jane was up to, because another Jane Masterclass, 13-11 BO1, and Paravision with 2 more chances. That's been the most interesting team for me, just because it's a team that we haven't seen, play these top squads or play at a major, and a lot of rookies as well. The most rookies we have in any squad here at the Budapest Major, still going. But that's our day done, Harry.
Yeah.
BO1's finished. Any final words before we get out of here?
No, I got nothing.
Great.
I used all the words on the double OT banger that
honestly,
we just got.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same situation. BO3s all the way through stage 2. So see you tomorrow for more Major Madness.